13 picks, something like Tiny, something like... Well, SF is out, right? DK maybe? With Puck Ban, probably not. Batrider, sure.
Okay, all right. Batrider comes out. Where are they gonna more likely to play it?
Offlane, most likely. I feel like it's the standard thing, but also 5, 4, 2, like all of those positions are open. I've even seen a carry Batrider a little bit in pubs, and I feel like it might be something that we get to see at some point in Tier 1 Dota, especially.
I'm a big. I don't like the carry Batrider. I've seen it too, but just.
Dude, did you see that damage? The damage is dumb, like how much he does. He's just melting hero like this.
I mean, I've seen it on a Dark Willow as well. Doesn't mean I want to see it as a carry. As meanwhile, it's gonna be the Faceless Void picked up.
Position 4 or 1, which are you a fan of?
1. Please no, not that Faceless Void support where you Chronos a Slasher's Way, give out healing vessels to your allies and move out. No, you don't do that.
No, not Chronos. They go for the different facet. They go for the time zone. I think they're gonna be playing that, man. I feel like that's gonna be the case. Unless, I mean, it depends. If it's offlane Batrider, I feel like carry Faceless Void better. But if it's like 5 Bat, then it's gonna be a 4 Faceless Void.
Then comes the Largo. That's definitely gonna be their offlaner for VB Prodigy. As Takizawa likes this hero. It's nice bit of sustain, nice bit of damage as well. In general, even if you have a bad laning phase, just go in jungle. I've seen that, if you have a good one, they just, the difference in Agam's time is like 2 or 3 minutes. You leave the lane at 10, you go to the jungle, and your team makes space for you. It's kind of, I don't want to say a new way of playing the off lane, but it's certainly a style that fits the Largo very well.
What do you want to see versus a Largo? I always want to see an AA, man. Here, if Inner Circle have the opportunity to pick an AA, I definitely go for it. AA plus like a melee position 1. Because if I see a ranged position 1 and there's no like AA in this one, first of all, the Faceless Void carry is going to be amazing versus most of the ranged carries. Second of all, you won't be able to kill the Largo. Man, this hero just doesn't die. So AA has been like the solution lately.
I would like to see an AA plus, I don't want to say Ursa. I know 423 plays Brood, as we mentioned, his Brood Mother. So AA would be good. It's good against the Faceless Void. It's good against Largo. Even Shadow Shaman has a decent amount of heal with the Shackles. Plus, the debuff stays even if he activates his Foul Play. But they go for the Disruptor. So that does tell us Batrider is going to be a core. That's their 5. Pretty good against the Faceless Void, for sure. And also good against the Shadow Shaman, because you have that giant cast range for Glimpse to interrupt the Shackles.
But what's the carry here? Or are they maybe going to be picking a mid lane? I don't think you can get away with something like an Ember here. Tiny's good. Tiny's good.
That's going to be their mid, I think. I don't imagine it's going to be the Tiny carry in this one. VP Prodigy probably going to showcase us a support. Like, who would they want to take? Ringmaster? I know Rare Gods.
It's a support Faceless Void. What are you talking about? I feel like I'd want to see like Dragon Knight here. Like pick a Dragon Knight and then it's a good flex between the 1 and the 2 and good versus the Tiny in general.
I think we might see a Skywrath Mage instead. Not bad in the lane against the Disruptor. Really good combination with the Faceless Void.
It's a 4 Void.
It's not. It's not a 4.
It's probably not.
I mean, to be fair, Rare Gods has played Void Spirit as a position 4, but not Faceless Void. So, those are different.
You are. That's a mid laner.
It's a mid. That's a mid. That's the Sand King. So they're showcasing all of their cores, leaving a support pick at the end. God, not a Faceless Void 4.
It's actually a pretty solid Faceless Void support game, not gonna lie. Look at Tusk, Batrider, Disruptor, Tiny. All of these heroes love spamming spells. A maxed out time dilation just completely neuters them in this game. You're underestimating this. After this game, if they do play a support Faceless Void, you're gonna become a believer.
I don't want to be a believer. I don't want to believe. I don't like it. I don't want it. I don't want it. But the Broodmother gets banned out. As we mentioned, this is one of Inner Circle's best heroes. 4-3 would have played it. Would have gone that fast Orchid, shut them down, but no option for that. Which means, well, who's gonna get the overall last pick? It is going to be Inner Circle. Look at that. they ban a support.
Is there another like a position forward that would be really really good with this lineup? Because I don't see them having like a lot of damage into the chrono. You mentioned
Skyra.
the Skywrath mage, but I don't know if there's a tiny in the game. Is it still something you want to see?
I mean, Tiny's got status resistance. He doesn't have magic resistance extra, so Skyrath mage is still pretty good against him.
But he kills you.
Yeah, but I mean, just dodge him.
Okay. Easy. Okay. Makes sense. Makes sense.
Let's see. I would imagine for me, Skyrath. Hate everything.
Well, either
Let's
way,
see
what's the carry for Inner Circle?
I don't know if I want to see the Ursa, although because 423 struggled with it this patch, but an Ag's Ursa can be pretty good.
It sucks versus the Largo as well.
So if not Ursa, I know he's played some Naga Siren. I wouldn't mind actually seeing a Naga Siren or an Abaddon.
Come on, I feel like PA could be good. Like TA probably the best.
TA better. To be fair, Morphling comes out. Okay, not bad. We want someone with decent health on him who can work with that. Okay, Rare Gods on Wind Ranger. What? Position 5! Oh no!
You need to listen to me, right? And the only reason for that is because he wants to lane versus the Batrider with the Wind Ranger. So you need to, I'm telling you, after this game, you're gonna become a Faceless Void support believer. And I really want to see it because I've been wanting to play it in my pubs a little bit. And I haven't like completely dialed in. I watched some pubs, but then, you know, your mind wanders. Now I'm at work.
Yes.
So I need to focus.
Yes. Oh my god. He is going for time zone as well. Oh man. Okay, so position 5, Faceless Void. Been a while. Not sure how you build this hero, to be honest. I feel like you might go like Boots of Bearings.
You don't build them. You just take what's good for the game. Either a Glimmer or a Yules or like a Solar Crest. In this game, I feel like Glimmer could probably be the way to go. Right, so that's what I've seen. That people don't really have maybe a drums, right?
Yep.
But basically, what's good for the game. That's what people get.
Yeah, he's on time zone. I cannot believe. Oh, there's a kill shot on this Wind Ranger. It's a core. I believe it's a carry Wind Ranger. Usually we see Tangled, but if you're up against a Morphling, a power shot is going to reduce his life a lot. He's generally not going to be, he can move with that little bit of sliver. So kill shot becomes really good against him. And I cannot believe. This is why I don't like casting with you. You always come up with this crazy idea, and somehow it happens, and I don't like it.
It's not a crazy idea, man. I told you that it's something that people play, right? You don't play European pubs, right?
No, I play at the good servers like Southeast Asia.
Okay. Yeah. You know, it's the only server that is still alive other than Europe, so it's actually quite solid. What is the MMR threshold for Immortal Draft in Southeast Asia?
I believe it's the same as everywhere.
Oh, it's always like that. Okay.
Yeah, it used to be 6.5 and it was raised to 8.5. As long as one player is 8.5, that's about it.
Because the MMR inflation in Europe is just off the rails, right?
Yep.
It's just insane. Either way, though, let's go into the game. Are you going for Inner Circle, even though they don't have a Brood because there's Faceless Void support on the other side?
I think I favor VP Prodigy as the stronger team, so I'm gonna go with that. Even despite the Faceless Void support, what does he have early on? Does he got anything interesting? Just Blood Grenade, Magic Wand. Looks like he's going for Arcane Boots into, I imagine, drums because I see a Belt of Giant Strength.
And 3 more components, right? So it kind of goes well with the drums. I feel like drums is probably the best one in this one, and you generally need something mana-wise. He's probably even gonna be finishing off a stick in the end.
Yeah, I mean the arcane. He's got Arcane Boots, so that's what's surprising. Usually, when you go drums, you might consider going Tranquil, but not for him. Oh, and have you clicked on him? He's like tiny in the portrait of the Faceless Void.
Yeah, he's very small. I don't know why. Maybe because it's a support, right? If it was a core, then he'd be a big ass guy. In terms of rules,
it's gonna be 3 for 1 in favor of Inner Circle.
Okay. So good start for them. So you are going for VP Prodigy. I feel like I'm going for Inner Circle here, my friend. I think they got a better thing going for themselves. They've got a Morphling versus not a lot of heroes that can burst you down. They've got a Tiny versus a lot of magical damage, and then the Wind Ranger. And really, the Tiny Craggy exterior is so good versus the Wind Ranger that it's insane. So I feel like those are some things that you really need to look out for. Plus, you have this Shadow Shaman, which isn't necessarily good in this game, right? Because you don't have any like mobile heroes, do you?
I mean, you have on your side you have Sand King and Wind Ranger.
Yeah, but on the enemy side, right? Nobody really cares. The Morphling gets his shift off. You are not gonna be able to kill him. Yep.
Yeah. No, and definitely Shadow Shaman can struggle because you're also up against like a lot of jumping heroes, right? Like the Tusk, the Tiny, the Morphling. Bat Rider might go for a blink or right click, but either way, it's kind of annoying. As mid lane, Kazura is having a decent time so far versus Supreme. I suspect that will generally continue.
Yeah, it should, right? The Sand King is just very, very good versus melee heroes. I'm kind of surprised that Supreme doesn't have a Sentry. Like, what the hell is that? I expected 2 melee heroes when one of them is a Sand King for them there to be like 2 sentries each on both of them. I feel like this is a mistake on both of their sides.
Well, it's not really a mistake for Kazura because he's like, well, there's no sentry. Why should I buy any? I need to wait for him to get some. And meanwhile, though, bottom lane, Blaze is struggling. I'm seeing that both Janter and Rare Gods haven't actually put a skill point in anything on the Faceless Void and Shadow Sham. They're like, it depends on what we need.
And right now, I don't need anything. That's actually a nice position to be in. This is amazing having a Faceless Void versus a Batrider. I don't know if you've laned versus a Batrider. Core support doesn't really matter, man. The damage output is stupid. Okay, well, let's just look at Seth. He's in trouble, gonna be pulled in, hexed up as well, and the damage output is insane between these two. That Disruptor is gonna have to be very, very careful because the Morphling has no way at the moment to cancel out the shackles, and he's not gonna be skilling the Adaptive Strike.
Yep, it's not really every man for himself, but you're not gonna expect your carry to help you out. It's not like a Sven who can throw a stun and do something for you, or an Ursa with damage. It's just like Morphling kind of wants to farm, and you have to protect him. Janter, that's definitely gonna be drums. Drums, Arcane Boots. Okay.
I like it. I feel like it's probably the best thing to get in this game in particular because the Solar Crest isn't that great for you.
No, the Glimmer wouldn't be so bad, to be fair, though.
Yeah, Glimmer would be good. That is true.
Oh, the buy block, Fernandes gets it. Nicely done. Kazura's like, there's no creeps in the lane. Loses his courier, though. It was flying on the way. So far, though,
players and their couriers. It's just so easy to have the to make it a habit to just always send the creep to the courier to the tower and then send it towards you. What is that black line?
I don't know. I saw that too. I'm like, looks like it's. I think we should have that. We should close off the lane in the mid, but that's just. Is that like a new patch? Oh, it's gone now. Oh, let's do that. But then now they have a different line. Do you see that? It's like trees or something.
This one goes
Like-
to heaven, it seems. Stairway to heaven. Finally, a sentry. Thank you, Supreme. Now, this is really weird, right? Supreme is a very experienced player. He's been playing Dota for, like, competitive Dota for 10 years at, like, a tier 2 level. And sometimes even, like, getting his head a little bit into tier 1 as well. So I'm kind of surprised that he allowed this this to happen in the lane.
Maybe he thought that, you know, if I buy a sentry, he'll buy a sentry, and then we'll be back to the same situation. But it's still worth it. It's kind of like when you're a support. You block the camp. Even if the guy unblocks it, you just block it again, and that's what you do. Until one of you gets tired of doing that. Usually me.
Yeah, I don't know. It's that is true. Somebody gets tired of it, or rotations start happening, you could say.
Yes.
Okay, so the Sand King TP to the mid lane. Are there any chances that Tiny's going to be rotating? Probably not, right? It's just minute and a half before the power runes.
Laze is really struggling. Oh, that's cute, but there's no way they're killing him.
No, QT's on the bottom lane.
Oh, right. QT is doing some not cute things to Lace. As oh, Lace, poor guy.
Is he gonna live?
One hit.
You should be
Jan?
fine.
Oi. There's a tangled. There you go.
Damage output from this Wind Ranger is so sick, man. When you start attacking people with the... Oh, actually, he doesn't have the extra damage. He went for the kill shot. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
I've been seeing this more and more. And I guess versus a Morphling, it kind of makes sense. Tiny is rotating.
Tiny's here. They really need the time to get something to happen because Lace is struggling. They bought 3 people here. Wind Ranger, there's a glimpse.
The toss didn't connect because of the glimpse. They still got the kill, but it's kind of annoying for that to happen. Toss is such a weird spell with so many weird interactions.
And now it's also like an aura on the ground as well, so it's not reduced by stats resistance. It's better than it used to be against like BKB and Ursa especially.
Rare Gods is in trouble. Well, that's not gonna help you. Jenter, also the power shot did not connect there. Furnace was still in the snowball. Jenter, he has to jump away, but the chase is gonna be on. No, it's not gonna be chased. We're gonna take you back, Jenter, and then just take it down the shards off the mark. A couple more hits are gonna be needed from Laze, and he won't be able to get the kill just yet. Jenter will be surviving even with 8 sticky napalm charges, and Katsura will now be rotating as well. Se will be pushing them back there with the repulsion. He might actually survive if the power shot does not connect, but there will be a shackle shot, power shot, however, not even used. He does have the range drop, so he saw it as unnecessary.
Sub plays this Disruptor a bit different, going for 2 points in Thunderstrike and maxing Glimpse by level 8, not 7. And then he goes back to the Thunderstrike talent and, oh, Takizawa.
And it did.
Yeah, but not making out this one. But they're not going to be able to get the Wisdom Shrine in time. It's still a very good pickoff as Janter. Get out of there, buddy. Glimpse.
This time around, he's not getting out. They're giving the shrine to Laze, so the supports are going to be struggling a little bit level-wise.
One of the supports. The other one's still going to be fine. Who is it going to be?
The Disruptor is going to be struggling. He didn't get it.
Especially, as we mentioned, because does max out Glimpse by 8, so he needs those levels a little bit more than most position 5s in this situation.
Wait, do you think he's going to get a kinetic field?
Yeah.
I think he's not. I think he doesn't, right?
I saw him yesterday. That's how he plays it. He goes for the 2-2-1, then he maxes Glimpse by 8. So, I mean, come on. Static Storm without kinetic field, that's just peanut butter without the jam.
Yeah, but he's got Ice Shards and Avalanche. I feel like this game he might actually skip it until level 8. We'll see. We'll see. You never know.
Supreme. Getting gone on. A lot of people showing up mid. A lot of people showing up mid.
Supreme gonna use the Avalanche, still surviving. In the end, will be taken down. Furnace taking a lot of damage. Okay, that's gonna be 4-3, turning into the Faceless Void, using the time dilation. Now you cannot use your spell. He's missing Katsura so much, but they've got the dust, and he's never gonna be using that Burrow Strike. The bottles being used, not gonna be enough. Said there with the level 2 Thunder Strike, will be getting the kill.
Still a 2-for-1 trade in favor of VP, and you had to bring your carry there. At the same time, at least Laze is getting some free farm, which he desperately needs. Or is he?
Yeah, he's kind of screwed right now. TP out, kill shot, goodbye.
Wow. He also like let it go, like he held it on for a little bit, not exactly instantly letting go. He's like, let me get some damage on this kill shot.
Just in case, right?
I was like, can you imagine he TPs away? So it was very close for Lace to make it out, but loses his life. 5 for 5, 9 minutes in. Not a big net worth difference between the two teams. Oh, still level 5. Let's see. Did he take it? Hasn't skilled yet. We're waiting. Kinetic field.
If he skills the glimpse, you're again gonna be talking some crap to me. Like you always come up with these crazy ideas, and somehow they are right. So come on, you use the kinetic field. I'd rather you do it now.
He's still, it might wait until he's level 6, depending on what he needs. He'll be like, oh, based on if I need a long range glimpse or if I need to catch someone into the kinetic field with the stack storm. Maybe that's what he's thinking.
Not gonna lie, a lot of players wait for a long time to get spells, and I feel like at times it's necessary, but sometimes it really isn't. I feel like in this one, it's actually quite fine for him to wait.
Agreed. Based on how the situation develops, I do like that prioritizes Thunderstrike second after Glimpse. It can do some really solid damage. As Supreme, he's in trouble.
He's in a lot of trouble. Oh, level 3 Glimpse. He got it. So he can castle the shackle. Doesn't change anything though.
Yep. So he would have taken kinetic field otherwise.
Yeah.
But yeah, he did definitely need it because the level 2 glimpse is not enough to catch the Shadow Shaman just now. So level 3 was, hopeful in that situation, but not enough.
Jantr is approaching his level 6. I want to see the time zone. Katsura going in. Say you're in so much trouble. Stand up anyways. There will be a time dilation. He's not moving an inch, especially with the shackles. 4-3 goes in, turns into the faceless void. He wants to start bashing. This is how you play the void. But he's like, there are no bashes. Like, what am I supposed to do now? And he still might be getting the kill there on Rare Gods. A couple more hits.
Ooh,
there's the healing Lotus that keeps him alive. Other side of the fight. Nothing's gonna be happening there just yet. There's the time zone. Supreme inside of it. He cannot leave. It will be stopping. Nice snowball there. Saving him for a little bit longer. 4-3 going in. Ooh. Nice double shackle shot from 3. 4-3 is doing his best, trying to get the damage done, but it's just not enough. They will just get the supports in the end, but they lost so much more. Lost 3 for 2. Maybe there could be a catch here with the glimpse. However, Sek cannot get the vision, and it is going to end with another victory for VP Prodigy. But they didn't take the tower, and they used a lot of Tomo.
That was a pretty solid use of the time zone as well. Catching multiple targets in it. Oh, it's... Man, I look at this ability, and I'm always like, I still prefer Chrono. But as a support, there's a lot of benefits to being in it. Everyone's slowed by 50. Your cooldowns are faster and everything like that. There's a lot of benefits to the time zone for a support basis void.
And it's so annoying, right? If you don't have a Manta or something, he uses the time dilation and then the time zone for 7 seconds. You're not using any of your spells, or none of your spells are cooling down. So that means that, like, when you use your spells for 20 seconds before you get any spells off, it's very, very annoying.
It is. It's like, it feels very sticky as well because of how hard it is to walk out of. And well, let's look at some of the items that we're working with. Very close to the Maelstrom for the for Cutie. Katsura is working towards a vessel on the Sand King. Needed for sure against the Smorfling, but it's not going to be too long before 4-3 has the Manta, which is why I often feel awkward about the Spirit Vessel's encounter to the Morphling.
He got it. He got it now, so if they kill him right now, it's actually not that bad. There is a blink on the Tiny, however, right? It just got delivered. So if you engage on top and you don't kill them instantly, they can turn it around very, very easily.
4-3, strength morphing.
He's got the strength morph out. And he wait for him. Oh, there's the Spirit Vessel coming into play. That didn't want to use the Static Storm. I feel like that could have saved this carry. Now he's gonna die as well.
I thought Cell was level 5 because the Static Storm came out. I was like, oh, he must be 5, but he actually was. He's nearly 7 and didn't throw out the Static Storm. Unusual move by him for sure.
Would have saved his life, right? The only thing that he did is stop the shackles with the glimpse. That was a mistake, 100%.
Well, we're not really sure 100% if it definitely would have saved him, but it is interesting when they hold the spell. You're like, huh?
What the hell? Like, there would be no epicenter. there would be no
Pro-
lick.
What? No lick? Come on, Harry. Please.
He used it for the damage.
Ah,
And it's a
right.
7-second cooldown spell, so you gotta spam it.
I wonder if Janter's going to consider putting any points in time lock. Because he's like, well, if I give the Morphling time lock, that's not good.
Probably not. Probably not. I think he's just gonna leave it be. This could
Just
be
like
a
when he
good
plays-
kill. Cutie has a big streak of 6 kills. They see him. Avalanche will connect. Help is coming. Toss into the Batrider. There's the lasso. Static Storm as well. Snowball coming. The damage output should be enough. Cutie's dead. Do the TP Enchanter, so maybe that could be an extra. Here's the
Glimpse.
glimpse. He's got the time walk. Where can he go? Motor Sponge will connect. He's gonna go to the high ground, but the Tiny will chase him. No, he's not gonna be doing anything. He's just gonna accept his death and be the second casualty of this blink reveal.
They're going to be pushing the tower here as well by Inner Circle. Nice pick-off, a couple of pick-offs there. There's going to be the Phylactery and imagine the Kanda build for the Tiny later on. I like this. I don't want to see my mid-Tinies go Yules and Force Staffs too early. I think you have good damage and you should scale to burst people down, especially if it's a Wind Ranger, Faceless Void, and Shadow Shaman.
Dude, this Phylactery is just so dumb on the Tiny. I'm actually not even against people just straight up rushing it and not getting the blink. You just toss onto a hero and he loses half his HP. I feel like if the Bat had a better time in the laning phase, he might have even opted to getting that first.
Ooh. Baz is going Boost of Bearing. Standard, relatively. I love the change to the new Boost of Bearing where you have the Ring of Tarask, so it gives you even way more region than compared to before.
Isn't he just gonna use that for a pipe first?
No, he's got the There you go, Boost of Bearing.
He's not okay. He got it full. I thought that he was just gonna lock things up and go for a pipe because the pipe is just godly in this game.
I feel like if you're playing offlane Batrider, I think you're focusing on damage and catch, not exactly the pipe. If you wanted the pipe, you'd have gotten a Centaur or an Underlord.
Why is he then putting a Lotus? That's not damage.
Well, you gotta
It is
reflect
time
a lot of
dilation.
spells. Yeah.
No, time dilation is just too dumb. I think you cannot play against it.
The Shadow Shaman, reflecting a stun from the Sand King, a Shackle Shot. That's a lot of good stuff. See, Lotus Orb is actually an offensive item when you think about it.
Pipe is also an offensive item because it allows you to dive the enemies. Okay.
No. See, that's you're just being crazy today, Harry.
I think the idea
No.
is they're going to be able to leave the time zone, right? Because there's not going to be any
Yep.
slows.
Ooh.
Blinkin is 43 just going to let him die?
Yep. He's a carry player. You think he's gonna go out of it, stick his neck out for a support?
No, but it wouldn't hurt their pride to do it sometimes.
Apparently it does. Right? But that situation, to be fair, he sees a couple of people there. A power shot comes out. Maybe there's a Sand King in the forest. He's like, it's not worth it.
What hero is
Meanwhile,
the
though-
Morphling going to be turning into in this game? Because there's so many good options. Faceless Void, Sand King, Wind Ranger, right? All of them are really, really good.
I think I like the Sand King quite a lot, but the Wind Ranger you get the Wind Run, and I think that's probably the best one. You turn to Wind Ranger, get the Wind Run, attack, switch to Shackle if you need to. I think the Wind Ranger is the best.
Okay. Yeah, the Wind Ranger spells are just so good. Avalanche, nice blink out from Rare Gods. They're going to be catching Jenter, but that's only a position 5, so not too happy about the outcome. Going in with Katsura,
good
gonna be a
stun.
double man burrow strike. Nice snowball saying, okay, now you went too deep. This is a problem, especially with the lasso. Can the Largo save him? There it is, 4-3, turning into Katsura. There's going to be a stun, but a shackle shot is much better. At least they killed the Sand King before he could get his stun off, so it's going to be a 2-for-2. Takizawa going forward, playing with his little mandolin, trying to do as much damage as possible with the Aghanim Scepter is definitely not something that is negligible for the Disruptor. He needs to run, and he's not going to be going anywhere. Shackled up and taken down by Takizawa somehow. I thought the kill shot would be the thing taking him down.
The lick came at, I think, roughly the same time, but I thought the same. I was like, it looks like the arrow is going to shoot him first, but the tongue is faster. As it is turning a bit difficult right now for Inner Circle. That vessel, and I don't think the Manta, the Manta's not finished yet. So this vessel has led to 2 deaths on the Morphling.
When somebody in our country, we say, this is like a literal translation, his tongue is faster than his mind, or
Yes.
or that is so like that to say when somebody says stupid stuff all the time, right? So maybe the tongue can be faster than the arrow.
We have something similar as well, where we say the mouth is faster for us. Okay.
Morphling Stone will save it. It's there with the Avalanche onto the three of them. Rare Gods is in trouble, but Burrow strike to the three of them. Morphling is somehow still alive, but not for long. It is gonna be a 2-for-1. However, you already lost your supports, and Laze is here doing a lot of damage. Katsura will have a Burrow strike that we will not be able to use. It is gonna be a 3-for-2. Finally, VP Prodigy. They do not win a fight. It is still on the enemy side of the map, but the numbers go in favor of Inner Circle.
It is definitely a win for Inner Circle, but you kill the Morphling again, who's now lowest net worth among all the cores, who still has not bought the Manta style. He's been 600 gold away from it for about like 3 minutes now, as he died mid and he dies in the forest just now.
We haven't talked much, you and me, ever since Largo got added to the game at all. So how do you feel about the hero now when some time has passed?
I feel like they realize that he's such a good offlaner that we're not seeing him as a support, and I'm sad about that because I thought his shard would have been very nice to, theorycraft for support players. But
it's gonna be so cool to theorycraft it as an offlane, right? Imagine some ultra late game with him having like Lincoln's Lotus stuff. That'll be that's gonna be insane, right?
I mean, but I've never seen it. It's always going to be the Aghanims, Sanj, Kaya, BKB, and then he's going to get like some sort of maybe aura item if he needs to for the team. That's how he's built right now. It's fine.
I think just the games are not long enough. I think we haven't seen too many like 60, 70 minute games. The games usually end around 35, 40.
I just love how he moves around and just singing the whole time for his team. Alright, Tormentor goes to Janter. What was that? That's the what's that?
Jump
again?
in, jump
the
out.
reverse. Nice, very useful for him for sure.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
There is a Blink Dagger available on Rare Gods, working towards the Aetherless and a shard for Shadow Shaman. Okay.
Yeah, interesting that he wants a shard in this one, especially because there's a lot of AoE stuff that he might actually die to anyways. So kind of curious to see if he's gonna be going with that.
Katsura.
We're going for the Roche. Inner Circle are close. Katsura has been found. Avalanche toss back into a lasso. Couple more hits, he's gonna die. They're focusing on the Roche. It's not falling that fast. It seems that Inner Circle are not aware. Takizawa is in a good position. Yeah, you have to run away. You have to run away from this Roche, but they have the glimpse. He's got the BKB. That's a 9-second BKB down the drain. A big victory for them, especially if they can kill this Roche now. Morphling is not too bad at taking it down. There is a time zone, however.
Yeah, but there's no Sand King for 30 seconds, and your Wind Rage is just TP'd away. This is going to be for Inner Circle. A huge pick off mid. And I believe that they were able to get the tower out of that, and the Roche, and a kill on the Sand King. Oh!
And the next drop.
Well, they should have been there, Janter. I don't know.
Thank you, Captain Hindsight.
Well, loses his life there for Janter. A little bit unfortunate, but what's this? Can he catch him in time? He does!
Unreal, man. Unreal that they got him. This is so sad for Takizawa. He was out. He was basically out.
I mean, he was out. He TP'd to the other side of the map, and somehow it was not enough. But Inner Circle, several wins in a row right now for the team.
And some big wins. That Roche was a huge win, right? Something that they never would have been able to get on their own.
2 core kills on top of it in the mid tower. Look at the graph. It is shifting very heavily. Well, it's not yet in their favor, but it is shifting in their favor. What are we looking at in terms of items? There's a Blink Dagger on Sir, and he's working towards the Acceptor. No. Oh, he does have Greedy. Very nice.
He's gonna have that ag soon, to be honest.
He's also got Searing Signet, which is amplified with the Thunder Strike that has the talent. So his damage, it's not too bad.
Plus he had the what do you call it? The thing that buffs your next item.
Oh yeah, the Unleashed.
Yeah, but what do you call the item?
Dormant
the
Curio.
Curio. Yeah.
Okay. BKB finished on Tiny with the blink, and now the BKB very soon to come out on the Morphling as well. So just a lot of very defensive items coming for the Dire side. I don't really want to see Rare Gods get the Aghanim shard. I don't think that that's going to help you too much.
Yeah, I like the Glimmer more in this one. Even a BKB would be good, to be honest.
Yes. That's a bit of an odd one. Meanwhile, Janter wants to go for a
Won't
pipe.
go?
No?
He's gonna go in with Supreme, double toss. He jumped into the... What?
Glimpse as well.
This is Void dead. Rare Gods. Be in trouble. He used the Hex on the Tiny. His BKB will end. He's healing himself up. There's no Lotus Orb. A little bit too late. Not gonna lie. And 4-3. He got a kill in the backline. Supreme taking a lot of arrows, but those arrows are gonna start doing less and less damage, at least with the kill shot. They'll get the kill. Now the time zone is used. Lay's gonna get pulled into it. Once again, 4-3 is gonna be waveforming in. They have a fun, and they want to kill Takizama. If he kills the frog, goodbye heals, and they are gone. Oh, power shot onto the Morphling Beauty.
Glimpse.
We'll get a glimpse back now. You do not have your BKB, so you will most definitely die. Coming in with the Faceless Void, just to slow them down with the time dilation. That could be a rampage if they get any vision of it, which they won't. So it is going to be a huge victory for Inner Circle, even with the buyback. It is still not enough.
It's a team wipe. You know, every single person on VP Prodigy was brought down. Inner Circle, Janter, an unfortunate sort of time walk in, and I'm surprised that there was no snakes being dropped as well. Now we're dropping them. I thought he'd throw them on Supreme in that fight to trap the Tiny, but it doesn't get him out in time.
Well, it is at least some kind of a pickoff, but you did lose vision. How's vision looking in this one? Man, VP Prodigy are completely blind on the map.
Yep. They don't seem to have anything going for them right now. There are 2 wards on the Faceless Void, but that's about it. There's one in the shop, so they could start establishing some. But meanwhile, Janter, top lane. 2 cores, enemy cores nearby. Needs to be careful here.
When is the gem time gonna be? I feel like Tusk should be getting a gem, maybe even over this Lotus Orb. Right now, if you take away the vision from VP Prodigy, in my mind, Inner Circle are just gonna be in full control. So I can't wait to see if he might invest into it. He's got the money.
AD ruin on the Tiny, but I agree. Taking some vision away, especially because you have the Disruptor on your side. And that's one of those heroes where it's like, if we have vision advantage, we can always catch someone who blinks away or walks away from our wards.
Speaking of vision, Lace is on a ward. Tsura and Rare Gods going in if the Tusk TP's out, which he will. Epicenter in. He's gonna get caught. No Lotus Orb being used. He might get it off now. No, he's gonna die before he gets a chance to.
Big kill. Especially because, it's been pretty...
Other offlaner as well. He's pretty speedy there. He is hustling with the second
Hot
song, but
foot.
will die anyways. You've got the hustle, you've got the blitz, and you've got the elixir.
Dire's top tower
I'm very
is under
surprised, by the way. He's also queuing up an Aghanim's shard, but he's got, I think, no items that can benefit from it. Very surprising.
Croak of Genius, I guess, but is it really worth it? I'm not sure.
Over a BKB, I don't think it is, honestly. I feel like you'd rather have a BKB first, then if you want to, spread the love of the Croak of Genius, that's fine.
He did buy the Ogre Act though, so I'm gonna assume that the BKB is gonna be the first on the menu.
I think so too. Oh, meanwhile, what we're looking at for the Wind Ranger, working towards the Manta, but that's not a whole lot of damage items on QT. Has the Maelstrom, but that's about it as well. Okay. Yeah, he has Maelstrom, then he goes for the Yasha, into the BKB, back to the Manta. None of these are particularly heavy damage items for a Wind Ranger.
Yeah, not really. You're right. We'll see. I guess he's gonna be getting Daedalus next. He has to, right? You have to have some damage. Kill these heroes faster.
Or Molyneux as well, for better lightning procs at some point.
Molyneux?
Yeah.
What's a Molyneux?
Mjolnir. Sorry, Mjolnir.
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 Did you watch the Avengers? Like,
Yeah.
what the hell?
He calls him Molyneux.
Sure, okay. I know, maybe you watched it the dubbed. You maybe didn't.
They'll be like, this is lightning hammer. That's what they call it in the dubbed version.
Maybe. Well, 2k goal lead for Inner Circle. The Morphling is super far ahead of everybody else. I mean, just remember, like 15 minutes ago, he was at the bottom of the cores.
Yes.
Now he is by far the most farmed core out of them all. Pretty much a full item ahead of the Wind Ranger.
And his team's got 3 dispels right now. He's got 2 with the Manta BKB. There's a Lotus Orb on Lace, and he got the save from the Tusk. So things are gonna be pretty hard to bring down. It's gonna be pretty hard to bring down the Morphling, especially with getting closer and closer to this Aghanim Scepter. Does anyone else have the money enchantment? No, just him. Oh wait. He's got Enchanter, going for the Glimmer Cape. I like it.
Yep. But you still don't like the Void.
I still is he winning? I don't think so.
He's not winning, and I think he is not looking too good in this game. Scan was used. They know the Janter is here, but he's pretty speedy there, going downstream. Supreme is still not giving up on this one. His smoke should break now. But,
they
Janter,
reveals.
you're gonna die. Toss, goodbye. He actually got the bash maxed out. I think this is a problem. Now the Morphling jumping in on somebody and just starting to smack them down. We all know that the VAT of the Morphling is insane. So you basically can unlock somebody.
Yeah, you basically gave the Morphling a basher. Oh, okay.
Goodbye. There's the glimpse. He's gonna have to BKB to survive. Walrus is ready. He's not gonna be getting there up in there in time. I think Fernance actually stated about going on the high ground.
Yeah, I saw that too. He thought the glimpse might latch or something, but he could have just continued chasing and he would have been on top of the Wind Ranger. Still a 2 for nothing trade all over the map. Largos finishes BKB. There's a BKB as well on the Sand King. So we have triple BKB on the VP project.
Speaking of the Sand King, he needs to get out. Barely. That's a tormentor.
Who would we give? Who's gonna get it? He likes it. He's already got the talent for it. Why not?
It's solid. I guess it would have been a little bit better on the Tusk in this game in particular, but it's fine.
I don't rate it too highly, the Disruptor shot. It's one of those shots where if you get it, it's like it's nice. If you don't get it, unless a tiny support gets it, there are usually better options.
I guess it's a good smoke break stuff, and when BKBs are getting lower, you retain that vision long enough to get the glimpse. So, you know, it has its uses.
Oh, for sure. It's not a bad one. It's a tiny bit of extra damage as well. It's all pretty valuable. As we now have a second Lotus Orb, VP Prodigy. This is a lot of scary items on the Dire side, but they're smoking up. Don't believe they have vision.
Morphling's got a full Scotty, man. He's going towards his butterflies, not that close. And there's the Lotus. There's gonna be 2 chickens here, and only one of them will be cooked. They're gonna be using the shackle. Time zone being used. Rare Gods doesn't really care. No, he's gonna be getting the blink out. That really does help. Tsura getting the stun onto the Lays, dropping low. He will be losing his life. 2 heroes already dead. It will look like he could start in a fight for Inner Circle, but it's not good enough. Avalanche toss onto the 3 of them. BKB TP out. The time should be fine, but the bash is not gonna be. He only got 1 hit off. Just no attack speed on him at all.
By the way, that fight, the Morphling did transform to face his voice, so he realizes that there is a maxed out time lock for him to turn into, and I think that's gonna make him prioritize the Morphling, the Faceless Void over anyone else, because you get the Time Walk and the Bash.
Yeah, probably. They do get the Roche here, unless Inner Circle can do something about it. Tusk is coming, but they saw him on a ward in the mid lane, so he can't do it.
Maxing Time Lock against the Morphling. I'm wondering if that's good or not, because when you're playing Spirit Breaker, you don't take Bulldoze, because that's a straight up negative. But here, like Time Lock, you get that extra percentage. It's not too bad. I don't know. It's a question for the Aegis for sure. But there is a Aegis on VP Prodigy. They're back in the Net Worth League. They haven't been in there in about 10 minutes right now. So a decent comeback for them. In terms of items, anything crazy we're working towards? Just finishing up the Glimmer Cape on Janter, and he's going for a Vlad's after. I'm seeing more and more Vlads coming out in position 5, just a decent amount of stats for the whole team. And Takizawa, he did buy the Aghanim shot. Oh, look at this. I hear the shackle. Is it going to be enough? You got to hit him. Oh, first hit bash. Very nice. Lucky. This is going to be a dead Supreme at the end, despite the fact that he had maxed out on his Craggy. Is it Craggy? It is Craggy exterior. Okay, it's like the old days. Meanwhile, Largo wants the Guardian Greaves. we mentioned that we don't see really like a lot of late game items on the Largo after he gets the Kaya, Aghanims, and BKB, and he's just going to go for that Greaves. I like this a lot, even though it's not a whole lot of healing right now.
Yeah, you're right. He's not gonna be going for any Lotus Orbs or Lincoln Spheres.
Dire's bottom tower is under
And well, to be fair, it's not the best game for Lotus Orbs or Lincoln Spears, right? Like,
Lincoln's is good versus bad, right?
that's true. I think Glimpse as well, but it feels like they have BKBs and controls from the rest that the bat's not so much of a problem. I'm just surprised he went Aghanim Shard then into Greaves.
Yeah, weird. I feel like the shard was unnecessary. I mean, Croak of Genius, who is it he using it on? Is he using it on the Sand King? I guess Sand King
Yes.
Croak of Genius is really good, and Croak of Genius is amazing on the Largo too.
But is the cooldown is low enough that you can actually have it on you and the Sand King at the same time, even without? But
Yeah, but with the shard, you can constantly have it on both of you. So.
true.
Dire's
True, I suppose it's
middle
fine
tower is
overall.
under attack. Radiant are
Meanwhile,
scanning.
they are in control of the map for VP Prodigy.
Yep, they are. They're ahead right now with this Aegis. They feel stronger, even though I thought that fight, that smoke on smoke action was definitely gonna go towards Inner Circle, but still, it still comes down to who's gonna play it better, and both of the teams have so many spells to work with.
Has his Aghanim Scepter though. That's the biggest power spike for the hero. With a Blink Dagger, so should be able to at least land on a couple of heroes every fight. Assuming decent vision, of course.
Yeah, it still comes down to vision. Is there a gem? There should be a gem on Janter, yeah, and is there a gem on the other side? I think that's the difference maker, right? Yeah, that's the difference maker in my mind. There's the Lotus Orb, not really gonna help you much in this regard. It's just surrounded by 4 enemy heroes. Inner Circle is coming. Do they really want to fight 4 versus 5 when the enemy's got an Aegis? Maybe
yeah,
with
they
a
do.
good positioning. They're gonna be going towards the Shadow. Probably should be dying immediately, and there it is.
Oh.
Janter going in, time zone being used. Force will turn into a Faceless Void, leave the time zone. It does absolutely nothing to him. Going for more. It's gonna be a shackle shot. They want the supports dead, and we'll be able to do it.
Still have a way for VP Prodigy, as they were able to bring down 2 for 1, and they also get a nice D ward for themselves.
No vision now for Inner Circle. And how much money does the Tusk have? He has the money for the gem. I feel like it's a necessity, Otomo. We've got this Blink Aghanim Scepter on the Disruptor, and you will never get it off in a good way unless you have superior vision. It's just not gonna happen if you don't get that gem.
They don't really, sorry, what was I gonna say? They don't really respect the Katsura's invisibility this game, right? Like in the lane phase, no sentries. This stage of the game, also not buying any detection, or at least not buying a gem. It's a very unusual to see that. Just
Weird.
Yeah. I like, don't worry, guys. We got sentries, we got dusts. I'm sure we'll catch them. As bomb lane, it's like we do have VP Prodigy making some movement here. No mana though on the Wind Ranger, who is about to lose the Aegis in 20 seconds.
When you say he's about to lose the Aegis, I'm like, are they killing him? But no, not even close. They'll be losing the Aegis, getting back up to full. Epicenter being
nice
charged
one.
up. That's the nice ulti there from Sand. 4-3 going in to do the damage. Glimmer Cape might save them. Not going to be happening. They lost the Aegis 5 seconds before it would have expired. So both of the offlaners are dead. Tusk is in trouble. Nice glimpse there to stop the shackles from Supreme. I don't
Bash,
think this time around
bash.
he's going to be getting
Got
the
it.
bash. There it is at the last moment. Avalanche toss not going to be helping him. Cutie still had his BKB going. And it is going to be a dead Supreme.
This is the second time, by the way, he gets that hit bash, stopping the TP scrolls. And I was wondering if it's worth it to max out time lock, but I mean, I guess BKB targets. You know, if you can get 4 attacks, you're almost guaranteed the bash on at least one of them, and that's you have the boost the drums. That's good enough.
It's again Inner Circle fighting on enemy vision. You're fighting on enemy vision as the Aegis is expiring. I mean, they did everything right, not gonna lie, in terms of spell usage in that fight, but you were just set up to lose.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen.
Did you find it weird that Janter went for the time lock damage over the 8% dilation slow?
I think he missed it.
Dire's
Oh, okay, good. Because I'm like, I wonder if that seems a bit odd to me that he wants more time lock damage, but he was like, okay, time lock damage, huh?
He had to misclick, right? Sometimes it happens when you are picking up the neutral item as well, then you press a number and you screw it
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, I have that a lot because I usually have my heroes 1, 2, 3, 4. So I randomly press 3 or 4, whatever, when I want to select my hero. So I imagine it's gonna be something like that. You press control and then you pick the
Wait,
wrong
wait,
talent.
wait, you have 4 hotkeys for your hero?
I just in case. I don't like it's a habit
What
for
the
my.
hell? What the
I
hell?
I just like
Man,
it.
what do you like? You bang the keyboard with your head? Like, why do you need 4?
No.
If you said 2, I'd be like, okay, overkill, but still fine. But 4, what the hell?
Yeah, well, I mean, like the 1 to 4 hotkey. In case I like it, makes me feel comfortable. It's like I don't know, it's PTSD thing or something.
Dude, it's those are perfect hotkeys for your items.
Items. I have them on my mouse buttons.
What happens if you go to a PC game club that doesn't have a mouse that you have?
I take my own mouse with me.
Okay.
And I spent money on a mouse with all these extra. It's like those MMORPG World of Warcraft 24 button
Yeah, I know.
mouses. Yeah, that's how you want to play it.
Yeah, sure. And then your whole keyboard is your hero. The scan was used. They know exactly where they are. Both of the teams load a sword. Nicely done. Every time he does it. Nice heals there. Enter will get the time zone off. That Tiny's in a lot of trouble. He doesn't even get the BKB off. He's just dead. They're going to be buying back.
Do buybacks.
The heroes that they lost. There's so many arrows into this Morphling. It's going to be a static storm. They need to save him, but he cannot even attack. He's just switched into strength way too much.
Oh.
Just doing enough damage, but now they're starting to overwhelm them. Is it going to be enough? No, Takizabe just continuing to play his mandolin, and he's playing the song of death while Inner Circle are just dying one by one. 4 to 3. Where do you think you're going? He's going to be turning into Faces Void using the time walk, but man, would he like to turn back time to the start of this game? Because this one is not going well. What a long burrow try to get the kill. And look at Takizawa. He's found the Morphling. The thing is, can somebody connect? Can somebody get close? There it is. There it goes. He's going to be shot. They call GG, but your Morphling will die just the same. VP Prodigy just playing better Dota. And Inner Circle will be losing 0-1, which means one more game and they're out.
Oh my, a VP like that last fight, they didn't even lose anyone. They just can't bring down Fernandez as Supreme. We can see the mass magic damage. The Shiva's Guard is on the Sand King, but it not only buffs his damage, it buffs up the damage of the Largo. You're doing 125 per riff or whatever you want to call it, and that adds up very quickly. So nicely done there. Itemization overall. Inner Circle, man. It was an interesting draft, but it comes down to kind of that vision problem. From the beginning of the laning phase, not respecting the Sand King, later on not getting a gem as well. The one fight where it looks really good was when they had that cliff ward. They still lost it, but they put up some challenge then.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't an easy one. Is this... You liked the VP Prodigy? I don't want to say lineup more, but you definitely saw them as the better team. Does this kind of confirm your views right now?
Right? I mean, even despite Vasos Void did really good work on that game for Janter. Like, we later on maxing out the time lock to catch anyone who TP'd away. A bunch of good time zones. Not really. I think he could have done a better job with a different 5, but he won. So what do we know?
That's enough. That's enough, I guess. With that being said, we are gonna be taking a short break, everybody. Game 2 right around the corner. It is gonna be literally an elimination game for Inner Circle, but maybe they can still hold on.
gold recently makes Bounty Hunter just as so much more of a premium pick in my opinion.
Let's see. He's got boots, so probably wave pulling is going to be the way to go. Just create some shenanigans.
That definitely the right way to do it. And he's got the same item build that I have, as he's gonna break the smoke. They found him, but he's moving
Go
with the
downstream.
river.
Eat the tango. Eat the tango. You're slowed down by the dust.
Oh, well, that's all right. That happens. Unfortunately, Supreme gets it. That's gonna be a very quick ball for him. Very helpful to go up against the Invoker in the lane.
There were no trees. There are no trees there. It's so annoying. Thought maybe you can get the one on the high ground, but with the reduced movement speed, you're just gonna go down.
He didn't want to leave the river either. He was like, I need to get the benefit of the river speed, but so did the Inner Circle. They also had that benefit.
The battle
Oh, 4-2-3 on the anti-mage. We'll see how this one
It's
goes.
one of his better heroes. If the anti-mage has a really good game and gets a Manta relatively early on, can start fighting, it's gonna be very hard for VP Prodigy. But if you slow him down just a little bit, and then you start running at them, blink on the Sand King, the Weaver, the Bounty, people are just gonna die, and your split pushing capabilities are gonna be gone. Plus, Jenter might get given a little bit of priority in this game to get his blink. Once he gets his blink, this anti-mage can never split push.
Oh, look at that. Using the Sunstrike just to get the range creep. And another problem for Inner Circle is that they don't have a way to easily remove bugs. No hyper attack speed kind of guy. No one who goes invis to remove them. No ways to go off the map. Once the bugs are on you, you have to remove them manually. And that's it.
At least Kunkka is kind of tanky, right, in the lane, so he should be able to survive long enough. Jenter is in trouble here. Fernandez is doing a decent amount of damage to him, but man, the heal from the shackle is just so insane.
It's crazy, right? It's like you do 100 damage and you heal 100 health as well. It's insane.
He's like a new Bane. I feel like Shadow Shaman is the new Bane nowadays.
Except he's better. Oh, one more. There you go. Gets the kill. Surprised to see Fernand's there. I would have imagined he would have played behind the Kunkka, like the Kunkka tank, because it is a Kunkka with going for double bracers. Very durable fella. That's how I play.
Maybe they're. I agree, right? You cannot trade with the Shaman. Well, they're gonna try to go for the Shaman right now. Has double very far. Of course, it does have a cooldown. Turns around. Well, the innate ability will cancel out the shackles on its own. Now they're gonna be doing some damage to Cutie as well. Who's gonna have to use the one charges. He might still go down here. Should have the Shikuchi to get himself away. Didn't connect with the Tidebringer, but Cutie's still kind of low.
I like the fastest he went for with the high tide on Kunkka. He's thinking, okay, if I can max out the Tidebringer, I can harass these two are relatively low health heroes, particularly the Weaver, who has 5. Oh, okay, sorry, he's got 600 health. He got 500. He moved both Iron Branches and the Magic Wand. My God, Weaver's got low strength.
That's
18.
insane.
Jeez, man.
He has to be easy to kill, man. The hero does way too much damage, and it's very elusive, right? Imagine if he was tanky as well.
You gotta say though, he's one of the most fun heroes to play. The Weaver, being able to time lapse or run one direction is well. Oh, top lane Takizawa, sir, 4-3, lot of low health people.
Everybody's low HP except Rare Gods. They don't have a glyph, so diving this is gonna be impossible. And 43 and Sarah are gonna be dealing with the creeps, no issue.
One of the nice things about Bounty Hunter is that he's got really no set item build. You can build this guy anyway. Some people like to go for Boots of Bearing. Some people like to go for Guardian Greaves, Auras, Utility. I don't know if I would say Phylactery is worth it, but you can go damage as well.
In this game, it's a Yules, I think, versus Kunkka versus the Warlock. It makes the most sense to go for Yules.
I'm interested to see what his boot choice is going to be, honestly. I like Guardian Greaves a lot, as he is getting that second point in Janada. Well, 1 point in Janada at level 2. Janada, the problem with Janada is that Shuriken Toss is too good, that you only get 1 point in it for most of the game. And that feels sad, because I love stealing the gold with it.
Versus the anti-mage, it kind of sucks, right? He takes away your mana. But I think maybe in this lane, I wouldn't even mind 2 points in Janada.
Right? Finally, someone who agrees.
I think you can. There are a lot of lanes where I'd say maybe even not even getting a single point is the way. But in this lane in particular, just getting some gold away from the anti-mage, you're gonna lose your mana anyways. This wouldn't be a bad deal.
And unfortunately though, Shuriken Toss just scales so well, and you get that double with the through and through. If you track someone, you throw the Shuriken on someone else, it passes through and bounces back to them. So you lose a ton of damage by even missing 1 point of the Shuriken Toss. Oh,
Man, I've seen through and through going through some people a couple of times. It's insane how much damage it can do.
Exactly. So it's like you really want to max it out early, which makes putting more points in Junada feel not so good. As bomb lane.
There's the bugs. Gonna go towards Fernance, who's most definitely dead. Blaze did deal with the bugs, so that's good. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, was that a solo kill? That was a solo kill. That really should not happen. Invoker is not a bad hero, but he's not really a solo kill hero this early on. You at least need some stun to help you.
Oh, they want to get Lays. They bring 3 people bottom. Rare Gods is tracking him down. Or are they going to go for the Hoodwink instead? They want one of them. They're going to go for Hoodwink.
He's dead with the Sunstrike.
Oh, yeah.
Even the courier, poor guy, loses his wand and a sentry says he's gonna be coming. He's like, I want to be a part of the fight so that I get some extra books. But dude, it is your teammates that are dying.
He's like, can I get half a page for them? Like, nope, not even half a page, unfortunately. It's like, aww. He's only got 2 right now. That's a very short
pages? I think those are pages. I feel like it's like extra books.
It says empowers the Black Grimoire. So I think the Black Grimoire, which is 1 book, gets more, like thicker.
Okay.
I mean, that makes who walks out with 20 books in their pockets, right? Like it's just the book itself gets slightly thicker every time.
Dude, he's he's a warlock. He summons things. It's gonna be like Hermione's bag in Harry Potter,
20
right?
books, no way.
Dude, she had a tent in it, like a tent that 10 people can live in, right? So it's the 20 books isn't really out of the question.
That's the Harry Potter world. Be realistic. We're talking about Dota.
Okay. That makes sense. Shadow Shaman gets caught. Tornado to cover for him. Gentle will still be alive. He has the boots. There's the shield ruin on the Invoker. Still not really taking any damage. Meteor completely off the mark. Says taking some damage. Kitsura dropping low. There's going to be shackles onto this Supreme Lash. And he's alive on Janitor. They've got nothing to connect on him.
Well, makes it out. Even though it looked a bit dicey there for V Prodigy, if that shield ruin was on Kazura, he would have lost his life, as they are going to be contesting them. Lays gets the bugs on him.
A lot of damage onto him. The Sunstrike connects, he's dead. And now these 2 supports fighting the Weaver. It's going to be super hard. Sed dropping low. Rare Gods is going to be staying within the Wisdom, trying to get the kill on Sed. This is so bad. Hoodwink and the Warlock, they really need their level 6s. This Warlock is not getting books. Their couriers are just dying one by one.
Oh man, that's going to be the double. I mean, it's double Wisdom for VP Prodigy. And we've talked about the acceleration that you get from a Bounty Hunter. He's close to level 5. It's not, not super high, but very scary here for the Dire side. He's going for Spirit Vessel first item. I like it. I think that getting some damage on your Bounty Hunter is very useful.
I like the urn. I don't know. Spirit Vessel might be overkill, but it's fine, right? Kunkka is a hard hero to kill. With the Spirit Vessel, not so much.
Not so useful against the Leshrac, who is going to go for the Guardian Greaves, though, but still fairly valuable. Oh dear.
Goodbye, Fernance. And this is so bad. These supports being level 3, they're gonna be food. Imagine what happens when you get the track.
I was just gonna say, like, this is such a nice game for the Bounty Hunter right now. As you know, the anti-mage is not gonna do too much. This enemy supports are level, like you mentioned, level 3, super easy kills. Oi. Well, it's a tough one. What's the Invoker gonna go for? If Katsura is he's going Meteor Hammer on the Invoker.
Yeah, that's a farming item. He's gonna go towards the 2 camps and just farm. Takizawa looks kinda dead. This is big for the supports to be part of some kills. Sunstrike
lands, but not enough. Supreme is gonna be the target here, much juicier.
They don't have the Sunstrike now though.
Don't need it.
Even a much easier kill.
Easy enough. Supports now both hitting level 5.5 here. Rare Gauze that track. It's like, it's coming. It's coming.
There's gonna be a lot of money, especially with the mid lane tower being opened up. Imagine how easy it is gonna be for them to just move toward between top and bottom and just get kills over and over again.
You know, as much as I like the bounty hunter, the track, oftentimes, you know, even when I win, I look at it and I'm like, oh, I only gave my allies like 500-600 extra gold. Myself, I get, you know, 3,000, which is insane. But when it comes to accelerating your allies, it's not that much extra gold, to be fair with you.
I don't know, man. You get team gold. Like you just said that you got like 6,000 extra team gold. That's 2 smaller items.
Fair. No, you definitely add up. It's just, you're not saying like, you know, 3,000 gold for everyone and 10,000 for you. It's much smaller, like modest numbers. Very impactful for sure, though. As Supreme wants to get the mech. Lays is also farming. There's no, like 4-3 is the only one showing in the lane. Everyone else is kind of scared.
They just don't have, their laning phase went badly. This is the Meteor Hammer build, started by Stoikov. He's the first one I saw doing it.
Does that mean he started, or does that just mean the first one you saw?
I'd say he started it because I was looking at the other invokers as well and nobody was doing it. He was the first one that started doing it every single game.
I'll always remember when Bulba showcased the Tinker Farming Ancients idea. No one had done that before him. I was like, that's insane.
This has never been done before in the history of Dota.
Until he did it. Makes me think. I'm like, huh? Where is Bulba right now? What's he doing?
He's coaching.
Which team?
What do you call it? The team with Timado, with Abed.
Yeah. I think I know the team, but I don't
Gold dropped. One of the 2 supports, they're quite deep. They're not going to be connecting with the bushwhack, and you need to run away, Red God, which is not going to be happening. Both of the supports will just go down. Oh, Gentry somehow still alive. Not for too long. He will be taken out. So Inner Circle, nice usage of the golem. The question is, can you get a tower?
So eats the book to get the golem out, and it is a very rewarding exchange for them. Not exactly a massive amount of gold or EXP, but just shutting down the bounty and the Shadow Shaman for a bit is nice for the team.
They're in VP right now. That's where Bulba is.
Very nice. I think I saw VP in Dream League Div 2. Unfortunately, that was not the best showing I saw from them. Because I was wondering, I was like, when you said VP, I'm like, VP Prodigy, what happened? The top lane, 4-3 is dead.
Says next. That's 1 track kill. Lesh is coming as well. He wants to give them more track kills. No, please don't do it. Okay, he's gonna stop the TP. Thank you.
That's a lot. I don't think the track kill is in the like battle summary thing.
No,
because it's only showing. Yeah, there's like that's no way you only get 96 assist gold from 2 people. You would have got massive amounts. Either way, big gold coming out. Bounty Hunter, of course, makes the most. He just shows up, tracks 1 person, he makes the most gold in the fight. Crazy. Very balanced for him. Drops an Observer Ward. Unfortunately, it's right inside the sentry. Instantly gets removed. And at least the track comes out. What is that bushwhack?
Yeah, sometimes it's just so long. He wants the bounty. He's not going to be chasing any longer. Supreme, you get tornadoed. Goodbye haste, and then goodbye your life.
Gonna be the Desolator gonna be finished very soon for the Weaver. Already also has the Falcon's Blade and the Power Treads. It's kind of crazy. As a support, you never buy Power Treads on Weaver, but as a core, you're like, I gotta get it for the extra stats.
Do you even get any boots as a support?
No way. Boots are for noobs. As a support, of course.
Look at now, Sand King's got a blink. They're gonna have that Deso. Their timing is right now. Track. Sunstrike. Goodbye. Another extra kill, and like every time they get a kill, the gold lead is increasing by 1k.
I saw that as well. It was like 3,000, and they get the squirrel. And you're like, wait, can we look at the fight recap and see how much it was exactly? It's okay, only 500 gold.
Only, yeah. Oh, you
although
need to
they
defend this mid lane tower, this bottom lane tower, they're chasing Takizawa. You need some vision on him. And
Snakes, Meteor Hammer, and Deso. Very scary for Inner Circle right now. And you have
Wisdom
to
Shrine. Oh no, man.
1,
Dire's bottom
2.
tower is under attack.
Aye. Well, how is 423's anti-mage doing? Because that could be a big deal. Gets them on a void raise. That is such an insane talent choice. Your ultimate being way bigger or 3 health regen. Like, for the love of God, what is that?
I mean, I don't know, man.
It's like, give me, I don't know, maybe blink plus 100 range, or blink minus half a second cooldown, something like that. It's not a big deal. But he's like, no, 3 health regen. And you go, oh, okay. That's
Alright, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. He at least has his Battle Fury 15 minutes in, not the worst timing, not the best either. And there it is again. We're gonna be seeing the Ice Wall into a Meteor Hammer.
Courier has been killed.
They are going to have both the Pipe and the Guardian Greaves in the next fight. The problem is they're not going to have an anti-mage. We've seen this so many times. It's basically your pubs. Anti-mage doesn't want to fight early. He wants to AFK farm, and he's going to let you handle the whole game. In 4 Protect 1 strats and lineups, do you give more credit to the one or the team who makes the space for him?
For the one, of course.
Really?
Miracle won all of the games, right? And then all of these other guys, they are trying to mimic him, and 4+1 doesn't work because there's no Miracle.
Okay. I mean, if it works, if the strategy works for one guy only, I still think that makes it a bad idea, right? It's like only one guy can pull it off, and
Get
should do
good,
it.
get good, Otomo. That's what I have to say to you.
I think Satanic plays that style very well, though.
We'll see now how it's gonna go with Triple S.
Oh, he's dead.
Bye.
Another track
Shooting
kill
the air
for
as
it.
well.
Nice move there by Regas. It's like, I'm just stacking for the other side, and it's another track kill as he's now 9 and a bit, not too far from level 12, where the track goes almost doubles basically.
What do you mean, Otomo? He's level 9.
Yeah, he's not too far from 12.
There's more of a path between 9 and 12 than 6 and 9.
Dude, he's 9 and a bit. He's gonna be 10 now.
Guardian Greaves, where's the other track? He's not gonna be using it. Supreme survives. There's so many TPs from Inner Circle, and now VP Prodigy can stay in the vicinity, especially with Takizawa being here. They're all here. They've got the Aegis going in. Oh no, you caught our Invoker. No, you didn't, because the end of the world is coming. Even with the rump buff, it's gonna be so much pain. Nice bushwhack as well. They're using their spells really well on the side of Inner Circle, but it doesn't matter because QT is killing the backlines. Goodbye, Warlock. Hello, Fernaz. Gonna be saying goodbye to him as well. Oh, there's that big mana void we talked about. Takes down the Bounty Hunter and the Aegis as well, but it's gonna be 4 heroes dead, and the gold lead jumping to 7k.
Oh, I think that was the 2 track kills at the very least. I saw one on the Warlock, and I believe one on the Kunkka as well. And you can see the money just rolling in for VP. Oh, at least they get something out of this 4-2-3 taking away the Aegis. That means that you're not going to expect QD to be as aggressive in the next fight, at least.
I don't know, man. QD came into that fight with almost no mana. So I feel like if he's coming with full resources, that he's going to be very, very aggressive, even more so.
This is the difference between the Weaver and the Anti-Mage. Just Weaver's so active early on. However, Anti-Mage is getting kind of close to at least the Yasha. His level is not too bad either, actually. I think he's the highest level person in the game, almost.
He is the highest level in the game. Oh, Fernance lives there because QD makes a mistake with the swarm. That would have been another kill for sure.
Tower is under attack.
That spell can occasionally, be a bit hard to catch. Oh, triple
God's
bounty.
Quadruple bounty.
Quadruple, yeah.
Quantuple, because they killed the bounty as well.
The bounty hunter. A lot of gold, though. That's actually 2,000 gold swing in favor of Inner Circle. Bring down this very rich support, as well as getting the quadruple bounty. Nice dip there.
Kunkka found. They're going to be coming in with the saves. They're looking towards the Lesh as well. Stun connects.
Oh.
Lay's taking some damage. Enter
too
wants to run
bad.
away. Not gonna be happening. He does look very much dead. Supreme caught in the ice wall. He doesn't have anything to save himself any longer, and he's gonna be regretting that DP now.
One of the supports on Inner Circle are going to consider getting a 4-staff for the team right now. But if you're caught inside those cataclysms, you know, Glimmer's not going to help you, Lotus not going to help you. Only 4-staff can actually make a
They're
difference.
so poor.
Radiant's bottom tower
They're so
is
poor.
under
I know what to do. And he wants to get an Aghanim shot on Fernandez. He's like, we need more damage, guys.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It is pretty good damage, honestly, for the Lesh Strike, though. 20% more. Pretty nice. So far, win percentage 65%. Not too high for VP Prodigy, as this is a smoke coming out here for Inner Circle. Catching the bounty, that's fine. If you
If they catch him,
No, they
he's
catch
breaking
him.
their smoke. He's out.
Oh, not even in range of the dust. Oh god.
And now they want to fight. They're right underneath the vision. They're on the Inner Circle.
Oh.
Jenter goes in. That's a bit too aggressive. They're going to be missing some of the spells on him. Epicenter being charged up. Wants to go into the backline.
So it's
Ready to
dead.
kill the Warlock. He then uses ulti. Sunstrike in the backlines. Furnace is gone. And Kunkka left all alone. Going to be eating the Meteor. Uses the boat right now. So the run buff comes in. But the damage output's still too high for him to even attempt to survive.
Dude, Janter's got some big balls on him. To jump in like that and just, you know, he's like, all right, this is not the first time. We saw in the previous game, I believe it was actually Rare Gods who was playing, but they just jump in and they say, our team is going to back us up. No, Matt, we're not worried about it. Pretty insane. And he's going to go for, looks like pipe into Greaves for the Bounty Hunter. I really like this. I think once you get the Spirit Vessel, your damage is pretty good. You don't really need to get more. Why not build some defensive items?
Yeah, right now, because they're playing 5-man, he definitely should. If they were just hunting around the map, you would probably go for something else this way. Plus, he's got a shard as well. If he gets that level 15, it's going to be insane. Tsura gonna get dusted. Nice tornado, and there a dodge. Enter goes in, finding the anti-mage, and there's the cataclysm. Not enough damage in the end. 4-3. Nice usage there of the counter spell. Allows him to live. The cold snap is really annoying. They're gonna give him the healing lotus too. Janter in some trouble. He will be dying in the end there to the damage of the torrent. In the end, it is finally a victory for Inner Circle. Not a big one, but still a victory.
Is it though? They do lose the Wisdom Shrine. So I'm not sure that you can be very happy if you're Inner Circle, because your supports continue to struggle.
Okay,
in terms
negative Nancy. I'm sorry, right? I'm trying to give them a little bit of a boost in morale, because this is probably their last game of the tournament.
I see. I didn't even say that. They could make a comeback. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility at all. Not even probably.
Still calling you
But-
Nancy. Weaver in trouble. Gonna get X. That's not gonna work, my friend. The boat is coming. He's definitely going to die.
Big kill. Very big kill. And 4-3 is the one who picks it up. Massive. Nice moves there coming out for Inner Circle right now. They get the
Still
kill
wanna fight?
on. BKB gonna be the next item for Supreme. Feeling if he gets the BKB, apart from I think Cataclysm and the physical damage of the Weaver, nothing really bugs him at all. Although the track still pierces BKB and you do get that damage amp, which is something we don't talk about very often, but it's a big deal.
It really is. People just die during the track very, very fast. The damage amp 12% is insane. 16
I'll say
in the last level. Gonna take some time.
Yeah, I feel like 8 is kind of not super noticeable. Like it's certainly there. You're like, oh, it's nice, but when you get 12%, 16, you're like, oh yeah, this feels like it's a big thing. I wish there was a talent to buff it up even further, though.
Yeah, sure. Like 100% would be.
No. Like at level 15, you should have like plus, 3 track percent damage or something, or you get the damage reduction. I think that would be fairly fair.
Well, maybe.
Oh,
Maybe.
Here we go.
X, tornado, cataclysm, bye. Ultimate jumps in, Janter. He's gonna shackle himself. Boat won't kill him.
Oh.
Ice wall, not gonna be enough for 3 stuck in the wards. Gonna clear out 1. 4-3 is starting to become a problem.
He is. I think he's going for the Skadi as well, so it's going to get him a huge amount of stats. I like it as well. feeling like, okay, I need to be able to survive. I need to be able to, frontline a little bit for my team. You have the boat buff on you. I don't think you're killing this anti-mage. Maybe the Weaver can actually still bring him down, but still difficult.
What is the Weaver going for? Is he getting a BKB himself? Yeah, he is. Once the Weaver has the data list, that is when the anti-mage dies. But I feel like at that point, the anti-mage will have both the Scotty and the Butterfly. So in my mind, maybe the Weaver should just start going for an MKB right off the bat.
I wouldn't mind seeing that. Pause comes out. What's going on? Lag. Okay. All right. Well, so if it's lag, it's fine. We'll wait. No
If it's
big
something else, it's not fine.
No, it is. When they're like food. I'm like, what do you mean food? No, play. We brought you here to entertain us.
Oh my god, yeah, Ottomo, just get a whip and then get it over with.
If only I could. If only I could. Now, what are we looking at in terms of items? Everyone's kind of working towards something small, but Janter wants to get the 4-staff quite close to it, and then he wants to go for the Agam shard. I gotta say, seeing the shard in action more and more on the Shadow Shaman, I feel like it's still meh, but maybe not as bad as I thought it was. I'm like, it's kind of passable.
I don't know, man. 1400 gold halfway towards the Glimmer Cape. I'd rather have that.
I agree. I definitely agree. Like, he's going for 4-staff first. I'd rather he gets the Glimmer Cape. I don't think that it's usually worth buying the shard, but before I used to think this shard was almost...
Just get a BKB. Just get a BKB. Be a greedy asshole.
Not greedy. You use it to lock the enemy core down. It's very important. This is not greedy at all.
Still greedy.
There are some people in chat who are very angry about something. I'm not quite sure what that is, but we are going to have the Kunkka fleet now available. There we go. This poor Kunkka. Like, actually very poor financial situation.
Not looking good, but your job is to survive for a long period of time, so it's not that big of a deal.
Agam certainly, I don't know if it helps with that, but at least it's, a bit more damage. The second boat might pass through people that the first one doesn't, so it's quite nice. At the same time, 423 having a fairly solid showing on this anti-mage so far, smoking up with his team again, seeing who they can find.
From Inner Circle, Supreme leading the charge. He's got a 9-second BKB. Janter goes in again like a madman, gonna get the Hex onto Lays, gets the Shackle Shot as well. Here comes the Cataclysm, does absolutely nothing, threatening with the Golem, not gonna be dropped just yet. Backline, AM stun. Takizawa is doing so much damage to the support. Both Fernandez and Said dropping low, but are gonna be surviving because of the pipe usage. Now, Bounty Hunter goes in, that's one track kill. They wanna go for more. Tornado gonna be connecting onto them, keeping them all in place. Goodbye, Fernandez. You already lost 3 of your heroes. Maybe you can kill the Invoker, and 423 will be doing exactly that. Now, you don't really have that much lockdown. Janter, maybe he can get on top of somebody. DP out, AM is fine. Lays, I don't think he's going to be that lucky. Oh, well, Janter, not going to be able to find him.
A bit awkward because the tornado hit just as the Takizawa's Burrow Strike came out as well. So that was a bit of, miscommunication. I don't know if you could call it that because it probably didn't communicate at all. It just, it happens. I jump in, the spell lands, you're like, oh, that's... very just bad luck in general. Still a win for VP Prodigy, but Janter forced to buy back. Not super ideal for him.
Definitely not.
Oh, and I noticed also that Janter, he was hit by the Hoodwink's ultimate, so that's why he didn't activate the foul play in that fight. Because unfortunately, it is a breakable ability.
Quite annoying. 9k gold lead, not super huge of an advantage for VP Prodigy. Of course,
yes.
Now with a level 2 track, you lose 1 fight if you're in a circle and you're suddenly 20k gold behind. So you need to be very, very careful. This anti-mage, he literally cannot die until the end of the game. He has his Scott, he's going to go for a BKB. He's just going full on defensive. He understands, I don't need damage. I need to survive and be able to hit. And really, this BKB is the best way to do it.
Agreed. It feels like if he can live long enough, you already have damage coming out from your max mana burn, talent, from your mana void. Honestly, anti-mage is just a hero that generally doesn't need damage items. Surviving is more than enough for him. Oh,
Milko Smoke Said gonna be the first one to get caught. Hex is there. the snakes as well, and they lost their warlock. He didn't have the ulti anyways. Rare God's in some trouble. Then Agon himself from the Kunkka making a difference. He does have a buyback on Jan. No, not on Janter, on Rare Gods, but we're all going to be using it. These two supports of VP Prodigy, they need to be more careful right now. And this is why I wanted to see a use on this bounty hunter. I don't think the Guardian Resist will help him. Takizawa think about going in. Nice D-ward there from Cutie.
Okay, Cutie walks in. Very brave.
Has an 8-second BKB and he should be fine. He's just buying time for their bounty to come back. But the Warlock is coming back just the same. And in 10 seconds, he's going to have a Golem. That's the big thing that's coming in to change the outcome of these fights.
But they do have Epicenter. Oh, here we go.
Flash from the anti-mage. They saw him. There's the Cataclysm as well. Can they kill the anti-mage? He's dropping low. Yes, they can. Oh, what a cleanup. Now they see that the Roche is low. They're going to be looking towards Laze as well, keeping in place while Cutie is finishing off the Roche, getting the second life. And then he's like, oh, I get a free Kunkka kill as well. No problem. Give me those tracks. Give me that gold. And VP Prodigy, the 3 of their cores show that the supports are not really needed.
The triple stun. And this time there was perfect coordination between Takizawa and Katsura as they are able to land the Cataclysm with the Burrow Strike perfectly rather than the Cataclysm Tornado and Burrow Strike. Oh dear. Now you have no anti-mage for 40. Same thing with the Kunkka. And you have Cutie, Banner, Deso. Nearly maxed out Deso as well. Wow.
It's going to be Elena Rax, it seems. They do have a glyph, but with an empowered Weaver. So
it's
so
cute.
much damage.
Yeah, look at the damage coming out. Well, wait 1 second. There you go. Oh, painful. But unlikely that they're gonna get more from that into this push as Orb and their circle are up. But as you mentioned, you can be 8,000 gold lead. You lose one fight, it goes up to 20. Not quite 20, 16, but still a massive deficit. Oh, and double greedy on your supports who already have a bounty hunter. That's nice.
Looking pretty good. 17k gold lead now for VP Prodigy. The anti-mage, he looked so good before that fight, but they got greedy. They thought they could win that Roche fight, that they could take it for themselves, and they were wrong.
You can't really blame them. They didn't have Sir, but the bounty hunter was dead. And they didn't expect that massive Burrow Strike. But then again, Roche against Sand King is very dangerous. So, see ya, buddy.
Anti-mage, they might catch him as well. Nice counter spell there, keeping him alive. There's gonna be a Burrow Strike, Cataclysm 2, and that's a bad anti-mage. Supreme comes over. There's another meteor going over him. Kazura gets a double kill inner circle. They're so close to getting eliminated. Fernansky needs to find a nice spot in the trees to TP out from. Nice guess from Takizawa. Not good enough. And at least the Hoodwink will survive. Kazura is already on the other side of the map. Hello, Lakes. Is there anybody that can connect? The Weaver is TPing in. Same is true for Janter. He's going to be kept in place for so long. Cold Snap won't allow him to move. Blaze is going to drench himself in run, but it's not going to help. It's just going to be a solo kill. Kazura, man, he did an amazing job on this Invoker. My MVP for sure.
18-1-5. He deserves it. As Janter again jumps in without a care in the world.
Is that really how you want to use your golem? I guess you don't really have a choice at that point, and it does look over Otomo, not gonna lie.
Yeah, they called
GG, they called it.
Unfortunate to see, but there really was no chance for Inner Circle in this one. As NY, does that have any meaning?
I think that's a poo. That's a P. Poo. I don't know.
Really?
Even if it does.
Either way, VP Prodigy, apart from like a minor hiccup before that Roche fight, they were in control of the game the entire time. You get both the first 2 Wisdom Shrines, which is massive. They have this Bounty Hunter. How much gold did the Bounty Hunter give them on? Oh, there you go. You can see it. Yeah, everyone 600 to 500, which is what we expected. But it is, as we mentioned, like a lot of extra gold overall for the team. I mean, who do you want to talk? Katsura 18-1, Cutie being involved early. Just an overall very impressive. Takizawa 1 death, but multiple 3-man Burrow Strikes. Everyone, VP Prodigy firing on all cylinders there.
Overall, though, that's going to be it for the first series of the day. Inner Circle versus VP Prodigy. It is going to be going to VP Prodigy, so the first team to get eliminated from from the playoffs is going to be Inner Circle. We have you and me one more game, and there's going to be upper bracket semifinals played today as well. Lynx versus Aloha Squad is going to be our next match. Unfortunately, Automo, we're going to have an hour break because this one ended really, really fast. So everybody at home, go eat something, go take a nap, go have a workout, whatever you want, maybe even play a pub, and then be back in an hour because that is when CCT will continue. Pipsqueak is a
Is a strong team.
powerful team. Yeah.
Yeah, was casting that game yesterday. It was quite impressive to watch how they were able to play it. So Aloha Squad definitely no slouches, and I do think that's why I'm kind of leaning a little bit towards that.
Now I am too as well, right? When I see that Pipsqueak +4 for me is a team that can qualify to tier 1 events for sure. And man, if they took a game off of them and it was actually a hard series, I can see overall, that's gonna be a problem.
All right. Ban starting off, Aloha Squad getting rid of some of the offlaners here. Actually, a lot of offlaners being banned right from the start. Underlord Brew, as well as the Mars. Shadow Demon by Lynx gets removed, even though it's something that QBFY really likes. If you don't have first pick, it's too risky. Shadow Demon, very highly contested. I think one of the most contested supports I've seen.
Yeah, it's flexibility between a 4 and a 5, and a lot of the heroes that are being played right now kind of suck versus the Shadow Demon. Your Underlords, your Razors, your Bath Riders, like all of them kind of suck versus this hero. The Demonic Purge is way too good. Even like an Ember Spirit hates playing versus him.
So far, Shadow Fiend is in the pool, the Razor, and the Viper. Often these are very first pick for banned material. Invoker gets removed. Viper's gone. Treant, Razor, Shadow Fiend.
They're gonna get the Razor, I think, or SF as you. No, Clinks, man. What the hell?
Clink.
They let it go.
There you go. Then of course Aloha Squad's gonna be taking it. They're not gonna let Seven Jesu get his hands on the Clinks. And now Seven Jesu has to pick something else. Will he go for the Shadow Fiend?
No, man. Like Clinks is like the best answer to the Shadow Fiend. Clinks and Muerta as carries. So I feel like now you just let that hero go. Maybe you can pick it and play it as a mid laner, but Primal Beast, okay, that's a solid one.
This is very likely to be Melojul's hero. After the Coddle, he plays Primal Beast the most. So, and it's a decent, it's high armor, great at getting close to the Clinks. We're seeing a lot of them buy just Blink Dagger, so they don't even have to charge in. Harry, I like picking your mind on some stuff. Primal Beast as a support. Viable, not viable?
Not viable. If Desire is not playing it, it's not viable. He's the one who kind of brought it to the scene to play it as a position 4. I think it's not viable. You need Blink Shard, right? And then maybe a Yules or a BKB. Too much.
Too much for a support. All right. They banned out the Jakiro though for Aloha Squad. As Quicker does play a decent amount of Jakiro. Most played hero actually for him. What do they leave? Surprisingly, Razor untouched. Shadow Fiend untouched so far. We'll see.
Razor could be a good one if you want to play this Primal Beast in the mid lane, as you mentioned. I feel like a Razor could be a good one. He's a Crimson buyer. He's good versus the Clinks. So you definitely need a Crimson Guard buyer versus the Clinks, even though a Primal Beast can do it. I mean, I've seen it blink into a Crimson Guard, not out of the question, but it's still versus this hero. It's a necessity.
What are they going to be removing here for Aloha Squad? What could they be worried about? Ringmaster. All right, so they've banned out QBFY and Cracker's most played heroes. The Shadow Demon is also gone. That leaves the Tusk. I wouldn't mind if Team Lynx went for a Tusk, actually. Good to get on top of the Clinks. If the Clinks goes out all skeletons, you can blink, catch your friend, snowball out of there. BKB piercing stun as well. So I'm looking at the Clinks as the next pick for Lynx. The Tusk. The Tusk, my bad.
I like the Tusk. Do you think drinking buddies is an option, or is it still always going to be tag team?
Well, if you're with a Primal, don't think you get many value out of tag team. So drinking buddies becomes a little bit better. But we'll see how the rest of the draft goes if they even go for it. But I do feel like it should. At least I lean strongly towards the Tusk at the moment.
Yeah, with the Ringmaster ban, with the Jakiro ban, they're not being a Treant Protector. I feel like Tusk is probably the best support. Plus, it's a flex between a 4 and 5, and it's a deny pick from Aloha Squad.
They get rid of Sportix Ember Spirit, making sure that he doesn't get his hands on it. They go for the Omni. We did mention that Omni is played as a support by Team Lynx, and they play it as a position 5 here for Cracker. Forces the enemy team to get Nullifier. Now, there is a Largo. You can get the Largo, lick off the Guardian Angel. Another source of dispels, there's Oracle, but I'm not sure how much they want that on Aloha Squad.
Nah, you don't want it, because Repel can only be purged off by Purge that goes through Magic Immunity, which is basically Doom or Shadow Demon, so I feel like you're not. But Largo I like. That one is pretty solid as well, because these two heroes, they don't kill the Tombstone. However, Now you're probably gonna get something like a Muerta on Team Links. Not gonna lie, it would be amazing.
They haven't played a whole lot of Morta though. What would they? I like the idea of this being a 5 Undying, but wherever I want the Undying to go up against the Omni or the Primal Beast. If Primal Beast is 3, great, you put him as a 5. If the Omni is 5 but Primal Beast is mid game, you put him in the off lane because I don't think the Omni deals well with the Undying at all. No,
Nope,
but
not at all.
Position 4 here. There is a Disruptor who's fine.
I still like the Tusk that you mentioned. I wouldn't mind it, even though it's like 2 melee heroes. Or Dark Willow would be amazing. You know, your classics. You could go Hoodwink Dark Willow, or you could go Tusk, or you could pick a Tiny here as a flex between the mid and the 4. That is also an option.
I don't know how I would feel about the Tiny, to be fair. I like the Tusk. The Dark Willow also would be pretty solid. You create a nice zone of control, right? You have the Brambles, you have the Tombstone. I'm thinking along those lines of heroes who can benefit from that. But they're taking their time. They took a lot of reserve time with this one.
Yep. One thing that I think Lynx needs to be careful of is a Timber Saw. You already have an Omni and the Primal Beast. If there's a Timber on the other side, you're going to be in a lot of trouble. So they need to really be careful with their next 2 picks.
Rubik,
Just the standard.
okay.
The standard
Okay.
4, not much there.
Stealing Repel is good. Especially once you have the lower cooldown at level 15. Purification is better, to be fair with you. I kind of like it. Now
I'd like some damage. I'd like some damage on Lynx.
Now I don't feel like I want the Tusk so much because I don't want to have 3 melees. 2 of the, maybe potentially 2 of them in a lane against Undying. I'm looking at a Snapfire, for example, for QBFY.
like that.
Although he hasn't played a whole lot of Snapfire, unfortunately.
What has he played?
Ringmaster, Shadow Demon, Shadow Shaman, Bounty Hunter, Nyx, Lion, and there goes and right after I was gonna say Tusk and Willow. So Willow comes out. I think this is a very good pick. Overall, of the options we mentioned, this seems like the best one.
You need to listen to
Muerta.
me, Otomo. I told you they're gonna pick a Muerta. See, you need to listen to me.
Did I disagree? Did I say no? When you said that, I was like, Now on the other side, what do they want for?
Is this a Huskar? Man, this is a Huskar. Just pick a Huskar versus this Primal Beast. Murder him. Like, murder this Muerta later on. You're not going to be taking any damage from a like this. Come on, let's go. Huskar. Now. Just kidding. They could just put the Primal Beast in the offlane, pick a sniper or something, and close you out.
I feel like it's more likely to be like something like a Leshrac or a Shadow Fiend mid. Or they're going to go for something with an offlane like, we didn't get a chance. The Centaur comes out pretty solid just to get away. There is not much control on the other side. Unless you're caught by the Pulverize or the Brambles, you can just run away from everything. It's mostly slows from Team Lynx. So I like the Centaur quite a bit.
So I guess now you ban out the Mars, right? It's banned out already. So is there anything else that you're afraid of that's going to be slowing you down, like an Underlord maybe?
Tidehunter. You could have that Shard. You have that Ravage. Pretty solid.
I think the Shard.
I think you get rid of the Tide and maybe the Axe for Aloha Squad. Those are the 2 heroes I'd get rid of. Since a lot of the other ones, like the Brew, the Underlord, the Mars, they're all gone. They get rid of a Slardar. Fair. Keeping the Tide and the Axe. Okay.
Axe is... You're not going to play an Axe versus an Undying lane, though. It's just impossible. Plus, later on, he gets a Shard, and you are completely useless. I think you're going to be getting something more of an AoE, so not a Tide. I think Underlord, LC could be okay.
I mean, if we're talking about countering with Tombstone, I think LC is even more countered by a Tombstone. At least Axe can call.
But you have the Purge, right? And
yes.
and you are fast in the laning stage. So that's why I would like kind of prefer it. Though to be honest, in this game in particular, I might even think about picking something else in the mid lane if I was Lynx.
But it's not gonna be double melee against the Undying because Omni's 5. So it's going to be Omni and Morta, and it's going to be Dark Willow plus an offlaner.
But what is a Dark Willow going to do? If I'm Undying, I'm just ignoring her and just smacking the axe in the face.
See, Dark Willow is the biggest oversight in the game. Everyone seems to ignore her, I think. Now, Dark will be fine. Ish. Now, Aloha Squad, they have the next pick coming out for them. Very likely to be their mid laner. As Kotal remains in the pool. No, actually, don't play the call. I mentioned the Shadow Fiend and the Leshrac. Leshrac gets banned out. Shadow Fiend is in the pool. I think, very solid damage overall. Will they go for the Shadow Fiend?
Swap could be a good ban if you do not have a mid laner that's gonna lane versus her. This would be a good Zeus game as well. I'd love a Zeus for Aloha Squad.
I love Zeus in general. I want to see more Zeus in every role, basically. But he does seem like he's countered too much. I feel by the pipe. It's just too annoying. And pipe is such a good item. Zeus maybe needs a little bit of that, like just a straight up damage buff, 1% extra to his innate or something like that might help.
Nah, you're underestimating. I feel people are underestimating Zeus. He's strong, man.
Dude, I'm a Zeus spammer, and I still feel like I need a little bit more, just a little bit more damage most of the games.
Get good, get good.
Get good, of course. They ban out the puck, and they're realizing that there's really not much catch on Team Lynx. Now, if I'm on the other side, I'm thinking, what if I take a Storm for catch, Quap for damage, Shadow Fiend as well could work.
Yeah, all of those are good ones. I feel like whatever you just have to think what are going to be the counters. If you pick up a Storm, yeah, they go Quap. So Storm and the Quap both would be good versus the Primal Beast.
Okay. Lynx, last pick. Again, Coddle mid is something Melajul loves. It has not been banned out. It's been picked a lot. But he does have the Primal Beast, which he's, the more likely. They ban out an off and a mid by Aloha Squad. So they're thinking Primal is very flexible, which is a fair point. If it's off, I like the Tidehunter the most. If it's mid, I like a Coddle. As taking our time on this one. Although Tidehunter against Rubik can be quite dicey.
Go LC. Go LC. Let's go.
Largo, maybe? But they have good burst damage on this. There you go, Largo. Okay, Largo comes out at the very end. They have good burst damage on the dire side, though.
I really want to see how this lane will go for the Largo, right? That is where I'm not sure about it. You're playing versus a Fishman Undying, and he's definitely one of the best ones in the world. Has been for a very long time. This guy loves the hero. So that's the only moment where I'm a little bit afraid for this Largo. However, Largo plus Dark Willow are amazing, right? Whenever I see a hero that combos well with the Dark Willow, and the Largo does, because he can pull you into another Bramble, that is good enough to fight versus the Undying. So I'm kind of curious to see how they lane. If Cubify and Vladik do a good job in the laning phase, they actually can push this Undying back.
I'm looking at the overall two drafts, though. I think I like Aloha Squad a bit more. I'm not quite sure if that's that's gonna sustain it once the laning stage continues. But we have good damage on Shigitsu. We have solid save coming out from the Undying later on. We have Stampede, Quap damage, decent catch and control. Overall, Aloha Squad just seems nice and good pieces. Team Link's a little bit more specialized. Like Omni can be really hit and miss. Dark Willow can be really hit and miss. So I'm going on Aloha Squad.
Yeah, when I look at Lynx, I see a lot of it put on this Primal Beast. I feel like if you do go into the later portions of the game, Muerte is just going to kill everybody. Like, imagine how much damage Largo is going to give him, right? If you are singing a song and increasing the damage, then you give him the Croak of Genius and he just starts attacking. You literally are increasing this Muerte's damage by like 50% or even more, and she already does way too much. So because of that, I think Lynx got a shot. But I think in the mid game, they might just get overwhelmed, right? Because your lanes are not great and your mid game is not great. So I'm definitely on the Aloha Squad side as well.
Same. My worry also about Omni 5 is one of those heroes where when you're winning is just the most oppressive thing, right? Like you want to kill someone, oh, repel. Oh no, the Guardian Angel, we're not killing anyone. Like against him, when you're winning is very hard. But when you're losing, he doesn't feel like he actually provides a whole lot for the team. The heal is like meh, because you're not behind on items and levels. The saves are whatever, because you usually jump 3 or 4 targets anyway. So I'm not really sure how I feel about it. As we are going to go into the game in just a second. It is going to be the omnipresent facet for the Omni Knight. The other one just doesn't heal enough to make it worth it. So I think this is definitely better. Even though the value is mostly in the laning phase.
That is true, but you kind of want your laning phase to do well because Muerta can sometimes be weak in the laning stage, but if you have a very aggressive position 5, it's a bit different. So we might even see Omni rotations through the gate towards the top lane. This Omni for me is the X factor, right? He can make the laning stage for Lynx actually good, which on paper they probably should lose.
Yeah, Omni is a lot on Cracker in this one. What other facets are interesting? There's Frugal Filch for Aloha Dance. I like it. And Rotting Mitts, because again, some of these defensive facets just don't do enough. Like the other one, 10% of Undying Strength for like 10 seconds is whatever. I mean, it rarely gives you more than like 10 strength.
See, Lynx in a smoke, looking to, I guess, only secure the runes. Doesn't look like they're going to be going for much. Good ward placements from Lynx in particular. A lot of them focusing on this mid lane. Mellow Jewel. No, you don't want to be fighting an Undying, my friend. Is that 2 for 2?
2 for 2. I like that we have position 5 Omni versus position 5 Undying. That's, you know, it's like
Why
the
do you
holy
like
versus
that? Why
it's
do
like
you
the thematic, you know, the dark versus the light sort of thing. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, and one is on the Dire, the other one is on the Radiant. That is true.
See? It's just like when you play Dota 1, and it was, you don't put all pick. You can only pick a few heroes for this side or that side. Undying would be on the Dire and Omni on the Radiant.
Okay, sure. Let's see who's gonna be winning, light or dark. Which side are you on? Do you like light more or the dark side?
I'm on the dark side on this one. I'm with the Aloha squad.
If you were a Jedi, you'd be if you could use the Force, you'd be a Sith.
Oh, definitely, for sure. That's completely not what I meant, but and I know you know that. But yes, sure, we'll go with that.
Really, you'd be a Sith, man. What the heck? I always looked at you as like a good guy, not an evil guy. But sure, I'm gonna call you Palpatine from now on. Either way, though, laning stage. Rubik dropping low. Rubik is dead.
Wow.
There's the aggression of the Omni Knight that we talked about, and this isn't a hero that is played too much in pubs right now. So he is played, but not too much. So sometimes you can make a bad decision in terms of how you're gonna be moving and thinking it's gonna be fine. Plus now he's gonna get the boots. Dude, this bottom lane is gonna be amazing, and his rotations are gonna be amazing. X Factor coming into play.
Oh, X Factor taking some damage though, but should be overall okay. He's also taking Hammer Purity level 1. Doesn't want Purification. Just wants to go up and punch people in the face. Wastes a bit of that mana regen, but that's not so bad really. Yeah, punching people who are annoying you, very satisfying.
See, especially with you, you're on the dark side. You probably just punch people
For
just
fun.
to punch them.
Yeah, exactly.
They're gonna go for Fishman. They don't even use the brambles there. Maybe could have threatened his life if they did, but still keep him low.
Need to be careful though. There is now the Tombstone available on Fishman. Now, I don't know how often you play Undying, but I have to ask you this question, Harry. When you die with Undying, do you always remember that you have that innate that brings you back? Or you're like, oh, I'm going to tab out, come back 30 seconds, waste the innate completely?
You know, it's always there, and it always shows you if it's on cooldown, so it's not really hard to understand that that you have it.
You didn't answer my question though. Do you like?
No,
because
I do not tab out when I'm alive.
I see.
I do not tab out ever.
Making the rest of us look bad.
I mean, it's a game. Something is happening. You could give some info to your team. Like, what the hell are you doing? Why are you tabbing out?
See, this is why I'm on the Sith side, because I'm like, screw the team. If I'm dead, I don't care what happens to them.
Well, you're one of those that would never make an empire happen. What about the mid lane? Talk to me about the Primal Beast versus the Quap matchup, because Melojul so far is doing better.
Yep.
Than the Quap. Is that normal?
It's a comfort pick for him. He's been playing a lot of Primal Beasts, and guess that there's just not enough harass coming out from Sportic at the moment. But it's very... It is even though, overall, in terms of the mid lane. It's not a big difference between them. As Aloha Dance again following to Cracker, who can just chase him down with Purification and Hammer Purity. Now, let's make a bet. Purification level 2 or Hammer Purity level 2 at next?
Hammer Purity level 2, of course.
Really?
Yes.
He's got
What
decent
you wanted
mana.
me to go for purification so that you could win your bet?
I mean, I would hope so. I would hope that. I believe that it's gonna be purification. Actually, Sportic
Radiant's
has the blink,
middle tower
should be
is under
fine.
attack.
How much, Otomo? How much are you giving me?
How much
$1
am I giving you?
million okay?
My love and affection is that's worth
Radiant's
like a couple of
bottom
hundred.
tower is under attack.
Couple of
Come
million?
on, no, a couple of hundred. No way. He hits level 3 purification. Boom, easy, and he might be getting a kill out of it on cloud.
Got him.
Bo-
Get him.
bo- hit him.
Get
There
him,
you go.
Cracker.
What the?
Okay.
He almost like I understand giving your team a kill for your core. I get that, but holy crap! Say he let it on the last second. Jeez.
I'm baffled, but also I'm baffled that the Lynx won this laning stage. On paper, their side lanes should have lost like terribly. And you know, in
Agreed.
terms of CS, they're doing really well on the Alola side. But this is definitely good. And as I mentioned, the X factor of the Omni Knight now he can rotate through the twin gates when it's nighttime as well.
I'm not sure
Only
how
gonna
much I
rotate.
rate the Omni Knight's rotation. You know how I knew he was gonna take purification at level 3? Because he had a clarity and he ate it, and I was like, oh, this guy wants to spam his spell. And you're not gonna spam a 90 damage nuke. You're gonna spam a 160 damage nuke. I was like,
I think
that's
you
definitely.
drink a clarity.
Yes, sure, okay. Semantics. He guzzled down that clarity one shot, like one time, and then I was like, okay, this guy's definitely wants to.
Still drinking.
Still drinking, yes.
Either way, I don't know why you don't like the Omni rotations. He didn't rotate though. No, Melody was
Fishman.
rotating towards Fishman, who's going to be using the
Nice
tombstone inside of
tombstone.
the pit. There's going to be a lot of zombies. Somebody needs to deal with that right now because the others are coming. She gets to doing a decent amount of damage, but the tombstone is gone. Now there's going to be a crisscross. She gets running forward. Wow, Cracker, he rotated as well. Rambles off the mark. Sonic Wave Sportic is going to be keeping himself alive. Rune on the bottom lane. It's a shield rune. Nobody going to be getting it just yet, but probably going to be going towards the co-op and Lynx. They have to bail.
Yeah, Omni-Knight support, you rarely actually put more than one value point in Hammer Purity. It's insane, the laning phase, but afterwards you max Purification and Repel and keep and focus on just saving your allies. Still provides so much value early on.
I mean, he got the first blood just so easily running down the
Yes.
Rubik. It was kind of dumb.
And then he gets another kill as well on the Rubik, so he's actually, in terms of net worth, having a very good time.
And so annoying playing the Muerta versus the Centaur. He maxes out the Retaliate and you can't do anything. And later on down the line, he buys a Blade Mail and
Yep.
you literally cannot attack him. You will kill yourself.
But it's not as bad as when you play Jakiro against the Centaur, and you're like, oh shit, I actually attack him twice as well every time. Oh, that's the worst. One of the
You
few
literally
times where
take more damage.
Yep. It's one of the few times when you wish you didn't have that as an innate for Jakiro. Now, looking at items, what's Omni-Knight thinking about? It's gonna be Arcane Boots, probably first item, but afterwards, Omni-Knight, similar to something like a Bounty Hunter, you really can buy whatever it is you feel like you want. Do you want Locket, Force Staff, Greaves? All of them are viable options.
What
for
about
the
a
hero.
Blink? What about the Blink?
Maybe late game is kind of works, right? Like you need to jump in and save someone. Your cast range isn't amazing, so Blink is all right.
Oh, they want to force out the Stampede on Cloud. I don't think they can kill him. But they can most definitely force out the Stampede. He's out. Is he out? They're gonna try. Nah,
Slow down. But just so tanky. 1400 health. Pure damage is amazing from the Omni-Knight, but when a person has a hull, it's not much in terms of numbers overall. As Melajul will be fine.
no mana for the Sonic Wave, and it actually would have been enough. It would have been exactly enough to get the kill. The Sporty just had a little bit more mana.
What a body
Nice
block.
illusion.
Dire's
Yep.
top tower is under attack.
Like if Aloha Dance didn't do all those micro plays, followed by a lift, followed by another body block, that would not have gone to Sportic. So the teamwork from Aloha squad, very nice. Despite being 0 and 5, they are actually the team with the net worth lead.
We kind of
Somehow.
mentioned it, that their laning stage should be pretty good, and it is. But I feel like with these 5 kills, Lynx has made it so that they can survive in the mid game.
I think so too. Mela Jewel is going to be the big, like tip of the spear for them to play around. Is he going to go for a blink? Hasn't indicated just yet, but I think you kind of need it. Your catch without him is weak. Largo is not going to be helping too much. He's already queuing up the Acceptor, which is the right move to make, of course. But yeah, that's Largo. The AFK farms for the next 6-7 minutes. 6-7.
He's he can't do anything without his Aghanim Scepter. Maybe even more, considering that his laning stage is going really badly. He did get 1 kill, but he's going to be needing a lot more. Maybe if some rotations are made towards him from the Dark Willow Primal Beast duo.
I feel like I'd rather have my Largo just being like, okay, I'm doing fine in the lane, guys. Focus everywhere. I can solo this lane. And that's what they're doing. They're going to go Aloha Dance. Solid. Sonic Wave.
Forte needs to be careful. He can die if he's not careful, right? Onslaught into a heal and you're just dead.
Cracker. We're maxing out the heal. And 900 gold. Yeah, I feel like Melody was definitely going for Blink. When you usually save gold, like, and just queues up as we're talking about it.
He was hoping for some stacks there, Melojul, but nothing to steal from the opponents.
It's like when you open the fridge, hoping you find cake or something, and you're like, oh, there's nothing in there. Oh, damn it. You a big cake fan, Harry?
I like good cakes.
Okay.
It's not like I see a whichever cake and I'm like, yeah, that's awesome.
What's your favorite cake flavor?
Chocolate.
Yeah, that's the way, man. I hate it when someone's like, oh, pineapple. I'm like, what are you, weird? Why I like fruitcake.
There are some fruitcakes that I like, but like, you know, it's chocolate. Because I can eat a lot of sweets. Either way, though, they might be eating Cloud this time around with Melojul being in the vicinity. They definitely can't kill him, but Stamp. Oh, what a stun from Cloud. Just before the onslaught had connected, that would have been a kill. Sportic deeping in to defend him. This is probably going to allow them to defend the tower as well. Here's the Veil, still available. No Sonic Wave just yet.
Well, 4 on 4 here. Yep, Cloud can't make it. Nice TP there, honestly, by QBFY. Oh. Shigetsu rotated.
Well, he's gonna be fine. He baited him in. Oh, he wanted to kill. He still has Pierce the Bell. There's the repel. 7 Jesu standing his ground. He's gonna be killing the zombies. Cloud coming in with double Centaurs. Misses the first stomp. The second one will connect. There's the Pulverize. 7 Jesu. Somebody needs to deny him. Not gonna be happening. Dies to the Scream. It's a 1-for-1 at the moment. Melojul with his Arcane Rune doing a lot, but now gonna be slowed down to a crawl. And Shigetsu coming in to deliver the damage. No more Guardian Angel. No more extra armor. No more life. 2 of the cores will drop down. They don't mind losing their Centaur for this, because the tower is next on the menu.
I love how Aloha Squad recognizes that we're not gonna be seeing Vladik at this point with this Largo. He's not gonna help the team, so they're like, all right, we're just gonna go. QBFY TP'd out, so he couldn't join the team again. They saw him right in front of them, and they said, let's just keep going. Shigetsu, that was a bait for sure, but went very well for him.
It could have gone really badly, though. He was dropping down very, very fast.
I was like, oh man, that's scary, but it was not enough to bring him down. The truth is, Lynx needs to kind of slow down at the moment until Largo's ready to fight, which is some time from now, though.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Dead shot stolen by the Rubik. That's a level 4 dead shot. That's a huge spell to have.
And it's also amplified by his damage. It's 360 just from the start as oh, big stacks.
I mean, you need that blink on the Primal Beast, right? As fast as possible.
Melojul's actually suffering quite a bit in terms of net worth. Him and Vladik, this is very scary. The main guy who's supposed to make space is struggling, and the guy who's gonna, pick up the sword after is also not doing too well.
They're gonna have to get their Muerta to fight somehow. He has a Maelstrom, so he would definitely like to farm, but sometimes your carry might have to join. You might be missing that little bit of extra damage.
Sometimes the carry actually has to do something useful for once in the early games. Like, I know you want to AFK farm for 35 minutes, but if you do that, we're gonna lose. And 7 Jess is like, fine, I'll show up.
Carry haters.
I mean, we just...
LeBron, he's hating on carries as well.
He's right. He's damn right to hate them. They stink. I mean, some of them, of course. Present company excluded.
I'm not a carry player, so
Uh,
that's fine.
But well, it's like Cloud's just farming up. What's he gonna go for? Going for the pipe. Very nice, because you look at it.
Under attack.
It's mostly magic damage from the Radiant side. Morta and her ultimate deals magic damage. Primal Beast is pure magic. Largo is pure magic. So a pipe in this game goes a really long way for the squad. And Fishman, he's going for mech. I thought the same. You're kind of damage capped how much you can throw out in a second on Team Link. So a mech into Greaves and a pipe is just insanely useful.
Is the center gonna go pipe first, or is he gonna get a blink? What do you
No,
think?
pipe first. He's got pipe first. He already has the cloak. I think this is absolutely 100% the right choice, because pipe does fall off a little bit in effectiveness. 400 barrier is great early. 400 barrier in 35 minutes is just not so much. It's 400.
But you still have that aura, right?
Yeah, it's 10%. It's 8% damage reduction. Is that a lot?
No.
Well, it's not much. Like, it's better than nothing for sure. I'm not like shitting on pipe late game. 8% definitely adds up, but it's not a big deal.
Yetsu's getting this tower. Do they have a blink on the Primal Beast? Yeah, he does, but he doesn't have the pulverize. Look at they're all
teams
in
are
good
behind him.
position, jumping in. Onslaught
Big
forward
job.
there as well. That's a nice tombstone, but it doesn't matter. Won't change the damn thing. He killed the tombstone as well. Extra 100 gold is there for their side.
Might have been better to throw the tombstone as they were pushing, actually, expecting that that guy, to be jumped on. Either way, big punish on Shigitsu, and you can look at the other side. They're farming very nicely on 7 Jesu. This Mort has 1,000 gold, over 1,000 gold ahead of the Clinks.
Yep, this Undying is gonna be needing a shard as fast as possible. Man, I actually let go of this mech and just go for the shards.
On Undying?
Yes, this Clinks is gonna die every time, and you actually don't have a better frontliner. Not gonna lie, to just push down towers in that regard.
But the cast range from the tombstone is not amazing with the shot. Oh, whoa, Sportic.
Going in, Sonic Wave pushes the
Dead.
Purify away, but still dies in the process. They really overestimated their ability. 7 Jesu does a lot of damage. We talked. Oh, double curse crown. The 2 supports are just gonna get murdered now by this Muerta. The right things they hurt so much. Now they see Shigetsu too. He's gonna be dealing with Fishman. Needs one more hit there, and we'll be getting him. Tombstone is gone. Shigetsu will be going down. He does take Cracker down with him, but it won't matter because it's a huge fight victory for Lynx to take down 4. Undying is just alive, so because that's what its hero does.
Ceaseless Dirge. So super good. Very noticeable when you have it. Oh dear. Cloud was not in that fight. Cloud's actually been very not involved. Only 1 assist and that's it. Of course, they don't have many kills to begin with, but certainly feels like they need his pipe. They need him in the front line right now. Oh, a
Yeah,
low
for
dash.
sure.
That's a shitty spell to steal, I think.
Maybe with that pipe they can fight the Tormentor. It's not out of the question, but it's definitely not going to be easy, especially because Largo will have his Aghanim Scepter.
How close is he? I believe that's it. It's flying up. Here you go. Pipe is finished. Okay. Big power spike for the Dire squad. And there's still no... Largo's axe is just 100 gold. Can you kill him before he gets it? Doesn't seem likely.
Nah, no way. They're not really looking to fight right now, especially not without the Sonic Wave. There is an AD rule in the Queen of Pain. It is going to be expiring, or you need to use it before the Tormentor fight, though.
There you go. Picks up the Aghanim Scepter. Big power spike on both offlaners. Pipe on one side, Ags on the other. As Fishman, he has the money. Okay, he is going to go for the mech.
That's a dead hero. Aloha Dance. He did steal the onslaught, but there's still going to be a cursed crown on him, so I don't really see him surviving this one. Deadshot also connects just for the added vision, and Cubify, he's the one that gets the kill there with the Bedlam.
Lynx is sticking together so much better than they are on Aloha squad. Like, again, we just don't see Cloud with the team. Fishman was not there when they needed it in this fight. In general, it's just been looking really good from movements from Team Lynx. It has come at the cost of their core, sacrificing a bit of farm, but not much. Their carry is having a very good time.
Plus this primal beats, he's got the shards, the combo, blink, shard, onslaught into pulverize. There's just so much lockdown that you can go with.
Remember this shard was considered one of the worst in the game. Now it's like super good.
Yep. I mean, it's 325 damage. That's kind of insane.
With a stun as well. Like 1.4 second stun from a distance. You can also hit multiple targets with either the main rock or the split up rocks. No, it's not bad.
Are the split up rocks also 325 damage?
I believe so.
That's dumb. That's too much.
Because it doesn't mention...
Any
oh,
reduction.
Melajul! Yeah, it doesn't mention that they do any reduced damage. It just says he throws a rock and they do damage. I'm pretty sure it's 325 as well.
Okay. The Tormentor fight is going to be happening in a minute and a half, so Melajul will be alive at that point. But the side of Aloha squad will have good division on the top lane. However, there's still that one nice ward from Lynx that really can make a difference.
They might need to take that tower as well. Having the tier 3 still standing right before the Tormentor fight, usually not a good thing for the Dire squad. As Cloud, botline for his team, smoke being used by the Radiant supports. Who are they going to find? Do they even want to find anyone?
They want to get into a good position, but somebody needs to deal with the wave. That's going to be Melajul.
Shigitsu might break the smoke. He moves a bit south, but doesn't seem likely.
It's going to move on to enemy vision, though. They see Shigetsu now.
They
a
make a beeline
problem
for him. Straight away, they want him. However,
That's really
the
bad.
prime will be. Oh, there you go.
Well, that should be shard for Lynx, right? I having a really hard time seeing Aloha defending this.
No, they could maybe delay it somewhat, but I don't think they are. It's just better for them to avoid the fight. Shigitsu. This is just the difference. Team Lynx, I always see them moving four-man. You know, everyone holding hands. Aloha squad trying to out-farm them, and it works for a certain level. But at this point, the kills are just giving too much gold.
To me, this is the fault of the Centaur. If you wanted to farm, then don't get a pipe, get a blink. At least you're going to be getting between camps faster. But with this pipe, I thought he was just going to be posturing aggressively and giving so much info to his team. He has done no such thing. He's always farmed in the most defensive spot on the map.
I agree. Cloud has definitely played a lot less aggressive than I think he should. We're looking at Solar Crest coming out of the Omni-Knight. In general, up against Lynx, while Solar Crest is, like, you know, for you not the best, it is very useful at reducing the damage to other people. Personally, you of course want to get a Ghost Scepter. Oh, Bedlam stolen. Nice.
He doesn't have the blink yet, so it's not super useful.
It is improved by a decent amount of damage though, because he does have that Arcane Supremacy. It does 85 per tick, and I think you have what, 3 or 4 ticks per second? 4 ticks. Damn, that's insane. 360
you really
magic
do.
damage a second.
You melt people for sure.
Melajul working towards the BKB, and once he has the BKB, the Direct has no way of actually stopping him from using it. And yeah, the secondary rocks did just 325 damage, instantly killed the ranged creep.
Pretty good position for Lynx right now, and I can't say the same for Aloha squad. So what's the play for Aloha squad? Like, what are you waiting for? Are there any certain items that change the game at the moment?
Cloud just finished his Blink Dagger. That's nice. Shigitsu's working towards his Aghanim Scepter. That might be the bigger power spike, honestly, as we are going to be seeing double Aghanims. The Queen of Pain wants one, and the Klingsk wants one. So once those two have it, then the damage output of the Dire Squad shoots up. It won't be enough to overcome this Omni, though, who has been presenting a massive problem for them. Meanwhile, they are just going behind Seven Jesu, saying, you hit stuff. We'll protect you, bro. Working out pretty nicely for them as well. As they continue to farm a little bit more efficiently on the Dire Squad, Cloud on this Centaur is the second most farmed core on the map. But again, just continues to be quite shy in his approach to the game. Meanwhile, bomb lane, Sportic is there. Needs to be careful he doesn't get caught. He's just going to twin gate to the other side of the map. While, oh dear, who is that? Aloha Dance? Not the biggest problem for the Dire squad. Losing the Rubik over there, it's acceptable at least. As Cracker calls nailed it. And that's going to be, unfortunately, sorry, Roshan falling to Team Link's. No contestant coming out. Damn, the damage is insane. But no contestant from Aloha squad, feeling like it's just not worth it.
Yeah, easy Roche takedown, and man, things are looking better and better for Lynx with every passing minute. I really thought, and we talked about it, the late portion of the game, it should go towards their side, so I think Aloha, they're in trouble.
The sustain, right, is also going to be a big deal. With Largo Omni on your side, Muerto has that, if she gets the shot, she gets the life steal as well.
Guardian Angel.
Guardian Angel, of course. But they are going to have double Aghanim Scepters in the next fight. Both the Queen of Pain and the Clint just finished theirs.
Yeah, that really does change the damage output a lot, right? But I still think that if you are Aloha now, you need to approach these fights carefully, that you cannot go for the burst. Even though their heroes are pretty good at bursting you down, I don't think it's going to be working out.
Oh, Shigetsu giving some vision. That would be nice to kill Melajul for sure, Fishman. Okay.
He got stuck for a second. He does have the trample. Shigetsu, Curse Crown, will connect there onto the two of them. Purify standing his ground. He has the Acid Strength. He's still alive. Sonic Wave being used in the backline. But they're healing. You just don't have the damage. Cloud is coming forward. Cubify is living through it. And the heals are there. The elixir comes through. Cloud is just now isolated. And Muerta, he's just a couple of shots at him. He's gone.
Oh my. You know, we always talk about like the Dark Willow being relatively easy. Dark Willow took like 4,000 damage in that fight. If you look at the fight recap, 2.2 from the Centaur, 2.4 from the Clicks, and still not enough to bring down this Dark Willow.
And he doesn't have defensive items himself. I guess Spirit Vessel gives you some HP, but it's really not that much. And now he's gonna have a Yules. It's flying towards him.
It's Essence Ring. It's Omni Knight. Oh dear. I think that fight almost seals the deal for me. I can't imagine now you winning on the Dire side.
Radiant are scanning.
You think so?
Dire's middle tower.
Think it's over?
I would say it's like of course every game you can come back from, but if I was putting money, I would say yes. I would say this is over. Fishman.
Fishman. He even stopped his Tumblr's toy. They're not gonna chase another dead shot off the mark.
Mario, this is Seven Jesu with an Aegis standing in front of towers as the Dire squad kind of scratching their heads on how they're gonna overcome this problem. I gotta say, I'm not sure how valuable a Lotus Orb is in this game. I mean, it's fine against the Pulverize, but there's really not much else for you to reflect. Like what? Cursed Crown, I guess?
Lotus is really good versus Dark Willow, man. Like you purging that off, it really helps. Every single one of her spells, even her ulti, can be purged off.
Okay. Oh, jump in.
Oh,
big.
What? The saves are there. They just can't kill him. This is just so impossible to play against one repel, and he's just running forward, not taking any damage at all. Rock throw will not connect, and at least they're gonna get out on Aloha squad.
Oh, what? They threw everything they have. To be fair, Largo was dropping very quick, but unfortunately not quick enough. And dude, Cracker is having a phenomenal Omni performance. Fierce QBFY top, then saving the Largo bottom.
Once he gets that Blink Dagger, I don't see how heroes are gonna die at all. Right now, he was in a really good position on the Omni Knight. He expected this move, but once he gets the Blink, he can be a little bit more in the back and still be fine. Okay, he's stuck.
Help me, step bro. I'm stuck.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
He's fine.
You know that reference?
No.
Oh. I'll talk to you about it afterwards then. Seven Jesu. One goes high ground. Team is actually nowhere near him, by the way. I imagine that they suspect that his team is behind him, but Seven Jesu is just by himself with only Cracker protecting him.
He's just way too strong there with the Aegis, right? You cannot commit. That's the thing. You see a heal from the Omni Knight and you just can't go for him. Plus the Omni Knight has a shard.
Pretty good shard, honestly. I like it. I think it's a nice viable shard for him both as a support and a core. Obviously better as a support though. As second heal. I like it.
mean,
I like
even
it.
as
It's
a
nice.
core, you start running in, you start doing some damage. And at some point, even core Omni Knights, if it's not a carry Omni Knight, they turn into these backliners. Offlane Omnis do that all the time. There's the smoke from Aloha squad.
Oh.
Ionis
Okay.
is not here, but he can TP.
Scanning.
And he does have the outpost as well available for him. They might consider going for Melajul instead if they knew where he was. And I think someone's going to take the shrine, but they lose both at this point. This has got to result in some form of a win for them.
Yeah, they're waiting for on the rune, and nobody's going there for links. They understand. Right now, we just stay a little bit passive, wait for the next Roshan. This game is ours. So it's on Aloha squad to make something happen, and now they're going to go for a counter smoke. A little bit too late for my taste. You're probably not going to be catching it, but if they continue staying on your vision, you are. Dark Willow is already TPing.
Oh, here they go. Looks
Fine.
like they should be able to make it out in time, though, for the dire side.
Well,
Oh, you like this. Melajul's got gem. Aloha squad. Ooh, what a blink.
only one ward in the map for Aloha squad. Or do they have two? No, only one.
No, I see two.
Oh,
I
they
see
have
two.
two.
One.
They have two.
I see two.
Right.
But yeah, Melajul's gem. That's a big problem for you now. It's like, ah, crap. We can't really go and establish map control. Counters Shigitsu quite a bit as well.
Aloha squad,
There-
they need to remove that ward in their triangle. I think they saw the Clinks moving over the ward in sentry, so they know he's in this area somewhere. Yeah, they won't be able to catch him though. Are they gonna poke
Map
high
feels-
ground? I mean, they could.
Potentially minute and a half to 4 minutes and a half. I think you have enough time to poke high ground and just see what happens. If it goes bad, you got Omni, you're in the lead. You don't have to always wait for an Aegis. I don't mind this play from Team Links.
They got the glyph, so that's not bad. So now if you want to go out of the base, Aloha squad, you know that you're gonna be losing your base if you lose a fight. Nicely done
17
by
to
Aloha
5.
dance there.
Almost going to be losing that dead shot though. Oh, what are we going for?
Terrorize, nice lotus there, allows Shigesu to run away, pierce the veil. Doesn't connect on anybody. It is a low cooldown spell, but maybe an opportunity for Aloha to do something.
That is a big problem, isn't it? If they don't burst down this Muerta, only your Queen of Pain really does damage to her, in the ghost ethereal form. I suppose Centaur's kind of okay as well, but
Nah, those 10 seconds you need to kite him. There's just no way.
Blade Mail actually going to come out on Cloud next. Smoke up. You want to be able to... QBFY, they spot QBFY. He's dealing with this creep. So they say, okay, let's just avoid him. See if we can get a juicier target. We'll walk into Melajul very soon. Oh, so
No
close.
way. He's so lucky. Or are they lucky? Maybe they're the lucky ones. Oh, finding the Largo here would be perfect. The Omni Knight is nowhere close. They should be able to kill him with no problem. Stampede used. Vladik taking some damage. And, well, now he's going to be taking a lot of it.
And it's going to... Oh, he has Amphibian Rhapsody being picked on it. On the... No, I thought that... Yeah, it's still on the Rubik. Ah, cute.
Yep.
Can he turn it on? I want to see how he looks like. Come on,
course he
turn it
can.
on. Yeah, but... I want
Like
to
how
feel
he
it.
plays his little horsey.
Scanning. Dire's bottom tower
Imagine now
is
if he
under
uses it just like goes... And then
Yeah.
just singing a song with
There
it.
we go.
They're going high ground. No stampede. No
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
no ags. Okay, Clinks now does have the burning army back.
That's nice for Team Links to get the tower. Maybe they just didn't feel like they can contest them, but a pretty solid win overall for Aloha squad. Getting the kill on the Largo and then proceeding with the Tormentor. I gotta say, I'm not a big fan of Vladik's item build. He went for Aghanim's, which is good. Then he goes Kaya. You're like, okay. No BKB. Finishes up a Greaves and a Holy Locket. Feels
You know
more...
how much damage you do with the Kaya, man.
Yes, I know, but I mean, I need the BKB to stay alive. I don't think he needs the Locket Greaves. The Kai is fine. It's the other two items.
True. Smoke. Coming out from Aloha squad. But much better positioning from Lynx at the moment. They're going to be in a better position if it comes down to a Roche fight, it seems.
Fairly quick, Roche gonna come up with about 30 seconds more. Centaur finishes the Blade Mail.
Yeah, that's the late blade mail versus the Muerta that you want to have. But he can't deliver it. That's the problem.
Oh. Sporting also has a blade mail, by the way. So it's double blade mails. And, you know, if you are the Muerta, you attack, usually want to be hitting both targets. Pretty annoying.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, on the other side, any big items here? Largo just finishing his Sanj. Melajul wants to get the Shiva's guard. And I think that look at how farm 7 Jesu is. Silver Edge, Daedalus, Hurricane, Maudlin,
He's
Mijolin.
8,000 gold. He's 7.5k gold ahead of the Clinks, who is the next one. It's so
He is very
much.
fun. He is a very
Marco is
thick boy
taking
for sure.
bottom. Oh, they want to fight the scan? You might need to get away from here or you might get sandwiched from both sides. They use the smoke.
Radiant's
Oh, they can go back into their triangle. Just run. Run, you know about this. Oh, Lynx. Nice pullback as well. Both of the teams are moving so well.
I thought it's the same thing. When, you know, you can see like links are like, okay, we'll approach them from both sides, so there won't be a back line. You know, we can catch, you know, from whoever we want to. But their wise is on Aloha Dance. Nice blink away from Sportic here. And
You broke
Team
the
Links
smoke?
recognizing the strategy didn't work. They also split up.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, it's so hard here. 7 Jesse's got
What-
an AD rune. They're gonna go for another smoke.
Team Links would prefer that it moves, but oh, they see them taking the tower. They're so fast with this Morta. About 5 more seconds and this Roshan's gonna fall.
And that's even without the Pierce the Veil. Melajul going in. They might suspect there's no Pierce the Veil.
Even if they do that, there's still gonna be an Aegis on Morta though, so still quite a risky fight. And in the meantime, for Aloha Squad, there's gonna be the Daedalus damage coming up a little bit here. It is gonna help them out, but will it be enough? As we can see that Team Lynx, they are grouping up in the mid lane. What are the odds on this match? Whoa, guys, don't put any money. You're just gonna lose it all. No, a 0 multiplier. That ain't right. That ain't right. And that ain't right. What happened to Fishman? Should have the Ceaseless Dirge. He hasn't died in a while. Straight up. Just a bit of gold to 7 Jesu. I say a bit. 650 is not a bit at all. 7 Jesu getting to work on those barracks. You can see that the Dire Squad are actually cunning. They have a hero in every lane. But it's not... Oh, Fortify, of course, has to be used. That's refreshed anyway after the melee Rax falls. As meanwhile, Sportic, can he survive? No, the Terrorize is perfectly timed. Sportic is dead. Has the buyback. And of course, they have the banner as well. Might be using it for this push in the bomb lane. No creeps, though. If you look at... I think backdoor protection should kick in fairly soon here. I say fairly soon. It's one of the... It like takes like, I don't know, 30 seconds after creeps die. Ah, they're the creeps. So much for backdoor. As that's going to be 2 set barracks falling here for Team Lynx. Fishman. Not much you can do there, buddy. And the Mortis still has 3 minutes left on the Aegis. BKB
Yeah,
actually
they
gets
can't even get it. They even can't get the Aegis down. They can't do anything.
Oh, there you go. Here we go. We're going to try.
Well, they have to. It's now or never. They didn't get the Raxes on top, so that's how Cloud gonna be caught. Stampede not gonna be helping you too much. Blade Mail not gonna be helping you either.
And he does have buyback. Sportic will come back in 5 seconds. Don't know if you're defending this without your centaur. He bossed back.
Oh, 7 Jesu. He's just doing so much damage. That's his dead as well. He's the one without the buyback. She gets has to put the BKB defensively. And Cloud, he just bought back, but he killed himself onto it. That's only the first light. Doesn't have Pierce the Veil. Can they save him? They're buying back as well. Sonic Wave will
Nice
7 Jesu
Sonic.
back. He needs help. He's healing up. He's not healing up enough. Now you don't have the damage. And Sporting is studying his ground. Somehow they're still in this game. They're gonna be losing their Clinks, who does not have a buyback. Maybe if their Muerta could come back into it, it would have been over. But it is still not enough. Tombstone going strong. They're gonna be getting the Terrorize onto the Queen of Fate. He's in so much trouble. He does have a buyback if he wants to rejoin. The Rubik now has a buyback as well to come and help his team if needed, but it might be time for Lynx to bail.
I mean, you still walk away fairly happy if you're Lynx. You do cause 2 buybacks. 3 of them are dead still. Aloha Dance will
Oh,
be
he's
up.
going
it's
in.
gonna be-
Melaju.
Oh.
He wants to kill. That is a tanky target. Let's see just how tanky Glimmer Cape. Not really going to be protecting all that much. The rock throw. No, he just bought back on Sporty. He needs to heal, and he's healing up there with all of the pops from his Aghanim Scepter. He gets so much HP, keeping him alive. Cubify will be next on the menu. Keeping out not an option because he doesn't have it. Sporty gets a double kill, even though he was moments from going down.
Wee. That is a buyback coming out from your Queen of Pain. I believe they had to use a buyback on Cloud as well and Fishman, so it was an expensive hold in the end for Aloha squad, but they do hold. Unfortunately, don't know what objectives there are for them to get. There's no Tormentor, there's no Roshan.
You need to shove out the waves. I think that's like the main thing you need to do right now. And somehow, you need to get those wards out of your base, right? Do they have a gem on their side?
Melchel had the gem before, but
Sportic has it. Sportic has it.
Picked up from the Primal Beast.
He's got a BKB now. That changes a lot. This Queen of Pain in the late game is a big problem. Plus, he has a level 20 talent.
Rubik's got Uproar. How sad of a spell is that to steal?
Yeah, very much. Especially when playing versus a Muerta. You know, you feel Uproar versus some carry who does physical damage to maybe survive a little bit longer. But versus a Muerta, it's just completely useless.
Go forward. What do you get? You can get 30 armor. Yeah, that's not too bad. But yeah, I guess the Morta doesn't do anything. Well, this Morta has got Satanic. He probably will have to sell his boots just to get the BKB. And he's also got the Shard as well with 10% spell amp. And of course, the lifesteal.
Now you've got 10% spell amp. Then you've got this Largo that is going to be buffing you even more.
Shiva's Guard buffing the damage that they take. Oh, but a very interesting move by Vladik. This no BKB on Largo. I've never seen it before. He's 2-1-11, so it's definitely been working out fairly well. But I wonder if it's because his team is doing well or because his build is actually solid.
Is that going to be a Bloodstone that he's going for?
I believe so.
Okay, I haven't seen that.
He's almost 25 as well, but so he can go for that 35% Amphibian Rhapsody song effect. Getting a little bit more heal and, of course, more damage.
Imagine the amount of damage the Muerta will do. You already give her like 50% added bonus.
Oh. What's the win percentage saying? 25. It's been 25% for some time, actually. And dropping ever since that fight in the base. Yeah, okay.
I mean, the Clink's getting the racks is a big deal. And they decreased the skeleton damage on towers by 75%. And he's still melting the towers. Like, imagine how OP it was just 2 weeks ago.
Oh, dude, when you go... I look at all these carries, and they all have, like, 80+% win rate on Clinks and a competitive match. You're like, yeah, that makes sense. If I get Clinks, I'm just melting everything. I had the bugged damage against heroes and no penalty against towers. And there you go. Life's easy.
So that's going to be Cracker. Warding the obs. Now, finally, Lynx don't have perfect vision around the map. Not gonna lie. Nicely done by Aloha squad to stay in this game. It looked for a moment like they were gonna lose right there and then.
Yeah, it was a very solid hold as... Oh, look at that. The odds are there. They were 0 before, and I was telling people, no, people, that's not good. You lose everything. But here, if you believe Aloha squad can make a comeback, which they can, but it's very difficult. As Tormentor is going to come up in just a few seconds, and Team Lynx will instantly be able to eat it.
Eat the Tormentor?
I know. I was waiting for you to thank you. Yes.
Dire are scanning.
You're like eating a nuke.
It's exactly. See, it is like that's you go. You like, bring it down basically. Unfortunately, the Largo Shard, apart from putting Croak on a Genius on an ally, literally has no value this game. Yeah, well. And again, you put Croak on your Morta, you're fairly happy with that.
Let's see.
Radiant
It is now Aloha squad that are on the aggressive, in an aggressive position on the map. Both of the mid and the bottom lane, they managed to shove it in. Arcane Rune on the Clinks. That means Strafe is literally just going to be active all the time.
They ping it on team links. They feel like Aloha squad is still in this bomb lane somewhere. And there's a smoke up here from team links.
Well,
Tense
25
moment.
Largo.
Take the talent we talked about. Yes, he does have the 35%.
Sportic has
jump
been
in.
found. There's the Pulverize. He needs help. He needs help right now. He gets the BKB off. Blinks away. Doesn't want to fight. Those are the enemies are in a good position. They're going to be going towards their own war. The Sportic without the BKB is just not that great. Shigetsu going to be leaving there. The Burning Army. Stolen
Amphibian Rhapsody.
Terrorize. Oh, he dodges it there. Catch a lick. Stampede as well. Need to find the Dark Willow. He's dead. Doesn't have a buyback. Running away. Melojul. Think about going in. There's the onslaughts forward. Fishman. He's waiting at the moment. Look at Largo go, man. The damage output of his is insane. He'll be using the Frog Stomp as well. Muerta finding her angle to do the damage, and the Undying will fall. He does have the Ceaseless Dirge, so he's immediately back to the world of the living.
Not too bad. By the way, Rubik. Oh, BKB.
Shigetsu. Flanking away. TP out. No chance.
Oh. Well, likely gonna have to use a buyback if they go, and they will. They have 80 seconds now to go push high ground in the top lane. Roshan is up in a 40, so I guess Team Links will have to make a decision of do we wait for Rosh or do we go straight up for high ground?
Is that an early Roche respawn?
No, it's because it's like nearly a quarter left and 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So it was about 2 minutes, the whole thing. Slightly less, I believe.
Okay. And it's a hard decision to make. You know that there's no Ceaseless Dirge, but if you wait a little bit longer, go for that Roche fight, the buybacks are going to be coming back within the enemy team. Yeah, Quap is going to have hers in a minute. The Centaur is getting his back as well.
They're pushing bottom as well with Aloha Dance. Aloha Dance, I think he needs to focus on only stealing from the Omni most of the time. But this Amphibian Rhapsody did so much work in that previous fight with the heal. So,
They're going
can't
for
blame
the
him.
high ground. There's a Refresher Primal Beast.
Big Lip is used, but Shigetsu, tough without your carry. A tough defense without your carry.
7 Jet to level 25. That means his damage output is higher as well. Sportic finding the backline. Omni Knight will be a perfect target if they can get him. He buys back with 15 seconds left. Stampede onto the Omni. They go. He somehow Light Cracker will be going down. 7 Jesu will move away there with the Silver Edge. Turns around, starts attacking Sportic. He does have the Blade Melt to protect him. Terrorize does connect. Can they save him? The heals are there, but now he will go down without your Queen of Pain. You're just so lost. And 7 Jesu gets an ultra kill. Where's my Rampage? Hello, Cloud. Nice Blade Mill, but it doesn't hurt me one bit. With the BKB active, he gets a Rampage to end game 1 in favor of Team Links.
Dude, Team Links played this amazing. Nice Rampage right there. As Cracker really does deserve so much. He does super well in the laning phase, shuts down Cloud, and shutting down Cloud doesn't just mean that his Muerto was getting farmed. It also meant that Cloud himself was very AFK style placed, for most of the game, where we look at him, we're like, oh, he's going pipe. Okay, he's going to join the team. He doesn't. Then he goes blink. You're like, okay, so he's going to join the team, and kind of does, but very low involvement from Cloud overall. So it all comes down to Cracker. We saw Vladik do well, Melojul as well. Of course, 7 Jesu 18, 2, and 7 is pretty good.
I mean, when you have a Quap and a Clinks, you would imagine that you want to be hunting people down, right? Both of these heroes are very good at killing. And then you buy that pipe, which is fine.
Yep.
But you at least needed to play more aggressively. Seeing game 1, Ottomo, do you have faith now that Lynx might take it 2-0?
Oh, I think so. I don't know if they're going to take 2. We'll see the draft, but that was a very strong showing by them. Kind of surprising because Aloha squad was the better team yesterday. You want him.
Also, have you seen like what the Shadow Demon does to a Muerta? She uses her ulti. He puts her in the bubble. The illusions come out, and they literally take away 70% of your HP. Like until you kill them. Like you have to kill them that fast.
But yeah, because they come with her innate, right? They can actually hit ethereal units. So it's like, oh, okay. That's
And
not
you know who's
ideal.
an even bigger counter?
To the
Grimstroke.
Muerta?
Yeah, she uses her ulti. Grimstroke uses the ulti on her. His illusion doesn't take damage from the Muerta at all. It just kills her. It's dumb. It's literally dumb.
Look at the Slark first pick.
Is that a carry Slark? Or is it just flexible?
Shigitsu has played Slark, but not really among his most played heroes. Like 6 on the list. So, occasionally. Very, very, interesting opening with the Slark, who I feel like Underlord is kind of okay with because you can't, remove his aura. You don't get BKB early. We're often seeing like Diffusal into the Agnum Scepter, then maybe a BKB. So it's like takes a while.
Plus, you can play a carry or a mid Underlord. It's not out of the question, right? So that part is also problematic. I also like the ban of the Warlock because the Slark is going to be needing heals in that lane.
Surprising. Okay, let's see. Do you want to take Fishman's Disruptor for Aloha's squad? Not too bad against the Underlord. Although I find glimpsing Underlord to be not as good as usual because oftentimes he shows up, instantly throws his spells. What's going to be the Shadow Demon coming out from Aloha Dance. Nice. I like this one. But yeah, Disruptor I'm kind of half-half against Underlord, but he's good as a partner to the Slark. If you're winning. If you're losing, he's not much though.
If I'm Lynx now, I want something like Hoodwink, something that's very annoying and just consistently harasses.
Ringmaster?
Slark in the lane. Ringmaster, Hoodwink, both of them are fine.
I like the Ringmaster for the save more than the Hoodwink, to be fair. And I know
don't like it because you're versus a Shadow Demon Ottomo, so you cannot save.
No, that's true, right. His ultimate is very annoying. That's a good point. You might have to consider something else. To be fair, a lot of the 4s will probably not enjoy going up against the Slark that QBFY plays. Shadow Shaman, Bounty, Lion, like all these have things that can be removed. But Hoodwink could be okay. What about
Is there anything else? Maybe a Snapfire wouldn't be too bad.
Like a Snapfire. The Warlock and the Chikara have both been removed, so imagine that Kraker might be thinking about his hero. Treant Protector also gone, so a lot of the S tier position 5s have gone. Omni again?
Versus these two, no.
Seems like it'd be just meh overall. I know that the Kraker's Tusk has done pretty well, but again, you're up against these two. I feel like Tusk and okay, Nyx Assassin.
I like
and
that.
the Phoenix.
This could be a Fishman Nyx.
I mean, Fishman's
sorry. Yeah, my bad. What I want to say, it could be a 5 Nyx.
I know that QBFI has played a decent amount of Nyx and Kraker has played a decent amount of Phoenix, so I'm more likely to believe it's the 5 Phoenix and the 4 Nyx. Just because also the Nyx really does require more attention, whereas Phoenix is a 5-4, you usually get decent farm, are often one of the last to die. As Disruptor does come out, we mentioned him as a solid companion to the Slark, my bad. But he only works if you're winning. If you're not winning, the Disruptor feels a bit meh in the lane. And I'm not... It's risky. I don't know how I feel about this lane. The Disruptor, Slark versus the Nyx and the Underlord.
I want a killer in the off lane.
Solid team fight. Okay, I'm all right with this. I do wonder how the control is right now for the Radiant squad. Between all of them, they have one stun, which is the rock throw. Nothing else. They have silences and slows, but they have one stun only.
This is an SF game. If Lynx want to play it, this is a kill. Oh, it's banned. Okay, no SF.
Could you consider? Is Ember Spirit in the pool? Ember might be decent-ish if you can
It's
dodge
good.
if you can dodge the glimpse. Because I don't like the coddle up against Disruptor. I don't like the primal beast. I want someone.
Really? I'd love the coddle here. Like, I would be super happy to see a Keeper of the Light.
Does protect the egg pretty well. Can push people in and into the Pit of Malice if they dodge. I know it's also one of Meljo's.
Anybody?
Nah, Timbersaw comes out. Okay, that's gonna be a mid laner there.
Are you sure?
I wouldn't mind if they actually flex it and put the Underlord in another lane. Put the Timbersaw. Timbersaw is better against the Slark than an Underlord. Like that damage that you deal is insane. I would really prefer that. Well,
They don't have the last pick, so they're gonna have to reveal it to us. I mean, carry Underlord is definitely a thing, especially versus the Brewmaster. Later on, you kind of three-shot the Brewlings.
you know what they're gonna do, right? They're gonna pick a Wind Ranger, and then we were like, where's it gonna go? That's what I hate about Wind Ranger. Where I see, I'm like, well, what position is he gonna be? She's so flexible.
Nah,
Stand
they're
the
not
Wind
gonna
Ranger.
pick a Wind Ranger. They're gonna pick a mid laner on Lynx. We'll see. Just play a carry Underlord. That's what I'm leaning towards. They picked way too weak laning supports versus a Slark to put this Underlord in such a bad position.
I mean, yes. If I was gonna be picking someone to go up against a Slark, I'd rather the Timbersaw and move the Underlord somewhere else. As Law Squad, they're looking at this and they're thinking, they're like, what do we ban exactly? This is an awkward draft. Control for both teams is quite limited, by the way. Like, they're definitely more on Lynx for sure, but it's also like Pit of Malice and Nyx Assassin, what he can catch. That's about it. So they do ban out the Ember Spirit. Even though they have the Nyx, they feel like it's not enough.
I'm starting to think that Lynx might pick a Quap with their two bans if they want this Timbersaw in the off lane, unless he is in the mid lane. Like, I really would like a Quap here. It's very good versus their heroes on the side of Aloha squad, and they really aren't going to be able to survive this amount of damage. You're just going to die. Everybody's going to get blown up in a second.
Cop is good. I don't know if Meljo hasn't played a whole lot. I'd rather actually see a Sand King coming out from him, or a Primal Beast again. Something that can protect the egg. But so far, Aloha squad, they believe that they're like, this is, mid Timber, off Underlord, the other way around is fine as well. But there's going to be a carry picking up for 7 Jesu. What do you want? Lives are Juggernaut both in the pool if you're worried about the glimpse.
If it's a carry, I'd go TA. Okay, they go Weaver. Okay. Either way, pretty
Slightly?
good.
I find it a bit risky.
Could be dangerous though, right? You get disrupted and you die.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. It feels a bit risky to take the Weaver here overall, as you are kind of fragile, can be caught by the glimpse. Chikuchi's fast, but if you hit by a Thunderstrike under vision with a glimpse, you are going to be caught. And they get the puck. Despite the fact that they're up against the Nyx Assassin, they still think like, you guys have, what? One guy with 2 stuns and that's it. So it's not a bad game for the puck at all. Oh yeah. That is an awkward finish right there for, I feel like, both sides. I did not expect the Weaver to come out from Team Lynx.
To me, the X factor here is Slark. Slark has a good game. Aloha squad are going to be taking it. Slark has a bad game. I think they're screwed. And they're just, every single one of their heroes is just going to get breasted down. Nyx plus Timbersaw, Nyx plus Weaver. Heroes are just going to die. And I don't like this last big puck. It's only going to be good if you're snowballing. And on paper, puck is never good laning stage wise versus tanky heroes, which the Timbersaw definitely falls into that category. So despite him not being able to kill you, you are undoubtedly going to lose that lane.
Yeah, I mean, it's also, it's Puck versus Nyx, right? Like, this is usually seen as a very good counter to have, as you can just, you know, always put on your spike carapace, walk into an illusory orb, follow it up with a stun and bring him down. I'm also looking at Cracker. He's switching between Dying Light and Hotspot. Dying Light, Hotspot, Dying Light, Hotspot. But might be settling to the Dying Light overall. Tough, but I think I like Team Lynx's draft a little bit more. Because if you fall behind on Aloha squad with Disruptor and Slark, very hard game. But if you fall behind on Team Lynx, you still have solid team fight. You still have decent heroes that can move around the map. So I'm going to go with Lynx on this one.
Yeah, I feel like I agree. Though, talk to me about the lanes. Considering the Cubify took the Nyx Assassin, are him and Cracker maybe going to be swapping lanes just to give a little bit of an edge to the Underlord? Like, is that an option, or is it going to be Nyx Assassin with the boots just creep pulling?
I think that's what that was going to be. It just pull Underlord again. I think we disagree a little bit because I see. Sorry. Oh my god. I see the Underlord as being kind of fine against the Slark. Really, you just put on.
Did you see how your body is reacting when you're talking nonsense about the Underlord being fine? It's like stop saying that stuff. What the hell are you doing?
No, I like the Underlord versus the Slark. I think Slark will actually gonna suffer. Remember, this guy's got like 600 starting health. It's actually 560 starting health. He walks into a firestorm, he's gonna get his ass handed to him.
You know, there's this new spell on the Slark that is called Saltwater Shiv.
Ah, the ass spell, yeah.
Yeah, and you steal the enemy's regen. So you get
how much regen do you steal? 2? With an extra 2%? I mean, come on, dude. Like, let's be honest, it's not much of an ability early levels. Even late, the numbers are very kind of a joke.
Why did he start with the pounds, though?
You always start with the pounds. It's too good.
No, you always start with the Saltwater Shiv.
Well, no, you always start with the pounds.
I don't know.
Well, okay, maybe you start with Saltwater Shiv, but pros start with the pounds. See the difference?
Every Slark that I've seen recently has gone Saltwater Shiv. Unless you're laning versus something like an Enigma. This is weird to me. Well, I want to see how it goes either way.
Alright, he's gonna max Dark Pact by 7. Maybe a point in Saltwater Shiv at either 2 or 4. What's going on?
Fishman is dying.
Big start.
To an Underlord. Now the Underlord will win the lane, and then you're gonna be on my ass this whole time. Didn't I tell you, Harry? The Underlord is good.
Underlord's so good against. Hey, to be fair, I was gonna be on your ass regardless of what happened, right? Like even if Slark gets 4 kills, I'll be like, it's fine for the Underlord. He'll just farm, for the jungle. He's okay.
They are blocking the creeps, so it is gonna be a pretty good lane start for them in the bottom lane, most likely.
Glimpse. There you go. As already, but look at the Underlord, by the way, 900 starting health, just half the damage, half a Fishman's health lost from the start. All right, so bottom lane, I do think we disagree, but thanks to the first blood, at least we're both now thinking Lynx is gonna do okay bottom. Mid, as you mentioned, you are kind of limited in how much damage you can do on the puck. You like low health, elusive heroes. You don't like high health, high regen heroes who you can't bully out of the lane.
Yeah, basically you don't like the puck. Sorry, you don't like the Timbersaw.
No, I think the Timbersaw is good. I think the Timbersaw will have a nice time against the puck, actually.
No, if you're a puck, you don't like the Timbersaw.
Oh, yeah, of course, if you're a puck. You really don't like the Timbersaw. Top lane, what's it going to be? It's going to be the Weaver Phoenix against the Brew Shadow Demon. That's the one that I think can go either way, honestly. As Brewmaster can be quite a difficult kill. Aloha Dance is susceptible, but you're also up against relatively easy to kill people if they're out of position. If you mess up a Shukuchi or a dive, you're dead. Phoenix often walks around with 60% health. Weaver's health pool is very small, very easy to burst them down if they make a misplay.
Meljo, he is taking a decent amount of damage in this lane. Is he going to get the second point to the reactive armor? No. His bottle is there, so the harassment is no longer going to be an issue. She gets to standing his ground there. And the thing is, he's not that close to his tower, so he's going to be taking a decent amount of damage and needs to be kind of careful how he approaches these two heroes.
Oh, takes the Shiv at level 2. I like this. Dark Pact and early on would have done nothing for him because you're not really going to be using every time you take a Firestorm damage. It's just not worth it. So Saltwater Shift though helps him trade, helps him get some regen.
He's still farming quite well.
Oh, he is for sure. Certainly doing very well against the Underlord. Who could have seen that coming?
I don't know, man. It was so hard to predict.
Well, in the meantime, top lane, the Brew is also taking a bit of damage, but not being zoned out quite as much as his counterpart.
That was such a cool disruption from Aloha. He's gonna try to stop the pool with it.
Aloha's focusing
nice
a lot
enough.
on his illusions. Takes a few hits though because of that. GBFI still level
Kigetsu's
1.
got boots. Kigetsu's got boots. That's a big thing. Though Vladik has boots too.
Yeah, for that first blood coming in handy. Fisherman's got a glimpse, but doesn't really feel like it's worth it just to glimpse him down. Oh, the courier. Oh,
So just a caught. He's got 7-1 charges and the Shikuchi in 2 seconds. Healing load is given to him as well, and now Cracker is on top of them with the level 2 fire spirits and being low himself. He's just doing so much damage. Is he gonna be diving Cloud? Yeah, he's gonna be going in. The next wave of creeps is coming, and they're gonna be zoning him out from it completely. A perfect start to the lane here for Lynx.
he's moving too fast though, thanks to that innate ability proccing Liquid Courage, and he's like, okay, he makes it out just fine. But still very annoying that he has to walk back to the base. Then oh no, he doesn't walk back to the base. Just walks to the tier 2 and feels like that's gonna be enough for him.
Radiant are scanning.
Seriously, dude, Saltwater Shiv, I feel like it's such a weak ability. This could be a problem.
For whom? Because the other one is
For-
doing a pretty good job standing his ground there. Gonna be another Saltwater Shift. There it is. Well, you know, now you have the Essence Shift as an innate ability, so it's kind of fine, right?
I like that part, that we did get the innate essence shift, but the salt water itself is as this, you know, it's like you see 1 point, very rarely is it worth more. It's just seems like a weak ability. QBFI, there's a glimpse. QBFI looks dead to me. That's gonna be
Very
also
dead.
permanent agi stack.
Those things do add up. You need to be careful when playing versus a Slark. Plus, this is a Shigetsu Slark. Slark, Ursa, Weaver, those are his heroes, and he's playing one versus the other. Plus, you don't really have good lockdown for a Slark, but you do have good burst for a Slark. So let's see if that's going to be enough in this game. With this kind of a start, though, man, this Slark is going to be a problem. His Diffusal Blade is going to be coming out in no time. I don't know why this Underlord didn't destroy him, Optimo. It's Underlord is so good versus the Slark. My analyst told me that. And he also had
skill
the first
issue.
blood.
Yeah, skill issue. What can you do? Yeah,
Offlane
that's,
diff. Offlane diff.
I mean, I didn't want to say offlane diff because it's, you know, we're not sure how he seems to be the same as the enemy offlaner, but it's looking pretty bad. Melajewel taking a little bit damage here. Team is trying to, but Phoenix nicks against the puck. Yeah, that's not gonna work early on. They're
They
gonna
got
need to
him
get
low,
some
so
orchids.
maybe it's Akira's Daron. No, Nyx is running away. Oh, you need to go back.
I think he's stacking for his friend. That's what he wants to do. Cracker has got a bunch of enemies nearby, but nice aggressive move. Looks like he still gets the. Oh, that's a haste rune.
PP out. That was a really good PP out. I was about to say attempt because I thought he was gonna die, but anyway, really nicely done by the Shadow Demon.
And they do keep the ruin unused though, so it's still fairly nice for Team Lynx. As dude, Cloud is struggling. Like we talk about the Underlord, and you know we have some disagreements there, but Cloud is butchered in this lane right now. Even going for the hand of Midas.
Not looking good. Not looking good. Maybe levels 1, 2, 3, you could have done something, but as soon as the Phoenix hit his level 3, this lane stopped being any kind of a chance for you of doing anything good.
Meanwhile,
Even
it
bringing
looks like
Fishman.
Dire are scanning.
looks like it's just gonna be. Oh, wow, they double scanned, by the way. Do you see that? On their own wisdom. That's a bit of a waste of resources, but they are at least gonna be secured. Shigetsu had moved, he might have gotten it, but it's not a big deal. 1 for 1 is fine.
That was the worst glimpse I have ever seen. Not gonna lie, Fishman just showing that he's there.
Oh, I've seen
Pretty
worse.
much. Really?
I've seen glimpses to save people. Like literally, I was in a game. Someone was TPing in. The disruptor puts a static storm, puts a kinetic field, and it was like on a puck. Puck comes and gets silenced. He glimpses him away. And you're like, why? Why? He's like, I must use all my spells regardless of what they do. And you go, okay, thanks a lot, man.
Maybe this was a play from Fishman to show that he's on the top lane and just instantly rotate. Melojul, however, he still has his ace through. No Demonic Purge, obviously. Only 8 minutes into the game. So he'll be able to run himself away. Vladek gonna be annoyed by Shigetsu. As that saltwater shift. Give me your stats, my friend. Be taking that Watcher down. It's a little bit careful there when she gets, especially with Melojul coming over. Damage output quite high. Puck is coming to
Trying
save
to block him.
Gonna be a triple man coil. He still goes down. Now let's see if you do have the damage to take down these tanky heroes. Blood Grade will be used. Sportic is gonna go for the easiest target, being cubified, and should be able to take him down. Fishman loses life as well. 7 Jesu being a part of it. Sportic is gonna be taking the bug down. Now looking towards Vladek, who's already super low. Phoenix going in as well. Vladek dropping low, still alive. Those illusions aren't gonna be enough, but one more hit from the puck, still not enough. Gonna be using the orb to run away. And that Underlord will somehow survive in the end.
Oh, Ash Legion shield blocking a little bit of that damage right there and there. But losing Shigetsu was the problem. Like, if you were able to trade 2 for 2, it's like, yeah, it's alright, but you lose your Slark, who, tempo-based carry the way Shigetsu's playing it. However, Cracker probably gonna lose his life here in return for keeping the Weaver alive.
He's gonna have the dive. Well, he dove aggressively, I guess, versus Fishman. It wouldn't have worked anyways. Well, 3 glimpse was available.
That's fine. Cracker, lost his life, but he was able to give vision towards 7 Jesu, and 7 Jesu lived because of him. So it's not all KDA, Harry. Sometimes there's more important things in life.
I never said there weren't.
Oh, that was just me. I actually.
Once Shigetsu gets the Diffusal Blade, though, his damage output changes a lot. The problem is the daytime is coming, so usually during daytime the Slarks are mostly going to be farming.
But it's an awkward timing because he's going to get this Diffusal Blade. He has 900 health, by the way, total. That's not much. And your Brewmaster is not fighting because he's working on a Hand of Midas. He's level 7. This is a very, weak Brewmaster at this point of the game. On the other side, Weaver, what's he going for? Deso? No, wait, not Deso. Maelstrom, actually. Okay. Timbersaw going to work on his Kaya. I think there's 3 Ash Legion shields, by the way, on Team Lynx. That has a lot of damage mitigation.
Sure. It is only physical, but still, it really does help. Melojul staying with Brawny, Cubify as well. All of them have Brawny. All 3 Ash Legion's shields. They are so much tankier. And for a Nyx Assassin, it's a big deal because this hero has very low amount of HP.
And by the way, Vladek... Oh, wait, Cracker can jump away. Vladek's also going for Pipe first. So you have Pipe plus 3 Ash Legion shields. That is pretty insane durability-wise, honestly. And don't know if we had a chance to discuss it, but what are your thoughts on Ash Legion shields? Fan? Not a fan?
I feel like it's pretty good. I mean, I can't say that I'm a fan. A lot of the items, you see them and you're like, sometimes, why is this in the game? But I feel like the item is in an okay spot and is not OP, but is quite decent. Well, let's put it that.
Roshan, I think
Silence
it's the best item.
Sportic.
Oh.
They do
That's
have
the
the Static
egg.
Storm. Is gonna be using the egg. Weaver goes in. Damage output is insane. That puck needs to run immediately. Weaver is hunting him, but there's another bug coming in. Oh, he misses on. He's gonna go for a stun. Blood Grenade as well. As the phase shift, Sportic first goes for the signs, but he's screwed up there with the phase shift, and because of it, he will be taken out.
That's unfortunate. Sportic losing his life like that. That was despite QBFY kind of messing a little bit, not landing the Vendetta hit, not landing the spike carapace, but just the stun was more than enough. And you have this Brewmaster who's uninterested by Cloud. I feel like he's in the mood today. Because yesterday he was playing amazing against Pipsqueak. Today, very AFK style. First game with the Centaur and now with the Brewmaster. And you cannot afford to play that way.
Well, he's gonna buy a Midas, so he's gonna try to afford it, right? If you have a glove that's turning everything into gold, maybe you will be able to do it.
Shigetsu is gonna go for a believe a Mage Slayer after the Fusel Blade. That's nice.
Yep.
Very good way to reduce the damage on Melojule, but it's still a ton of pure damage.
When you hit them, you reduce their magical damage output or spell damage. Yeah,
Spell
spell
damage.
damage. So it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Matter, right? You hit the Timber Saw and he's not gonna be doing damage.
40% less, but it's still a big amount of pure damage. Like, you don't have a whole lot of health. It's top lane. Oh dear. Doesn't even
Oh
get
my
his
God.
ultimate off.
Does Maelstrom still have the procs cannot be missed?
Yes. Yeah, 25%. It's
Yeah.
very good.
Radiant structures are fortified.
I'm a big fan of that. As meanwhile, Aloha Dance. You know what would be interesting is if weighted dice makes you proc stuff more. That would actually be interesting. Like you roll
And
twice to.
people go for weighted dice, but whoever you ask about it, they're like, I'm not sure how good it is. Then why do you get it?
Well, when you hit a creep and you get the double gold on top of it, you know, like 32 then plus 4 afterwards, you feel really good. But mathematically, it really doesn't add a whole lot of gold or resources.
I would understand weighted dice on like a CK, but on a Weaver, 94 to 100. Like, does it really make a difference if you hit him for 94 or 100? Probably won't.
No, it's just the tiny bit of extra gold, I suppose, really. As they do bring down Fishman. Aloha Squad, hoping to see a little bit more teamwork here. So far, they are split up in different sides of the map. Everyone just farming away, trying to catch up, I guess, in net worth.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Vladik.
So what's the play now?
Tip 7
Are you just waiting nighttime and then going with the Slark? He's gonna have his Mage Slayer. Ooh, Cubify has found Shigetsu. Get him down on his own.
Oh! Oh no!
No, but help is coming.
He actually tried to jump. I think he knew. He was like, "Wait, my healing isn't active." He tries to jump, but he blocked perfectly by QBFY. Takes the damage, gets bursted down, and this is what we mentioned. Even the Slark, no big health pool, very susceptible to a Nyx Assassin and Timbersaw.
This is such a good Nyx game, and they got it second in the draft. The thing is, Nyx is just so good in the meta currently. The only problem the hero has is the laning stage, and
Yep.
they did okay-ish in the lanes.
Yeah, because Underlord does well against Slark. Meanwhile, Vladik.
There's the split. Going for Vladik. He does have that pipe. Gonna be a defensive egg. Just wants to cover for them. She can't go for it. Nice double stun by the Nyx Assassin. Egg does pop. Puck going forward with the orb. There's the glimpse, giving vision on Cubify. He doesn't have the spike carapace, so soon he won't have his life. It's nighttime. 5 away by the Phoenix. The puck is still coming forward. There's gonna be a
Nice
silence
guess.
fairly soon. He's still gonna go down. She gets it going in. 2 hits, gets a double kill, and just immediately that's gonna be the Mage Slayer done. Nighttime for the next 4 minutes. She gets it's gonna be a god on the map.
Are fortified.
They didn't have 7 just in that fight, which is the big difference maker. Even though they did decent damage on the members of Aloha Squad, but no Weaver to get that finishing blow in. Solid egg as well, but
Dire's
Vladik kind of gets caught in a really tough situation.
tower has fallen.
Still, I mean, you look at the graph, it's still saying 60% for the Dire Squad. So that was a bit of a painful blunder, but that was about it.
He thought with the pipe that he was unkillable, and really, when you look at the side of Aloha, they don't really do damage to a pipe. But you know, he was there for too long. If he was in a bit more of a defensive position, maybe.
Even with the Ash Legion shields and all that damage mitigation, it's just sometimes not enough. Meanwhile, they're smoking up. Team Lynx, they feel like we can still keep going, boys. As Brewmaster working towards his Agam Scepter, about 1,700 gold away from it. Once he has that, he will feel like a big presence as, oh, Cloud. He finds
He's on
him.
Cloud, and they're gonna get him.
Brilliant game by
I
Melody,
just
by the
looked
way.
way too
4-0
easy.
5. Huh? Glimpsed?
Vladik Now, this time around, he's close to the tower, so he just doesn't care. He's moving forward. 7 Jesuits here. The chase is on. A lower dance trying to run away. TP out. Damage output's very high, but they do have the stun. Cubify gets the damage. Looking towards Fishman. Will be getting out. They changed it on the Nyx. His impale used to be when you use the stun, the target takes damage when it lands on the ground.
Oh,
now,
nice.
it takes damage when the stun lands.
Interesting. I had not noticed that.
So it used to be if you would use the impale and then the tiny would use the toss, your impale wouldn't do damage.
By the way, it does say that. Look at that. It says enemy units take damage, then are hurled into the air and stunned. So the damage does come out first. Because I remember it used to be when it landed, but I had not noticed that the damage comes out first. Very cool. Better, of course, for the hero. Whoa.
Caught. He's gonna get his ulti off, so this is not too good. She gets it, might decide to go back into that fight. Has the time lapse on the Weaver. Won't be using it just yet, just waits out the coil. Mark, think about rejoining. He's giving vision with the nighttime vision to his team. Getting onto the high ground.
Still not that storm
in the river.
With no static, no coil, I don't think Aloha Squad can really take a fight right about now. Shigitsu is able to take the AD and make it out just fine, though. Nice steal for him. Underlord going for the Crimson Guard. Oh, Slark against the Pipe Crimson Guard. Do they still have the triple Ash Legion shield as well? No, they all switched to Essence
okay
Rings.
For him, right? He goes in and out of fights quite quickly, right? Once he gets his Axe.
Fair.
I'm
just thinking how long it will take for him to kill people. Like, it's still annoying.
Very long. Very long. Yeah, it's gonna be like 20 seconds for sure. They need 20+ second fights.
Aloha Dance with an unusual item going for the Greaves on the Shadow Demon. Oftentimes I see, you know, the Aether Lens, the Blink, Force, Glimmer, Shard, and maybe an Aghanim Scepter, but unusual to find this Greaves. I like what they're doing in Sportic, going for the gem on the puck, saying, alright, at least I can dodge some of the Nyx's spells if I can see him. So very nice adjustment.
Yeah, you need something like that. It's a very early gem, but probably a necessity in this one. Plus, there's a Weaver as well, so it's not like only the Nyx Assassin.
Cloud! There's a disruption in here. Whoa, here we go.
Got him. This is dangerous. Especially because it's nighttime. Okay, daytime is coming, so Slark will be losing his vision advantage. Puck going in. They do get the glimpse. Nice coil in the back, so nobody will be able to help the Nyx Assassin. You get some essence shift stacks there onto him, and the chase is on. The question is, can you get them? Can you get any extra targets?
Looks like... Oh, there's big jump in here by Sportic, but not sure if he's able to catch anyone. They have an egg if they want to use it. Vladik.
That's gonna be a nice static storm. They want Vladik. It's taking a long time to kill him, but he will inevitably fall. Belgio did bring down the Shadow Demon in the back. That split is gonna be at half time right now. Silence onto the Weaver. If they can kill him right now, it's gonna be a disaster for him if he gets taken out. Now the egg is next on the menu. She gets it dropping low. One more hit, but the egg pops in a perfect moment. And Meliju, even though he was lifted up into the air with a tornado, will still live through it. That egg popping changed everything. Cubify joining in the fight with the Mind Flare will get the fuck as well. They were so close, Automo. They were so damn close.
And that's going to be the shrine as well. What a timing. But the egg, in the end, like Cracker was holding it for so long. I kept thinking, maybe you should use it a bit sooner. But now he's like, I believe, I'm going to hold. It's going to be fine. And now he has the Shiva's God recipe. Insane performance by the Phoenix. Look at the damage, by the way. Most damage in that fight is by him.
I think, in this game in particular, that Shigetsu should never commit. They saw a moment like, we can kill the Weaver, let's go. You either kill the egg and reset, or you reset immediately. This is what the Slark is good for. If you commit like this, yes, sometimes it can work out, but one time it doesn't, and you are screwed. And I think that's kind of the moment right now.
Oh, Aloha Dance goes in deep. He's got a haste, so he's gonna be fine. And in the meantime, sorry, I got a message there. Cracker gets the shard. One of the best shards in the game on pretty much any hero for the Phoenix.
Yeah, for sure. Damage output is insane. Now in the egg, he's going to be doing so much.
So
Shigetsu has an axe.
He does. We'll see how useful that's gonna be. I mean, we talked about how the Slark can go in and out, but there's bits of Malice. There's gonna be a Nyx Assassin. Phoenix is kind of annoying as well because you're not jumping around the Phoenix egg. You're gonna stand and hit, or you're gonna run. You're not gonna be able to do both, which is what Slark usually wants to do. So it's a bit annoying for the Slark to play against Phoenix, I think.
It's a bit annoying.
A bit.
We'll see what his next item will be on the Slark. He wants a BKB. Okay, with the BKB, it becomes
Smart.
not as much for sure.
Is under attack.
No, I like the BKB a lot. It's really much needed because enemy side's got too much magic damage, and it's like I'm getting hit by magic damage, I'm getting hit by physical damage. You don't have a lot of health to begin with, so the BKB is very helpful for sure. Oh, Defiant Shell, very nice. I'm a big fan of this item on well, pretty much everyone really.
Yeah, for Slark as well, right? You get more hits in,
It's really
more
good.
essence shift stacks. Really does help. Not a lot of heroes are gonna be attacking him.
Or at least they're not gonna be attacking him in a situation where he can hit them back, right? Like,
Exactly.
most of the time they're gonna be far away from him when they land the damage. He's like, can anyone
They
just come
have good
close?
vision. They have good vision of this Underlord. If they can take him down, it's gonna be perfect. Besides, he has a pipe. He's
Right.
got a Crimson, but doesn't have the mana for it. He used the wand and then go for the Crimson Guard. Phoenix goes in. Won't be using the Cubify. Think about re-engaging. The heals are there. They really didn't go in. I thought they were gonna full in on that one because Underlord is generally a bad target.
Yeah, I am. I mean, I thought when he also used the gate that he used the gate to Seven Jesu or someone like that to help him out, but no, it just throws out the gate. Team is a bit late to show up. The heal was a big factor, but just wasn't enough. How long did it take for them to kill him, by the way? Took them 11 seconds to kill him. That is a long time.
I thought it was more, not gonna lie. They go for another smoke still. Loa squad, they're gonna be finding the Phoenix. Spike carapace and the puck! It's caught! There's the Mind Flayer. You just needed to move away from the silence. Losing your Phoenix there, it really isn't that big of a deal at all. All gonna be joining in, but help is here. Cubify has the Spike carapace. Think about going in. There's the stun. You do not have the split. He does have a wand, however. Aloha Dance not gonna be able to TP out. No chance next to 7 just who does way too much damage. Gonna be going for the other support as well. Just ignoring Cloud completely. And Cubify now gonna be stunning him as well. Your supports have gone down, and now Cloud will be next on the menu. These two just do way too much. 7 just gets a triple kill, and the chase is on. This is the difference between the two teams. And mind you, Optimo, this is without the egg.
Radiant's top tower is
Oh,
under attack.
and I mean that fight was bad enough as it was, but they also lose the gem as Melody picks up. That was one of the few things that was kind of keeping the puck alive. As Sporty can walk around, he's like, oh, okay, I can see the Nyx, I can dodge him a little bit with my blink, with my abilities, but now that advantage is gone.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Mind Flayer, of course, super good against the puck with his very high intelligence.
That's insane. I'm curious that the Nyx isn't going for a Dagon. I feel like with the Dagon, he could solo the puck every single time. This way, he needs some help.
I respect the fact that he feels like, okay, I need to just survive as long as possible and be a nuisance with the Yule Scepter Blink. I think that's not a bad choice either. I like the idea of the
Not at
Dagon. Maybe
all.
he can get it later, but this comes to this to me feels like a personal play style rather than a more effective, less effective option, if you ask me.
Yeah, probably. But you know, in this game, he's probably thinking we have a lot of. I'm like the only guy that's bringing in the stuns, so it's more
Yes.
important for me to stay alive than actually burst somebody.
Are scanning.
He might be right.
What- Yeah, I agree with his mentality because they've done a really good job. The Underlord, once he gets the Aghanims, will help, but so far it is really limited on the catch, and no one's building an Atos or a Shivas or anything like that. Wait, never mind. There's a Gleipnir on the Timbersaw. My bad. There is also
It's,
a Shivas on the Phoenix.
Getsu, he has his BKB. It is nighttime. Vladek, not the best target to go for. Phoenix
Egg
goes
in the
That's a
middle.
very aggressive egg. I'm not sure that's what you want to do. They're going to try to take it down. Will be able to do it. 1-for-1 in terms of supports. It's going to be a coil, but doesn't matter. Next is a nice disruption there. Aloha Dance will be able to save Sportic for 2.5 seconds. Not more than that. Melodrill still snipes him. And Shigetsu goes in. The next day go, they purged out his fuels, so if he had a Dagon, maybe it would have been better. Shigetsu pops the BKB, TP out, will be
Enough
used.
damage?
He's doing a lot of damage, it's not enough. Gets himself away. 2 for 2, victory for Link still.
Supports for cores. That was a very aggressive egg from Cracker. I wonder, is that a bad egg or a good egg? Because he did force the enemy to like hit him instead of anyone else. But is that ideal if the egg pops?
Still put it right next to them. If he just moved
Yes.
a little bit to the side, it would have been fine, right? Because then they would have to move and hit him. Completely different. Now they're looking towards the Brewmaster. He doesn't have his split. Aeon is gonna be popped. Limps away. Still just enough with a bit of malice to make sure the cloud is in place, and then they'll run him down. It will be Vladik who actually gets the kill, even though he wasn't that close.
Firestone, baby. Pretty good damage overall. Any items on the Radiant side that could make a difference? Oh, Aloha Dance. He is in no man's land. He's dead. Guardian Greave's not going to do anything. Working towards an Ag Scepter. Does he have Greedy? He does not. Could be a very slow Aghanim Scepter build-up.
He got the shrine at least, right? So this
That's
death
nice.
is not half bad. Considering that the enemies have the Aegis, it's not like you're going to be fighting.
Parasma on Sportic for the damage is good, but that gem loss. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Shigetsu? He's going to be okay. I
No?
personally feel
Is
like
he?
Phoenix...
Radiant's
I personally feel like this Phoenix damage from the Sunray should be even higher. I just love how it burns people down.
Yeah, then you can take Hotspot.
Oh, that's what's so good.
Radiant's middle
I believe
tower
Sunray was
is under
actually
attack.
recently nerfed a little bit, by the way. But just a tiny bit in the
No.
percentage-wise. Yeah, it was. Percentage was reduced.
No.
Yes.
No, not
Yes.
recently.
Oh, okay. Yes. I mean, no. Yeah, it was 6.75. But level 1 was shit. Level 1 was like 1%. That was super bad. But then now it's 1.5, which is a little bit
Radiant's
better
top
at least.
tower is under attack.
All of Phoenix's spells level 1 apart from Dikara's dive kind of suck.
Wait, they
No,
suck?
Hero needs levels.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
yeah,
Fire
sorry,
Spirits level 1, they're bad.
Pretty bad. Yeah.
Beautify, gonna be finding Shigetsu. He did get the Dark back off, taking a lot of damage before it. We'll have to pop the BKB. That's an 8-second BKB now down the drain.
When percentage saying 77 for favor of Team Blinks. But yeah, Phoenix, late game, very hard to deal with. They do have the save from the Shadow Demon. They also have a Disruptor, but this Disruptor's got drums into Glimmer, so it's not like those Blink, Ag Scepter buffed Disruptors who can do a lot. This is very limited compared to that. On the other side, at least there aren't any BKBs that you have to worry about, right? So,
They're hunting the
Dick.
puck. He should be fine. Yep.
just like, oh, the
Take
ATOS.
near
Very
connects.
nice.
It's so hard to move away right now. He will be able to blink out. Bit of malice there. Blink, stun, impale. And Fortic
Oh, come
is
on.
getting very, very low. He is doing a good job. I have to say his spell usage and his escape was perfect. And it still doesn't
Yes. No, yeah, it's not like his fault that he died. It's just that there's 5 enemies on him. All of them trying to do their best. Some of them have with a decent amount of lockdown. And he's like, yeah, there's not much I can do.
matter. Nyx is
I wonder
already
if
hunting. This is
lane.
a fast move onto the Weaver, but I think you have to bail. They should understand that help is coming.
Oh, is it gonna be enough though?
Seven Jesu's got a BKB. This assassin, if they can kill him inside of the signs, that would be perfect. Cubify gets taken out. Buck doesn't have a buyback. They did lose the Aloha dance. Up to the high grip. The Slark goes. Seven Jesu chasing Cloud. And we'll be finishing Fishman off first. And Cloud, they're just gonna be waiting for your ulti to end. He does have an Aghanim Scepter, so he can come out of it whenever he wants. Gonna be using that Cinder Brew. Leipnir.
Really?
Bucks, hits. See him? Weaver is
There
still
you
gonna
go.
be following.
Radiant's bottom
Cute
tower
move to use the Twin Gate like that, but still a 4-for-1 trade. They do get the Aegis out of the hands of Seven Jesu, but it was gonna expire in about 40 seconds from now anyway. And now I believe that he has enough money for a Daedalus. BKB coming out of Sportic. He's thinking, all right, if I have BKB, they actually don't have anything apart from the egg pop to catch me. So I like that. It's just you're so far behind in terms of net worth.
They can still burst him though. Right? It's not out of the question. Nick's assassin stun might be enough for the puck to die, especially now with Weaver having a dataless.
I guess that's one of the nice things though about well, I don't know if it's a nice thing, but at least the Phoenix doesn't do massive burst damage. You know, so it's not like a Skywrath Mage Nyx where you're like, oh, okay, I'm dead in a second. As Fishman, he's looking pretty dead. Oh, there you go.
Gonna be taken out. It's so hard
Looks
to play
like
this game right now. You talked about it, that you want to be ahead with both the Slark and the Disruptor, and neither are in that position.
Sportic also loses his life. Oh. Did he take some
He
damage
just
from the
got a BKB.
Tormentor?
No, I think it was just Cubify in the Weaver.
Yep,
that took
him and the
out.
Weaver.
Like, they do so much.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's turret.
Well, she gets to jumping in. Trying to do something here. Does get 12 essence shift stacks though, which is nice. But how much does he want to be able to sort of poke in and out? 40 seconds left for Sporty to show up. I imagine Team Links, they want to take advantage of this dead puck.
Going in, Shigetsu, puck down for 30. They're gonna be jumping in onto the Shadow Demon. He just bought his active scepter. Nice. Static Storm to maybe save his life. Not gonna be happening. The next assassin might actually die to Demonic Purge. No, he will be fine in the end. Heals up just enough to survive 2 heroes without buyback, and that is gonna be a laner rack. She gets his spot. He has his BKB, has his ulti. Going on to 7 Jessu.
Oi.
No. Okay, he's fine. On
Looks like
7 Jessu, not on Shigetsu. There's the Glape there, and that could be the end of the road. They have to go for a split, but he's all alone, so he wants to have some drinking buddies there. As buyback going to be used by Fishman, maybe hoping for some chase. Sportic finally going to be bringing down Cubify, who instantly buys back. The puck is going to be losing his BKB when the next assassin comes back into it, so he needs to be very, very careful about what he's going to be doing. Cracker surviving through it all. And here comes the next stun on the puck. He doesn't have the buyback. They can continue going forward. Cloud is all alone. There's going to be a Shadow Demon coming in soon. But with the Yules, they're going to get on top of him and then take him out. No problem. They call GG. Aloha Squad is out of the CCT. Whilst Lynx are going to be going forward.
it just comes down to, I feel like, how the draft needs to be played. At the end of the draft, we were saying, like, Team Lynx, if they fall behind, it's not the end of the world. You have Phoenix, you have Underlord, you have some catch from the Nyx Assassin. Like, you can come back in situations like this. And you have Weaver who can split push. You look at the other side, it is Disruptor and Slug. These are heroes that when you are behind, feel very weak. And they were... Shigetsu had a better laning phase than I expected. But it was still not like a massive victory for them. Underlord was still reducing the damage, and Disruptor wasn't able to get the kills. And Cloud, I'm gonna say I put the series on Cloud a little bit. I just don't feel like he was doing anything either game, neither the Centaur game 1 or the Bruin game 2.
Cloud is definitely not in top form, but it is what it is, Automo. That's gonna be it from us for the day, but we still have 2 series. So before we send it to another 1 hour long break, give me your predictions for Power Rangers versus Avulus and Liga versus Pipsqueak.
Ooh, I think I'm gonna go with. Let me see. I think I'm gonna go with. Damn it! That's a tough one. Maybe Power Rangers, and I'm gonna go with Pipsqueak as well. I really like how they were played yesterday. What about you?
Okay, I would agree with that assessment. I think it's quite fair. Power Rangers have been looking really good recently, and Pipsqueak, though them losing to Aloha 1 game, and now I really wasn't impressed with what they did. So you never know. On paper, Liga should take it because they won versus Lynx 2. But with that being said, we are going to be sending it to around the 50-minute break. Our colleagues are going to be taking over, and in 50 minutes, CCT will continue.
overall. I definitely wouldn't have been surprised either to see them pick up Puck for copy. I think Puck has been typically pretty nice into Largo, at least in terms of that lack of disable. Sometimes the healing can be a bit annoying, but I think the Razor is just strong enough, pretty decent as well into the Largo. Of course, Largo again, yeah, you can run away, you can kind of catchy look away from the Razor, but this hero is quite consistent in lane. The Razor, you can flex it across multiple positions. Copy, I think, is willing to play it in that mid lane. So you do kind of have that triple threat across the lane. So it should be relatively stable first pick for them. The 13 pick is definitely a little bit more of an interesting prospect, especially with the limited 5 pool that we're kind of heading into. Still some of the mainstays, kind of the Warlocks and whatnot, but you wouldn't really want to 13 pick a Warlock into Largo. Probably not as well if you're playing with the Razor. So maybe something like Clockwork could be a good shout of a ban for Liga team here. Maybe just limit that support pool more. The only issue with that, of course, is if you aren't playing this Largo in the support position, then you're really quite limiting the heroes that Slime, Meow, and Respect can get there.
And you talk about heroes that we're limiting. On the flip side, yes, a lot of 5s have been banned out. A lot of 3s as well. Bat Rider gone, Underlord gone, Beastmaster. That was probably a copy pick. Copy plays a great Beastmaster, but you know, Beastmaster gone, Centaur gone. That is a pretty pinch pool. It's like Tidehunter, Mars as the two kind of very common heroes. Yeah, there's Slardar as well, some other heroes. You could, of course, this could be Razor Largo. They could both be offlane, and then you're fine. But that is kind of interesting. Also kind of interesting that they're not opting for Razor and Viper. They're saying, we just don't want to deal with this in this game. Maybe Razor and Viper is a little too weird. Picking your 2 cores like that on 9 and 13 is a little bit too all in. I don't know. They're going to ban it out. They're going to say, look, we have the option. We don't want it. You can't get it. And now, what are they going to pick to, what I assume, to pair with his Razor? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, I personally probably like the Clockwork the most. And Pipsqueak +4 would be kind of willing to bring that out. But I do think that Mars is definitely also an interesting kind of one to pair with the Razor as well. I think either of those would be really nice kind of for enabling the Razor. Definitely could be decent. That being said, I do like the Mars, but this could still just be a position 3 Largo. I think that hero definitely cares a little bit less about this kind of Mars matchup than the support variant, by all means. Now they have potentially as well. I mean, they could still play, I guess, 5 Largo, but they do have the option to pick maybe a stronger safe lane duo, one that doesn't care as much about the arena. It's not necessarily the easiest task, though. Again, Shadow Fiend would probably be one of my more favorite matchups if this is a Razor carry. But the Jakiro being open is I suppose, one of the better 5s that they could have gotten. A little bit surprised to see that one kind of slip all the way through.
Yeah, and you talk about these anti-Razor carries. The problem you run into with his Razor Mars setup, and on the one hand, Mars has looked pretty underwhelming to me as of late. Yes, there are games where it looks good, but there are games, it feels like more often than not, you're picking this early Mars and it has like 3,000 net worth at 5 minutes. And it's just, even like it's the WS Mars, it's the Amar Mars. There are these games where it's really getting beaten down. But the point I was going to make here is that Mars and Razor overlap very nicely. You want to go pick generally against a Razor here that can get out a static link as your carry. Wind Ranger, Weaver, something like that. Mars annihilates those heroes. Mars is so good into those heroes. You lock him in the arena, there's not a lot they can do. So finding a hero that can get away from static link pretty easily, that also doesn't necessarily mind being stuck in the arena, is a very limited pool of heroes, Rojo.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. I think maybe probably DK is maybe one that Violent would more typically go towards, but in the same vein isn't incredible against Razor. These transformation heroes are kind of okay against Mars. Even something like a Terrorblade would be interesting, but it's a little bit hard to pick this early in the phase. Maybe you could just go straight away with a Puck here. Of course, one of the other issues with this Razor Mars setup is this could still just be copies Razor mid. If you do pick something to kind of attempt to deal with a Razor carry, then maybe it just goes mid and buys a Crimson Guard. So I don't hate the Leshrac pickup in that sense, actually. By any means, it kind of leaves the door open a little bit more. But they did go all the way down to 20 seconds of reserve time, so hopefully for Liga team, you get a little bit of information out of Pipsqueak +4 in these next 2 picks on where this Razor is going. Although, of course, they could just pick 2 supports here, and that wouldn't necessarily solve your issues yet.
So it's likely, I know you're saying you like Clockwork. I'm totally down with that one. I think Clockwork is very good right now. Tusk is also in the pool. Probably not a Tusk as much. Ice Path messes with your snowball saves. Frog Stomp as well. Shows you what I know, though. Of the two, we're going to pick this Tusk. That is a very nice Razor lane pair, though. You put the Ice Shards down. You have Tag Team. It's pretty scary for whoever has to lane into that, and we're not getting a lot here. This could be still be mid lane Razor, could be carry Razor, a Hoodwink. Doesn't really tell you a lot about Hoodwink. Tusk doesn't really tell you a lot about where this Razor is gonna go.
Yeah, which is definitely a little frustrating for Liga team. Ultimately, I guess they probably still do have to opt for a carry here. They have the 23 pick. Maybe, I mean, it leaves the Largo open a little bit more in position, so I don't mind this actually too much. The TA it's a good little mix. I think that maybe Liga team right now is lacking a little bit of frontline, which is worrying me for sure. I think if they do end up in a position on Liga team where they aren't doing pretty well in that first kind of 10 minutes, I could definitely see them getting ran at quite a bit. But they have a very good lineup to do well in that first kind of 10 minutes, get TA towards that Deso and that Blink. That, you know, you have the damage and with the refraction and the meld that you don't care too much about getting static linked. You're difficult to static link, even Blink out of arena and whatnot. Definitely a good TA game for Violent here that he likes a lot as well. I like that as a kind of a mixed solution here. But yeah, it could still just be, I mean, ultimately this this mid Razor, go for something like a you know, Greaves into Pipe or Crimson. Always an interesting idea.
I mean, Pipe and Crimson. So yeah, this is the problem with the Mars. Mars is not an aura builder. You can buy Pipe, but you'd much rather have like Blink, BKB, Yules, go into a Hex. These extremely impactful items that enable your team fight. Pipe really does slow you down a decent amount there, but a mid Razor getting like Greaves, Pipe you're talking about, Crimson as well. These are really good items for the game. There is so much magic damage. Pipe minimizes a ton of that. TA into Mars plus Vanguard or Mars plus Crimson is not going to really do all that damage at all. So if you can get into that, I do like that idea. Of course, this could be safe lane Razor. We could be looking at something else, but I do like this idea of this copy aura mid Razor. I think that solves a lot of problems, but they think this is carry Razor. I mean, look at the band. This is a Huskar band. This is a sniper band.
Yeah, I could certainly see it. I do think that copy, I very reasonably think as well that he could just still play, in particular the Puck. It's still a pretty good Puck game overall for copy, and that is a hero he typically goes towards. So it's kind of up to him. I mean, he'll have 24 pick, probably a good 20-30 seconds of reserve time to work with. First to Pipsqueak +4, probably just electing to ban offlaners makes sense. Although this, of course, could still be the Largo in the offlane. Kind of just I think it's just a toss-up there. Whatever you think Liga might aim towards. So they end up ending a 3 and a 4. Don't mind getting rid of the Muerta there. Not a lot of offlaners if Liga team was looking to pick one up. A pretty significant portion of that pool has been banned out. So in terms of getting, I mean, I guess you could try to go for something like a Slardar. Could be interesting with the TA, but again, you do lack some kind of frontline. Not really any aura builder if you go that direction. I pick up a Naga.
Is this support?
I think it's support. Yeah. Like,
I mean, it is good into the arena technically, but you and I, I think core Naga is fine. Maybe not the best hero ever, but I think it's decent. Support Naga, Rojo, is in an interesting situation. Probably nicest way to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I do think if you were to pick it up, which again, you and I have been skeptical of even in the best of games, I would say this is a pretty decent game for it. You can kind of make up for some of those lack of itemizations, go towards a little bit more of an aggressive build, be able to get some really good songs into these heroes. Very good against Razor, very good against Mars. Can be quite annoying for Tusk, Hoodwink to catch them. So I don't hate the Naga Siren in terms of the theory here, but as we've often seen, once you get in the game as Respect, can be pretty difficult to make that same impact that you used to be able to on Naga Siren. Just a pretty consistent slew of nerfs onto the hero. Pretty difficult to get much in the early game, and then now your transition in the mid game, of course, through that is a little bit more difficult. So taking stock for Liga team, I mean, taking stock for both teams, not necessarily too many auras to be bought in this game. We'll probably see a Greaves for Mirage. I guess technically, if Dark Lord wanted to pick one up on the carry Razor, he could, but probably won't end up seeing that. So not many auras this game around. Just going to be, I think, some pretty honest team fighting. No Crimsons, no Pipes, whatnot. Not too much frontline across the board for either team either. So these drafts have gone in kind of an interesting direction. Even Copy picking up that Queen of Pain. A little bit surprised that it wasn't the puck for him. I would say that would have been maybe my preferred one, but he might be looking to kind of win through the lane more. As I definitely think, we always talk about how lanes are super, super important, but especially when you're playing these drafts that neither one really has auras. You're playing a Mars, a Tusk, very reliant on these blinks. Of course, TA needs a ton of map space. You need that Largo to do well. It's definitely, I think, just going to be a very brutal laning phase. So looking maybe on Copy, I guess, to have that slightly stronger lane via the Quap there.
Yeah, that, and it's also really nice to have a Quap into a TA. You just burn the refraction charges. Shadow Strike, the dagger, that's really nice. Sonic Wave is, it's a lot of damage instances. So you just burn the refraction away and you still can apply a decent amount of damage. At least, that is one thing that makes the Quap look nice. But you talk about lack of auras, lack of a frontliner. Largo is a hero that can kind of do that. I think certainly this core Largo is a walking aura. That is what it does. It gets ags. It does a lot of damage. It heals up the team. It makes everyone move faster. And it's almost to the point where it's like, okay, one team's probably not going to be buying auras because this is a safe lane Razor and you don't have, Yayo is not going to buy auras, most likely. It does make me, I think, favor Liga a little bit because, well, they have a walking aura. They have an aura on their team just by this Largo existing.
Yeah, I definitely think that BPEX could have a pretty significant impact on the game in that way. And Respect might eventually get towards, these Solar Crests. Maybe if he wants to pick up something like a Pipe, has the ability to on the Naga Siren if everything goes according to plan, which, again, we are skeptical it could be. But yeah, I agree. I mean, I do like the prospect of the Largo quite a bit. Although we have seen some games where the Largo gets off to a little bit more difficult of a start than we'd like. And of course, into something like an Arena, can be a little bit more difficult to be that kind of true frontliner. So again, very important to secure his lane here. Should be relatively easy with Slime Meow on this Jakiro in theory. And Respect is even starting bottom just a little bit to get some extra harass. Not much else to do on an Naga Siren.
Yeah, and the question, you talked about this BPEX, right, Largo, that we've seen it have good games, we've seen it have bad games, just the hero even, not just the player-hero combination. Into this Razor Tusk lane. I mean, I feel like this is going to be, even with Slimeo here, I feel like this is not the easiest lane for Largo, like, at all. You're not going to have, one of the reasons that Largo is really nice into Razor is that you have the movement speed, right? Once you pop your ult, but Hot Feed Hustle doesn't come online generally until like level 8. If you are playing Largo, like we've been seeing a lot of offlane players play. So static link is a problem, especially with these shards ready to go.
It's a scary lane, but again, at least they have some okay pressure to put back with the lick, and thankfully for Largo, you're actually here that has pretty significant level 1 damage. But yeah, definitely, I don't think it should be super easy for him. Gonna be a lot dependent on how well SlimeYao can kind of weave in these trades. Be very careful on his positioning. Quick pause out from Mirage as in the mid lane. Does seem like both of them have just a handshake to get the first couple waves. Looks like they both got perfect CS across the wave, so no denies. Just good old lots of gold early bottle. Nothing too crazy in terms of the mid lead yet.
Is this a matchup you talk about mid 8 for I guess we're 10 for 0, 11 for 1 right now. Is this a matchup that you really expect one hero to win over the other?
It's I would say very much a skill matchup. Absolutely, like taking quite a bit of damage actually, but yeah, definitely just a skill matchup. I think Leshrac pretty much creates skill matchups no matter what. Hero can be quite strong in lane. Hero can struggle on lane, just depending on the kind of player. You'll see Quinn win lanes that you would never think possible with the Leshrac. Sometimes you'll see this hero lose lanes otherwise that you would think should be a little bit easier for it in Embers and whatnot. So very much, yeah, just it's kind of a storm, I suppose, the Leshrac. Sometimes you just CS very well, sometimes you don't. Very much the nature of the hero. But yeah, so far doing pretty well for Mirage. It'll get a little bit more brutal as Copy. He did pick this hero, I think, to pick up some extra points in that Shadow Strike.
And talking about this bottom side of the map as well as we're gonna try to go there. We go with Static Link on top of Bepex, but he is a tanky frog earlier on in this game, and they're gonna try to turn it on to Egg. Okay, with the catchy lick, a little bit more damage. SlimeYao should be able to get the kill eventually. First blood onto this Jakiro. Dark Lord will trade, and I think he's gonna get 2 though. So you're decently happy about that. Tries to find his way. Body block. No, will not get the Lotus.
Not quite.
But it does buy some time. At least the static link damage is gonna fall off. And SlimeYao, Dark Lord, last hit before it gets under tower. Will be able to go get that kill. So Dark Lord gets himself 2 kills. Gets himself a Lotus as well. This lane, you know, we talked about how worrying you could be, Rojo. It's just one mistake. All of a sudden it gets really nice for this Razor.
Yeah, which likes a little bit too, because Bepex was doing quite well in the CS department. So slight overcommitment there was going to punish them. Neki takes some decent damage. This is at least, again, decent for Respect. Has an okay lane matchup here support-wise into the Hoodwink. Even actually looking for a kill. Respect was onto Eki, but not quite able to secure. Lane going as expected pretty well for Violent, but actually not struggling too much for Yayo. I mean, 19 and 8 is about the best you can possibly hope for as an early Mars.
And
We're all shaking significant damage. Ooh,
oh, moving on
blink
top
forward.
of Mirage. There's the blink. Do we have the damage? Copy? No mana, but yeah, okay. Ake has arrived. Gets the, you know, this is the classic support life, right? You know, your core does all the work. Spends so much time harassing the lane opponent down, spending all their resources to make sure that they'll die, and then you just go in, you cast one spell, you scoop it up, call it support tax.
Yep. Go ahead and stand on the high ground. Act like you were really ready this whole time, but they actually are looking for a repeat gank onto Mirage, who maybe has correctly assessed it, isn't directly TPing back.
Radiant's courier has been
But could be a little bit of good caution for him. Is they do get Dark Lord in the meantime, and they got some really good damage as well on Yayo. So that time
really
that
good
they're spending mid.
Really good identification from Liga team that the supports were not there, so they can go make this punish happen. And now you're kind of in this awkward spot. It's 5:30. 30 seconds until the rune spawn, a little bit less. Supports now feel like they gotta go back the lanes to try to stabilize things a little bit, which means otherwise they would have really liked probably to hang around the 6-minute timer, try to make sure that Copy gets the rune and Mirage won't. So he ran back to the lane, didn't really do anything, but they're going to go on top of Mirage, Sonic Wave advantage, and oh, what a shards. Yeah, Mirage, he's locked in here. He's going to go get taken down. Eki will be forced to take the Arcane Rune, so no Arcane Rune Quap, but very nice charge there from Ike.
Yeah, really good Sonic Wave as well. I mean, that is a very aggressive Sonic Wave to go for. I don't think a lot of players that aren't copy would go for something like that. Although we are seeing actually move from Violent onto the bot side. Not that rare to see the parries rotate, but a TA rotation is kind of hard to get towards Slime Meow.
Yep, Slime Meow's gonna go down. Dark Lord not quite level 6, as the Hoodwink will fall. So Dark Lord halfway to Eye of the Storm. Not gonna have that much follow-on damage. Supports will trade, but this is just better for the Razor. He's able to sit in his lane. He's able to make sure he doesn't really miss any CS. We're gonna see a ward go down. And by the same metrics, he makes this rotation, but he's gonna miss a creep or two. He's gonna miss a little bit of efficiency.
Yeah, it's a little bit annoying for Violent. Again, not necessarily a hero that you expect necessarily to have the most successful ganks through the gate. So overall, I mean, lane's going relatively, I think, as expected. VPEX definitely having a little bit of an outlier as a good game, and Mirage having certainly an outlier as kind of a worse game. What you'd expect from Slash Track. He'll make up for it a little bit in the terms of the farming. All supports kind of relatively on their side of the map for now. They'll, of course, come over to the 8-minute rune here. They do have eyes on Mirage, and nope. Yeah.
They're trying so hard to do damage to Yayo, but he's just got this bulwark. He's not fast, and I think he may. Yeah, he's gonna pop the arena. Tries to find his way onto the other side of it. Ooh, no.
Oh,
Ice
the
Path.
trap.
Trap and Ice Path. It gets the damage down. He will die. I want to ask you about this Largo though, because like the first couple weeks of Largo being in captain's mode, we were seeing these offlane Largos. They were going like 2-4-1, then getting their ult. It feels like the last week or so, as Largo gets played a little bit more, gets figured out a little bit more, we're seeing 3 points in Catchy Lick, 2 points in Frog Stomp, ult at level 6 maybe. He's not going to do it here, but the thing that has me surprised, I think, is the less focus on the Frog Stomp, because that is your farming tool. And Largo, offlane Largo, doesn't really feel like a hero, at least from what I've seen before Ags is ready to go. As I hold that thought, because Leshrac is going to get found out here. And that is going to be a dead Mirage. Copy now, a couple supports on top of him, but he is very happy to take the fight. Level 8 versus level 5 and 4. Thinks about the Sonic Wave, but doesn't trigger it. And of course, with the Shield Rune as well, there is not a world where Copy was going to go down. As now BPEX under tower pops the Frog Stomp. He's just dead. Dark Lord does have to be careful, and he's just going to go down. Okay.
5 HP.
Slime Meow. Oh, Ike, do we have nice shards? Yes, but wait, how did that not?
He had a raindrop.
Okay. Like, how did that not break the salve?
Yeah, I saw that as well. I mean, this is pretty devastating for Liga team. I think for Dark Lord, you'll absolutely take that kind of trade and kills here. I think Largo, VPEX here definitely trying to stay a little bit more on the map. And yeah,
Not
another
again.
game onto Mirage. This pick for Copy has really paid off. Again, they've played very much into him. I think as you should if you have Copy on your team, and he has absolutely been delivering. Doing very well for himself. And again, you know, you can go for this kind of more aggressive Shadow Strike build, as this is the offlane Largo. Not really able to make TPs too frequently into the mid lane to kind of dispel that. Play too much around that, at least for the time being. And now Copy. Is he actually looking at ganking BPEX, although I think just hovering for the time being.
Yeah, maybe not. Despite everything, this Largo is not having a great game. Let's make no bones about it. But you're still a level 7 Largo. You still have 1800 HP at 10 minutes in. You're a very tanky hero. So not the easiest gank in Largo. We say Largo's not having the best time. I mean, he is pretty much in line with the top 4 heroes for net worth. He's halfway to his Ags, despite this 1-2-3 scoreline, despite a decent amount of pressure under him. He's actually doing a pretty good job of getting what he needs out of this lane.
Yeah, his net worth is quite good, which I certainly don't mind. Would be nice to have a little extra levels as the Largo. But yeah, not certainly doing too bad in the net worth. Not like Mirage, who is completely in recovery. And I will say this, I mean, with the way that the lanes have gone, this Jakiro plus Naga Siren duo is definitely losing or kind of showing some of its lackluster qualities here. Not very easy to make rotations around a Jakiro Naga.
Oh no,
They
BPEX
go all
chasing
BPEX.
a little bit
I mean,
too
he
far.
got
Look at the
his.
Tusk. Yeah, do have that damage, but now he's got no mana, so he's gonna be forced to run. Also, kind of interesting 4-4-0 as we're gonna see the arena top. That's gonna be another dead hero. But yeah, 4-4-0 on this Largo. I feel like generally,
Dire's top tower
and again, I think Largo is still TBD. It's not quite been optimized, but we do get a point in Croak of Genius. The damage amp there on Frog Stomp and just making sure that you have enough damage, enough mana with the Vivian Rhapsody is pretty nice. Oh no,
Good
Mirage.
bushwhack.
Not again. Good bushwhack. Sonic Wave. Mirage will die, and fortunately, Snowball's not going to redirect onto Respect, but that's what. Oh, nice shards. Yeah,
Oh, this
Respect
bushwhack.
is going to go down once again. So this mid lane, just don't go here, right? That's the just don't go. Don't show
Yeah,
up.
I mean, being that far in the river is a little bit crazy as Mirage. He is struggling so hard in this game. Not even finished his mech yet at 12 minutes for this last track. So extremely far behind tempo. And getting back on tempo as last track is very, very difficult. They're in smoke. They only catch Slimy out with it.
Ooh, that's
He's actually on the high ground. Oh,
the bushwhack.
Well-
Not one of the single abilities doesn't get him on the high ground, but the bushwhack plus the ice shards does just enough. That's unfortunate.
yeah, it's quite unfortunate. But again, it's not much ability for Liga team again to clap back. Their playmaking is not really present on this team in terms of draft, and we've seen that be a very significant kind of place to fail, I suppose, for some drafts. Very much wanted to win lanes, I think, pretty significantly more to take up a decent portion of this map. But now you have a TA and a Leshrac forming the same side of the map. You have Yayo finishing up that blink pretty early on the Mars already, even only about another 1,000 gold or so for Ike. He'll come up quickly if these gangs keep landing for him. 200 gold or so on the Ags for the Largo. Not necessarily an ideal timing or a perfect timing. And they're just going to uncontested take this Wisdom Shrine. Liga team does not feel like they can fight it. So Ike will pick that up, and of course not enough map presence to kind of trade them.
Radiant's top tower
This is a tough map state to play. Very defensive for the team.
At the very least, we are close to some timing. You talked about the Ags on this Largo. It's on Courier right now. He's a level 9 3/4. You do have Dezo done on the TA. Not that is that much of a timing,
middle tower is under
but you can Song into the Frog, right? Song, Ice Path, Frog damage on the Ags. That can be good. Of course, you do have this setup. TA doesn't necessarily need to blink as they're going to try to go reel this Hoodwink onto the high ground. Then we'll find him.
miss.
But the Sonic Wave pumped up, not going to spend it.
Got one.
So that is a dead Hoodwink. I don't know. Yeah, they didn't even have to use a smoke for that. They just kind of run at Pipsqueak. That does. That's something. It's
Yeah,
not the big
it'll-
cores row, but it is at least relieving some of the pressure on their side of the map.
Yeah, it's very nice to pick up this kind of singular support kill very often. As you mentioned, does open up the map pretty significantly. Now BPEX gets that quite nice point in the Croak of Genius. We'll finish Soul Ring as well to alleviate some of those mana problems. So definitely, yeah, hitting some decent timings, particularly once Violent hits his blink, is going to feel really nice. Keeping actually bot side on copy will get scouted out here as they're smoking onto the bot side. Quite interesting. Though it might pay off for them. You see Violent on just a very cheeky ward right outside of sentry range in this triangle. It's a pretty difficult position to get into.
Let's see what they can
See, respect.
find. Blink.
Yeah.
Okay. There was a Naga there.
Well,
No longer. But that, you know what? Look, that keeps the TA alive. That is,
Ooh,
I said it keeps the TA alive. Good bushwhack into the shards. There's the arena as well. Violent. We said he stayed alive. Now he's not. The follow-on rotation, more than enough here. And now SlimeMeow slowed down by the plasma field, but he's under tier 3s. It's 16 minutes in, and that is not necessarily worth it.
We can't quite go that far, but very nice. That ward paying off for them. Getting that first kill onto the Naga Siren, and a really nice push back from Eki. Yeah, again, I mean, this team kind of just needs a couple mistakes to be made by Pipsqueak or to punish anything. As well, respect looking at copy. Can't do much beyond that.
So now that we got to pause here to wait for, wait for Eki to come back. I keep going back to this Largo. It is the new hero. It's always interesting to see how they itemize. Largo has opted not to go for mana boots in this game, Rojo. Generally, we see mana boots and soul ring because once you get Amphibian Rhapsody, it is so mana expensive. You need so much mana to be effective in fights. But he said, no, I need phase boots. I need a soul ring. I'm going to make up for this in some ways. I'm going to get myself a null. And then I got to go BKB because of I assume because of this arena that's causing so many problems.
Mm-hmm.
But that means that you're not going to get your Kaya. You're not going to be as quickly. You're not going to have nearly as much impact because you're just going to run out of mana a lot faster than kind of your standard Largo build.
Yeah, I think it's unfortunately probably a necessity. I think you probably hope for some nice mana to come from your neutral item. Maybe look to make up for it kind of through one of those enchantments. Yeah, it doesn't feel good. Again, not maybe the idyllic kind of situation for the Largo, but yeah, I think this is probably a necessity. It's very difficult to play this Largo into the Mars if you are not ahead by any way, shape, or form. Kind of get into that really, really tanky spot. You might be able to tank an arena, especially, I mean, if Dark Lord is so farmed on this Razor, which certainly he is. Been having a pretty free time across the lanes, now farming a stack triangle for himself. Razor will output a very significant amount of damage in that arena. Pretty much no way to deal with that. Maybe the song, I guess, but again, we've seen so far this Naga Siren pick kind of living up to the potential that we expected it to in this first 17 minutes SPAO. Not really accomplishing much for respect. And of course, one of the really major things that they changed about Naga Siren is this nighttime vision that you get from the illusions is kind of nothing. Usually the kind of huge impact from Naga Siren was very often related to that scouting capability. Now that they've reduced that by a very significant amount. I'm pretty sure the illusions at night only give 400 and something vision, maybe. It is very minor compared to what it used to be. They look on the B-Pex. There's the first song. Yeah, not the highest impact that you could ever get from your 5, but I think in that situation, definitely probably the best usage you'll get of the song in an early game scenario.
Yeah, Largo lives, but now the song is done. They say, okay, well, that's your big engage disengage tool.
Yeah, like
let's go into Roche. So this is going to be a reasonably quick Roche. You got tag team. It's level 4. A lot of damage to bump into this. And it's going to be a trade for a tier 1 tower. Bottom side of the map, 18 minutes. It might not even. They've fortified. They should be able to get it at the very end, but it is just this Chihiro pushing. So, I said there's going to be a trade to the other side of the map. It will be this tier 1. They're not even doing that. This is... Are they going to try to... They're going to hold on. They're going to try to hold on to this tier 1. They're going to try to punish SlimeMeow for making this push happen. Macropyre into Ice Path, but not enough at all.
Yeah,
Dark Lord's going to get himself the kill. He's got an Aegis. They're clearing the mid tier 1. Yes, they got the tier 1 tower bottom side, but yeah, Pipsqueak, they're getting their cake and they're being allowed to eat it.
It feels pretty good for them. Very, very stock standard kind of Razor game. The B-Pex actually could take away this. Has to be careful in the vision pocket, but he actually can kill this Razor once. And I think B-Pex will be able to snowball save.
Buying some time. No one else that close. Oh no, Dark Lord.
No, the spacing.
Oh, so good. He has 40. Probably even lower. I didn't click on him quick enough. He has 45 HP. When I clicked on, it probably went down to like 35.
Yeah, that is pretty tough. Was very close to getting that kill. Maybe just one extra hit. One extra hit of anything really. Maybe even slightly better strumming would have been able to do it.
I love that
you
he's
actually. Oh, they're gonna try and kill Ike off the.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. No, that's gonna be a dead Jakiro. Maybe we can. Yeah, oh, good bushwhack. On to respect as well. Zeki kites away. Do we have the damage? Sonic Wave. Yes, we do. And now it's Tormentor time. A couple of heroes here. No one's particularly low. Yes, Razor can't quite be there because he went down to about 35 HP and then decided to farm backwards into his back into the base. So it took him a while. He's now TPing back onto the map. But copy. Oh, gotta be careful. Once again, the Mars, the bodyguard, is gonna show up, and now Violent has to be careful. There's the stun into the spear. They're not gonna be able to find that much more. So copy has to get out, and now Yayo. Surely, yeah. Okay, he's gonna get pulled right back into the frog stomp. So Yayo will die. You know what? I've had enough of this. Living on 25 HP. So finally, Liga team, they punish it once.
Unfortunately, it is caught by Mirage, who was in their triangle. Died to both the supports. Not a great sign. This Leshrac is struggling so much. Pretty atypically, I would say, for Mirage. As well, 0-6-1 at this 21-minute mark, and did die to both the supports. No extra help required. The shard onto Eki. Already had that blink onto Ike as well. Even got a very early gem, which I certainly don't mind. They're only 5k up, but their map presence is very high. And especially this gem into TA can be so valuable. So I do like this little adjustment here from Ike with how much gold he's managed to accumulate. Ike, of course, has drums and the shard as well. He's playing very nicely to the strength of all the cores. That shard is going to add a ton of damage to any kill threat combo, especially if Copy's there. And BPEX, he did end up actually kind of subsiding on that BKB. Did go for the Kaya, maybe kind of just deciding, maybe because he got greedy enchantment, that he could go for a slightly different build. Maybe just deciding that the mana problems were too significant without the mana boots. So won't have that BKB for a while. Is strumming in front of the tower.
And rotation on top of him. Blink into the punch. Can we take him down?
Oh, he needs to lift
yes,
himself.
Just barely. And the Tusk somehow will survive into the snowball. Now he's going to be okay for the time being. Here comes the spear and the arena. Good job there, Yayo. Sonic Wave as well. Mirage is just going to evaporate. Now they're going to try to see if they can take down Violent as well. And that's an easy one. Yep, he's going to fall. That was a buyback from BPEX. And what exactly? Well, actually, he's doing a lot. Kaya plus Croca Genius, but not quite enough. And now Dark Lord, he's, you know what? His Aegis, they might try. No, they're not going to burn. Okay, they will burn it, but Copy gets a Rampage. They take the tier 2 down. That's a dieback on BPEX. Okay, yeah, that's worth an Aegis. Probably.
Yeah, I'd argue. And it is a little bit of the Copy show this game. Just dominated through mid. So much support presence on him. Certainly paying off in this game. Recovers the gem, gets a Rampage. Textbook on that timing with the Ags. Very, very greedy build that you can go on this co-op when you have such a good game. And even got that extra, the Searing Signet that's unleashed, of course, just for a little bit of extra insult to Liga team. So, I mean, yeah, that's just blinked on by Mars. Nothing really to do for Liga team. Even 2 Largos was not enough, Bayo. It's not a good sign.
For a second there, I'm looking at Pipsqueak, and they had like 4 very low heroes. And Largo's
It was
strumming.
scary.
I'm like, oh no. But unfortunately, this Largo is too poor. No BKB. They can break him, and they can mess with this tempo. And once the tempo's gone, it actually is kind of hard to recover. You miss a lot of mana. You actually miss a significant amount of damage. So not going to work out. As now BPEX runs a Copy, but Copy's got a blink. Not super worried. My question for you, though, as we take this outpost here, Rojo, do you have a favorite order at the copy shop?
At the coffee shop.
The copy shop.
I mean, Rampage on Quap is it's a special one. Don't get that every day. I think you know, I'd be pretty happy to pick that one up.
Fair enough.
Maybe a
Is that
lick would
copy?
be nice as well.
Copy will be fine, but it's pretty low. Not the easiest fight to rejoin if he wants to. This is how life stealing a little bit. Is we're gonna find Liga or respect backside. He's gonna be fine, but they're just holding the high ground here.
Yeah, this is so tough.
Yeah, I don't think you can really do this. And wait, I think did he no, we don't have cheese. I guess he just had a regen rune or something. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
You got a regen runes. Copy right back up to full. Of course, he's not holding the high ground. Not really. He's pushing another wave in, but this is absolutely something you can do on this quap. You move across the map so fast now, level 17. Yeah, your team can hold the high ground. You can join a fight if you want to, but it can be bulk TPs instead. They would love to go find this Mirage Leshrac Link on cooldown as they try to get close. Looks like he's going to take the wrong path, so Mirage will be okay for now. TP's back home. Not quite, for once in this game, it feels like not quite going to find the Leshrac.
Yeah, Mirage living for a singular time.
On top of Dark Lord, but he's real tanky. Not an easy kill whatsoever. Now, Ake gotta get the punch on top. Goodbye, Jakiro. Sonic Wave as well as BPEX forced out of here. The Dark Lord, he's level 19. He's got 23 armor. You're not bursting him. It's just not right now. Your TA isn't fat enough. He's not strong enough.
Yeah, and they have 3 BKBs now across the board here for the side of Pipsky +4, and they actually, BPEX, no living this one.
Nope. Yeah, we got BKBs, so
yeah.
even with the song, that's a dead frog.
Oh, God.
We talked about copy shop orders. How do you feel about frog legs at the copy shop?
I've actually never had them. Not sure I ever will at this rate. But I've heard they taste kind of like chicken, so they're not too bad. This game, I'm sure they're rather tasty.
I was gonna say, I hear they taste like tofu, but you know, I'm not sure that I want to know what tofu tastes like because that would be cannibalism, Rojo, and that is, you know, not okay.
Yeah.
Even if he is a, you know, Enchantress player and a Chen player, and that is, you know, worth.
He's also a Largo player, most notably. And doing very well on that. But yeah, this is, I mean, I think, you know, you can talk about the frog, but of course I think they're eating pretty well this game across the board. Some nice horse on the menu. They've been eating all game. A little bit of fish as well off the back of respect. So not necessarily getting too decadent here for Pipsqueak +4, but they are really feasting nonetheless. Have to sit on this tiny little hill on the high ground. At least they get their wisdom shrine.
What in the
still a miserable
world?
Position.
Well, Violet, look at what Violet's next item is. It's not a Daedalus. You know, it's not another. Technically, it's a damage item because you get a demon edge. This is a Shadow Blade TA.
Yeah, I honestly don't hate it just for the capability of playing the map. It's not the best, definitely into this early gem. So there's definitely a little bit of difficulty with it, but I do think that Violent has a pretty significant task of just playing the map where Mirage can't. Mirage even opted for a very early blink on the Leshrac, not going for a defensive item or the likes, kind of recognizing that will certainly just die. Can't get enough money without that blink. They made the roar and they immediately smoked. BPEX, not again. Oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's a sad day to be a frog. You can strum all you want, but music does not tame the beast. Not this one, at least. So, 50 seconds on the deck. It really, I understand why you went Kai Assange. It it does. It amps your damage. It amps your healing. It means you can actually do things in fights. But not getting that BKB, we're seeing just how necessary it would have been.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough. I mean, that buyback definitely setting back a pretty significant amount. And I do think as well, honestly, I would have kept that mana draft with a greedy enchantment personally if I was VPEX in this game. I would not be getting rid of my greedy enchantment. Not for anything on this Largo. Of course, he did end up going for that kind of GD Pollen bag. Definitely stronger as the neutral, but I just don't see any way out of this game for Liga team that doesn't involve a pretty significant kind of waiting the game out. I mean, they have a nearly silver edge TA, a blink less rack. Dark Lord actually doing a very interesting little bait with his illusion. Won't catch anything as he's too far ahead to even bait. His abilities do jump onto Violent.
And they're gonna go. Plasma Field slows him down. Do we have vision? Sentry's dropped, but he's getting out of there. There's the BKB, and I mean, he's got some happy. He missed the spear.
Okay.
He's out. Respect will die, but that is a sacrifice I would say he's willing to make. But we are 15,000 net worth down, so not sure how much of a difference it makes. But the Violent gets out, and now the Silver Edge is done.
Strum.
I believe in you.
Frog.
You can strum. There's going to be the... Oh, he misses another spear. You know what? Buying a little bit of time. I'm not sure it's enough. You do a lot of damage as this level 17 Largo, but not going to be quite enough as he strums, and dies. So, but yeah,
Violent got Eki. I mean, Eki is worth more gold than BPEX, so I suppose that's something that I'll take if I'm Liga team. Silver Edge, I mean, at least does feel kind of nice getting it this early on. Maybe opens some kill threat on the Yayo. Maybe reducing that movement speed of Dark Lord could be actually significant. If you can get it early enough. Could honestly be a nice kind of hope play with Silver Edge for Violent. It's enabled him to play the map decently, get some extra net worth he wouldn't necessarily be able to. Of course, for Dark Lord, finished a Satanic rather early. Is very, very farmed on this Razor, but actually not too strong, I would say, against the TA if Violent is re-hitting. And actually, not Copy.
Sonic Wave, he's going to look to turn this one. Oh, that's going to be a dead Jakiro. We find more respect. He's got to run out of here, and he's in the water. Fish to water means that he is not as fast as the squirrel in water somehow. So he's going to get taken down. If this was within 5,000 gold, I think those kills happen and you're fine. But Copy's got a BKB. He's got a Kaya Sanj. He's got an Ags. He's got a Shivas. Well, I was getting there. Oh, don't worry. He is just so survivable to these goes that it's not enough damage.
No, it's pretty miserable to play into Quap who's this far ahead. Copy has certainly set himself up that way, and BPEX again, no BKB. Just misery as this Frog is actually just forward on Mirage. Very aggressive, but like out. It's a little bit scary. That Bushwhack lands and Violent could have died there. And Dark Lord actually is not the... I don't know how I really feel about the Satanic. It's definitely not the strongest against Violent. Just overall. Can even still kind of die. The Mirage. He's not entirely weak on this last rack. Did finish that BKB. I mean, still quite weak on this last rack. But level 18, BKB on toe. Whisper the Dread. Satanicing the barracks on Dark Lord.
All right. Talking about the Silver Edge, by the way, I looked it up while you were talking. You know how many games in professional Dota that a Templar Assassin is, we're going to go on top of Mirage once again. Sonic Wave, he heals up. He's going to be okay. And the song is getting some nice setups here. The problem is, I don't know there's enough damage after the song is over. BPEX speared back once again. He can't run away from the static link, and he's going to go down. Mirage punched up. He should die as well. And this just feels like the game. Violent, he's going to have to run. Maybe the Silver Edge is going to help him. And nope.
Copy.
Yeah. Copy. Takes him down. So, Rojo, as this game is over, we do type the GG. Do you know how many, not including this game, how many professional games a TA has gotten a silver edge?
I mean, I would probably guess it's in the tens, maybe.
It's 9.
Okay.
Pretty close, actually. And it
Yeah, I
is.
mean-
It's like 6 and 3, ignoring this game. So now 7 and or now 6 and 4. So you know,
Yeah.
not the most uncommon, but no. It's, how many games of professional Dota have we played?
Yeah, it's. I mean, I think that for Violent, it was a tough game to itemize with really how the lanes went. Unfortunately, BPEX and Mirage just did not have the best times, respectively, and that support duo not, again, very good at facilitating plays. In comparison to a Mars, a Hoodwink, and a Tusk, I mean, if these kind of heroes get ahead, FFC +4 are just set up for a very, very simple game to kind of play around. So unfortunately, that draft, I can see the vision for Liga team. I don't think that they really had a bad draft by any means, but it was, I think, very susceptible to those pitfalls, and especially too, I mean, you know, Silver Edge, no Silver Edge, your mid laner is still 0, 8, and 2, which is just a tough one to kind of come back from. And also BPEX as well just had a tough frog game.
I want to play a game, Rojo, before we go to break.
Mhm.
Who did more damage this game? Hero damage. Was it the Leshrac, the mid lane Leshrac that does just a bunch of damage in AoE, or was it the position 5 Naga Siren?
And I'm pretty sure it was still Mirage, I would guess, but not by a lot.
Yes,
If I had to bargain.
by about 360 damage.
That is really really tough. I mean,
Mirage-
probably most of that is from lane too, to be honest.
Yeah, Mirage did about 8,000 damage this game. 8,400, call it. Respect did right around 8,000. So you need more from Mirage. That is the story. This mid laner on Liga has to have some impact, in that he just did not in this game number 1. We're going to shoot into a break. When we're back, hopefully Mirage gets a hero that he's able to play the lane on and make some tempo, because otherwise we're in for another interesting game. We're going to call it that. So we'll be right back. So now we're getting into game number 2. We're going to have to see what exactly it is that Liga team has in store for us to figure out some answer to what Pipsqueak +4 want to do. For now, interestingly enough, we are seeing MOUZ banned out first phase from by Pipsqueak, which, you know, Rojo, as we take a look at this, MOUZ is an offlaner. I can confirm that that is true. But I've seen it be so wishy, like up and down, that I'm not sure it's ever worth first picking in this meta.
I think it can be okay on the first phase. I mean, particularly as a 9-pick response. I mean, an interesting, I would say far more interesting ban is the Omni Knight.
Well, you know,
When
but I asked you, we hadn't gotten there yet.
Yeah. I guess just a Pipsqueak +4, a little bit of a special one. I do believe that they did actually play the Omni Knight. I think maybe took that in the off lane for Diego. Maybe Dark Lord played it. Didn't actually see which position they ended up on, but I guess Liga team is they don't want to even think about dealing with it, so they do end up giving away the Shadow Fiend. Interestingly enough, this hero has been definitely one of the more kind of prevalent position ones. We've seen it struggle, but I think the idea is pretty much always there. And for Liga team, they actually do get a Treant this time around on that 9-pick. So both teams, I'm sure, relatively happy with their trade here. Probably, I would be maybe slightly happier on the Treant Protector end. It's very easy to play with.
So now as you look at the bans for this, getting into the second phase, I think there are 2 heroes specifically on Liga team. And of course, it is Pipsqueak's ban right now, but 2 heroes specifically on Liga team that you want to make sure that Pipsqueak doesn't get. You don't want him to get the Clockwork. You don't want him to get the Tusk. Those 2 heroes laning with the Shadow Fiend make life almost impossible for the offlaner. The lane is just way too strong. The problem is, Rojo, there's only 1 ban. So what do you focus if you're Liga?
I mean, probably just take away Ike's Tusk, I would imagine. That being said, you could technically pick one if you wanted. Maybe thinking about maybe something like Viper, possibly cheese the Shadow Fiend. I wouldn't hate either picking up just straight away something like a Puck for Mirage. Although maybe you have to worry a little bit about copy kind of cheesing you in that mid lane. So it's a little bit difficult. Actually, I would definitely agree that this ban into pick here for Liga team. Could still pick up the Largo if they wanted, I suppose, as well, as not the craziest concept. And they actually do, they ban out an Ursa, so maybe good lord here. Very interesting. I mean, kind of necessary that you get rid of the Ursa for this Underlord matchup. That being said, that does kind of assume that this will be copies Shadow Fiend, or at least that he might play it. They have the capability of picking up that Ursa. It may be true, but it does mean Tusk is open if Ike wanted to play it. But for now, they just pick up that Undying. They should be just about as strong as those other pairings, the Clockwork, the Tusk. They could even pick that up still in the position 4 if they wanted. It could go back for Eki to play as Hoodwink, whatever he is feeling. Actually, Shadow Shaman this time around. I don't mind that.
Okay. Actually, I'm not too surprised they didn't pick the Tusk, just because, I mean, Tusk into Overgrowth, Tusk into Pit of Malice is a little awkward. It's not quite Static Storm level of, oh, Tusk can't play, but it minimizes the impact of Snowball. It makes it a little much harder to get that off, so sure. It's also really nice you talk about the Shadow Shaman, Rojo. Eventually, unless this game is an utter snowball, Shaman gonna get to level 15, and then you're gonna break this Underlord. And then this Underlord is much easier to kill than he otherwise would be.
Yeah, it's nice to have the Hex breaks for sure. Definitely makes it a little bit annoying as well to pick this next hero up, but Beastmaster won't necessarily care too much about that. I mean, I like the set of picks for Liga team. I think it's a little more consistent. They have some more playmaking than they did previously, although definitely still very strong emphasis, I think, on winning the lanes for Liga team, as their playmaking can be, they have more, I think, than they did in the previous game, but it still definitely can be very limited if they don't get those kind of early levels to facilitate it. Early items potentially coming out from this mid Beastmaster. So they've gone for an interesting kind of gambit here. Pipsqueak +4. They could respond, and then they kind of shape that they want. If Copy wants this hero here, which it is a pretty good puck game again. Not sure if that's what he is going to opt for. I've been a little bit surprised by his lack of picking it up, but it's a pretty good puck game. Maybe he thinks it's slightly hard into the Beast, but he kind of has the pick of the litter. Maybe he still wants to play Shadow Fiend. It's maybe kind of difficult this game. Not something I'd opt for, but probably one of the few mid laners I think that would in these kind of scenarios. Is decently against Beast. So.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, isn't Puck and the Beast pretty bad? Oh, okay. Oh,
Ooh,
that's
well, yeah,
Oh.
that works too.
They're just picking to make Mirage's life miserable in lane. That's what this is. My gut says, okay, you're a sniper, you're like the ranged mid lane hero versus a Beastmaster. You got ways to clear the boars. This is just not a fun lane for Mirage. Is that is that accurate?
Yeah, no, this is pretty miserable, and so far the jump onto the sniper is pretty lackluster as well. I mean, eventually late in the game, of course, they have very good ways to get on the sniper, and Shadow Fiend do feel a very similar kind of role as the game progresses. So there is some awkwardness definitely in the sniper pick, but if the lane went that poorly last game around from Copy and Mirage with that sort of matchup that he picked up, then I'm going to go ahead and assume that any sniper matchup that he gets, which they actually ended up even banning in the previous game, is going to be very brutal. Definitely can be a very tough one. At least Beast does have the potential to stack for himself and come back a little bit. But these supports are very good at rotating as well. They're pretty good at kind of keeping that sniper alive and facilitating that extra damage coming out from shrapnel and whatnot. I definitely could see this being a pretty good sniper game overall for that first, again, kind of early portion of the game before Blinks, before Ags on Underlord. Means that they're pretty much exclusively looking for a violent hero on Liga team, and Pepsi Plus 4 definitely looking up for an offlaner.
Can you rotate this to a violent beast? The question is, like, the trick is there a mid laner that lanes well into sniper, which is kind of a very limited pool. There's the minus armor stacking. Ow.
Yeah.
It's gonna hurt a lot. Can you rotate Beastmaster into like violent Beastmaster and get something better for Mirage?
You could, in theory. I think certainly you could pick something up, and even something like a Pango can have pretty good range poke. You can play for something kind of interesting in the mid, like I think Viper is actually still open, so you could try to kind of counter cheese the sniper. Maybe it doesn't always work out. So there's some interesting ideas. I think there's definitely better matchups than the Beast by all means. You can even play, I mean, it can be brutal, but you can still play things like Primal. I think kind of play off the waves, but I'm not sure that's what they'll offer. I'm not sure if Violent is, he doesn't really kind of peg me too much as a Beastmaster player, and he does actually, I think, have an opportunity to maybe pick a decent kind of game for himself. I wouldn't honestly mind it if they are able to get into the game. I would say this is a really strong Terrorblade game. Of course, maybe worries me a little bit then about what the kind of tempo they could play is. That's kind of the difficulty I'm looking at. Maybe something like a gyro could be very decent or reasonable for tempo, even something like a bristle to kind of play around the map. It's difficult to think of a kind of a strong hero that also has the potential to mess with the sniper. Maybe in some, some versions of Dota you would pick like a Spectre here. Fortunately, I think Spectre struggles maybe a little bit too significantly this patch around. Not the best in the Shaman either.
It does feel as though there's going to be the Gyrocopter. If you get out of lanes, that is the question. But if you get out of lanes, it does feel like Liga team has more than enough answers for the sniper. You have Underlord that just could rush, goes Crimson Guard Ags and just drops a pit on sniper's head. What's sniper going to do? You have Respect coming from an off angle, overgrowthing the sniper. You have, once you start to layer things, you got Ice Path. You have Mirage. He's going to get an Ags, and then he's going to get Blink right after the BKB and just go on top of the sniper. It does feel like you have this game is we talked about how much this game flows through copy, just pipsqueak +4. This is reliant on what does Sniper need? 2,000 net worth lead at 15 minutes over the next closest hero. Like, this is a game Sniper has to be really fed, or you're going to start to just get taken out fight after fight and really not have any answers.
Yeah, I think the nice thing, I think, at least for pipsqueak +4 is that they should have good capability of winning those other side lanes. So I think that's hopefully what they'll play through, is getting copy a pretty significant lead. Definitely put good focus on him, as we mentioned, but also make sure that Dark Lord, Ike, Eki are all able to get pretty significant gold. Early level 6s can lead to very early Roche with their lineup. Kind of play off the back of just, yeah, as you mentioned, insane tempo. But I definitely agree. I think if Liga team make it to 25-30 minutes with probably less than a 5k lead, then they probably just win, to be honest. I mean, their lineup is very, very well rounded. Really good disables across the board. They have good jump, as you mentioned, good ways to deal with the sniper, who is going to be filling a very similar kind of role to the Shadow Fiend. So I definitely do not mind this Liga team draft, but am, you know, based on what we saw in the previous game, I'm a little bit scared that they are going to get on the side of pipsqueak +4. Just these very early objectives, get a pretty significant early net worth lead, take these early towers, as both teams will actually just straight up run into each other. No smokes or anything either.
Unfortunately, no stuns quite close enough to make sure there's a first blood. But yeah, this is so important. Ideally, cutting some trees, making life a little bit more difficult for Respect on this safe lane or this position 5 tree and protector. But with everyone here, not the easiest thing in the Sentry. Well, benefit of the tree. You can tree walk, so you can take sentries down even if they are in awkward spots. That's not going to be a camp that gets blocked. The other thing I'm a little worried about, Rojo, is it looks like we are backing up for now. There is one save on Pipsqueak. And even that is the Ag Shard on this Undying. And even then, well, you just drop a pit there and then you just come out and you're pitted again. So not only is this a game where copy's going to get jumped on as this game goes later, they will not have, so like you can itemize kinda, you can get a solar crest, you can get auras if you want to, but I'm not sure who buys them.
Nope.
That's nice. Violent now caught out on his lonesome. Certainly you do have some amount of healing and damage block there with the living armor, but not enough. And first blood goes to Yayo.
Yeah, that's pretty tough just walking. I mean, really nice, honestly, smoke from Ike and Eki, recognizing that can get a kill there if they catch anyone. Very nice early kill to get for Yayo. Definitely going to swing the game the kind of direction that they do want it to go in. I am very curious to see this game. I mean, Dark Lord, because they do just have the lineup they do, because they have the Slardar, probably he'll just go more kind of stock standard. Shadow Fiend, I think no reason probably to stray away from your Mantas and your Hurricane Pikes, Mask of Madness and whatnot. But this could be an interesting game to go for that kind of Kaya Yasha Shadow Fiend. Been seeing a couple players experiment with that in the carry role. It's actually a pretty good game to have that kind of burst potential. Maybe gets you a little bit of a kind of differentiating play style to what the sniper is. But again, probably unlikely since they did pick up this early Slardar with it. Like, cool TP bot.
The other argument to be had here is Yo just gets punched, but because he had to take living armor level 1 on Respect, there was like zero pressure on Yayo. Not only because he got first blood, but because of Respect again having to get that living armor. So he's just gonna get poked. Yeah, you got 90 damage at level 1, but Eki is totally fine with this one. He's got chicken fingers. Any damage he takes, he can shackle it back up, clear off the living armor damage as well. Very nice there. But the other way to look about, you talk about, oh, just go the physical damage build. You got a Slardar. The other way to look at that is Slardar is enabling so much physical damage that you can go this more hybrid build and still kind of do as well as your standard physical Shadow Fiend would.
Yeah, and you're not then affected by Atrophy Aura or a Crimson coming out from BPEX if he does get that early, as Eki living a little bit on the dangerous side. But still good damage across the board. This top side Mid so far, going not the best for Mirage, but ultimately about as tolerable as this matchup gets. Need some levels before you can spam or before your boards can actually live. So it'll hopefully, for Mirage, if you want to cope, get better with a little bit of time. Get that bottle at least, but and this is the life against Copy. Very, very strong lane player, but also, of course, the life against Sniper. Could just die if you're a little bit too unfortunate on...
Oh,
significant
talking
enough
about
for
just
those.
dying.
Ooh,
Slime
yeah,
Meow.
Slime Meow. Just
Gives
two
a,
zombies. That's enough.
Yeah, presses the Dark Lord stacks early. You know, so Rojo, I was watching Dream League yesterday, and we saw a safe lane Shadow Fiend get up to, I think, 7 stacks of presence of the Dark Lord.
Yeah, it's scary the way this hero does
Dire's middle tower is under
snowball. Definitely need to be very, very careful. They need to pick, of course, the Undying to be basically as strong as you possibly could in lane. Thankfully, BPEX is not actually struggling that much. He's mostly killing Slime Meow, who actually is probably just dead again.
He's dead again. Second.
Oh, well.
Do we have a Shadow Raise? Ranged
Should.
1. Slime Meow. Ike gives
There's
him the
2.
kill, and now that's 2 stacks. So you're looking at a decent. This is a negative armor Underlord. This early on into the game, that is a dicey situation to be in. Of course, this is still Dark Lord. Only 20. Now he's got 21 souls, but he's still level 3. He's not doing crazy damage just yet, but even still, I mean, 6 - 7 is not a good place to be as this Underlord.
No, it is certainly not. BPEX is not gonna have a good time. At least, I mean, they'll let this wear out as Slime Meow actually smokes back into lane. Sign of the times. A little bit of the struggle. Aki comes mid just to be a bit annoying. Aki will give him a tip over, and actually, maybe that tip even cued him into thinking that there was a ward there. Either way, he finds it. For no tip. Of course, feels comfortable leaving Yayo on his top side since he got that first blood. Not much kill threat onto Slardar.
Yeah, so now this move mid. Beastmaster is going to be able to go get the top water rune, which is
God.
nice.
Mirage is dead, I think.
Well, he's north side of the tower. Both supports are south. So it's not the easiest thing to run at. Yeah, he's going to get trampled,
Okay.
but living armor means he's fine. He's getting zoned out of the wave, which sucks, but he has been zoned out of the wave. And I mean, Eki is level 2. He does have something, but yeah, he's actually, Mirage is going to be okay here, I think. I don't think he should die, but
yeah, he's playing this well, playing it cautiously. That's not too bad. I mean, as a beast mid, I suppose, and a sniper, about the best thing you can ask for is to take up the time of 3 heroes. Probably would have got zoned off that wave anyway by Copy, if we're honest.
yeah, now on the Dark Lord bottom side because those 2 supports have been mid for a while, and here comes Respect as well. Big commitment. Dark. Oh, okay, he's not gonna live. Slime Meow is gonna try to take the tombstone down. They will get that one. So nice 150 gold into the coffers as BPEX tries to run. Firestorm, a little bit more damage. Do we have the damage to get BPEX down? He's pretty
Lotus.
tanky, and with no chicken fingers, with all the heals, yeah. BPEX is going to be fine. So they trade support for core. Very happy there if you're a Liga team.
Yeah, a little bit of the result of wasting so much of that time around mid. Does leave that kind of kill window open onto Dark Lord. Definitely Shadow Fiend, not a hero you want to die on. That's pretty consistently. Slime Meow.
Well, that's a start to go and get some of your stacks back. One would assume Slime Meow will fall. Dark Lord, 1 presence of the Dark Lord stack. Can we make it 2? But no, not okay. No, never mind. Sniper's here. Eki has to run. He's gonna get foul played away. He's okay. And now Respect trying to play in the trees, but there are shrapnels here. So 3 stacks. Presence of the Dark Lord. He's gonna find himself. Yeah, he lost a couple. Some of those nice stacking souls that you get, but even still, gonna go up to about 23 now once he refills his coffers. And yeah, this is just not a Shadow Fiend you can look at for the next what are we, 45 seconds, give or take. 3 stacks of Presence of the Dark Lord just means this Underlord has to just watch the wave and not get close.
It's unfortunate. Absolutely. And really nice rotation from Copy. Not necessarily, I mean, Sniper not a hero that people always think of as being particularly strong on rotations. But definitely is if you can actually bring the hero. Copy, fortunately though, does mean he can't get to this top side. So they're very dutifully eyeing this Wisdom. Only level 5 though in Violent.
Yeah, but there's a Tombstone, and Yayo is level 6, and this is a dead Gyrocopter. A good team. Both supports here on Pipsqueak have been so nice and active, as Ake's going to get a double kill, have been so good at playing active that they rotate in. Tombstone on the high ground. Nothing, absolutely nothing that this invade can do. So now Yayo is almost level 7. Moving into that Soul Ring. He's going to have a very nice blink timing, even with the Soul Ring. And then it's just going to get worse, man. You already got Corrosive Haze level 1 plus Sniper plus Shadow Fiend at 22 soul stacks early is... It's not... Doesn't feel... he should be 23. Okay, I'm a little confused here. He should have 23 stacks, right? Because... He should, oh, is it only? No, it's only kills. That's right. So it's not assists. So you get Presence of the Dark Lord stacks for assists, but the kill, you have to get a kill to get souls. Yeah. So okay.
So actually, we'll walk up on Dark Lord.
Yeah, he's kind of dead here. That is a well, yeah,
nice,
no, he's dead. Ice Path, make sure that is not going to be a Requiem, not going to get cast. Now, Ake is in a bit of a pickle. He's going to get run down here. Not level 6. Drops the Tombstone, though. And Copy's here. Never mind. He's going to be fine. Assassinate is ready to go if they want to spend it, but...
Pretty shocked he didn't want to continue on Copy. I think he just had that kill as Mirage mid even gets Eki there. Just that first usage of the Primal Roar. So kind of just kind of letting the map slip a little bit. If you are +4 there. Not kills that I think you should be giving away necessarily. That being said, of course, they are still, you know, pretty significantly far ahead in this early laning phase. Especially, I think Yayo is a big outlier of where he should be expected to be. Maybe not as far ahead on Dark Lord as you would want, but Yayo is having a very good game, and they are going to try to punish him for it. But
yeah, but you
pretty
just
fast.
move away. Leg day means that you're not slowed from all this nonsense, but now maybe a little bit more. Nice crush, making sure that Respect stays back. Here comes Eki looking for the stun. Yayo's still pretty low, looking for the Denied and Ancients, not gonna find it. And again, this overloaded support duo from Liga team finding good opportunities, and Copy, we're seeing just how weak of a rotator the Sniper is. If you can set up for it, you're great, but you have 330 movement speed. You don't have any mobility tools. You're just, it's a TP or it's nothing. And these TPs are pretty important to hold on to.
Yeah, I do think they're kind of butchering the rotations here for the side of Pipsqueak +4, to be honest. Definitely, I mean, at least where they're kind of playing on the map. I think it's pretty.
That is going to be a Tombstone going down, but this is not really all that valuable as Yayo looks to move in, looks for the crush maybe into the stun. Gyrocopter still just explodes. I kind of expected him with living armor on top of him to last a little bit longer, but not really.
Mirage is going to get this kill. He got 2. And
that is
he's
kind of insane. Now he should die here. He's going to find himself into a corner. No mana for TP.
Wait, he has a branch.
No mana for TP. Branch is there. He's going to get feared up a little bit, and now he's going to get the TP out of here. He got stick charges. Wait a minute.
Oh my god.
Game 1, disaster for Mirage. Game 2, into a worse mid lane matchup. He is doing work, man.
Branch god. Wow, I saw it in his inventory, and I knew he wanted to do something cheeky. Even placed a ward on Ike, by the way, to try and catch him there. Tried to use the Requiem as well to cancel the TP. Didn't have quite enough mana to start it. Maybe calculated, maybe not. But Mirage, I mean, really is kind of squeezing water from Stone there, as you mentioned, with his insanely difficult mid matchup. He's now a level ahead of where Copy is, so this is the ideal situation for Mirage. And at 11 minutes with the lineup they have on Pipsqueak +4, and being down less than 1k is pretty much perfect. Not really much that could be asked for. BPEX has gotten his levels for the most part now that he's been left alone for a little while. Dark Lord is not particularly accelerated on the Shadow Fiend despite those early stacks that he got. Ended up losing some towers as well. I mean, feeling confident enough with Slimy out here to actually push this top tower. Very nice recovery from them.
Yeah, you talk about those early stacks that Shadow Fiend was able to get. He's lost every single one of them. He's died twice. This is I know you like to talk about this a lot, Rojo, but this is a hero that you can't die. More so than probably any hero in the, maybe Naga's up there, but this is a hero that relies so much on snowballing every lead that he has. It is very, any death is so incredibly costly. And now with his Underlord just able to kind of sit here, he's got a Vanguard, so Sniper does just about -5 damage to him. He's working onto the Crimson, so Sniper will do, and Shadow Fiend for that matter, will do very little damage to the entire team. And this is starting to turn into a game that is, I'm with you, decently favored for Liga. They have a net worth lead. It's not a lot now. It's probably like 300 gold, but given how this was supposed to go, I mean, Mirage, he's going to have a 14-minute Ags, and that is, again, considering this lane, 13 to 14 minutes on your Ags as mid lane Beastmaster is pretty ideal going into this Sniper.
Oh, very, very good. Be the same net worth as a Sniper is as good as you could possibly ask for. And yeah, I mean, Dark Lord, he didn't make those adjustments in his build, maybe to go for that magic Shadow Fiend or something of the like. So they will be punished pretty heavily once this Crimson is online. You know, he finishes Blink, but again, arguably kind of late for the start that he had. Kind of a you know, just a big impact to those missed rotations. Some of them maybe those tougher deaths from Eki on that mid lane. So now they haven't been able to utilize even those level 6. Well, I mean, at least the snakes. They haven't been able to set up confidently, look for some kind of early Roche or get in position for some later Tormentor down the line yet. Now they, I mean,
14 minutes.
Team. This is a very ambitious.
Yeah. Last time they brought 2 heroes. This time they're bringing 4, just saying, hey, we got to find something out of this. But the Tombstone's down. Now, backside, really nice move from this Underlord. And that is a fantastic Fiend's Gate in. But unfortunately, Gyrocopter has died. The Serpent Ward's going to get a second. I don't know that we're going to get that much more. But again, who got, you know, Respect did get the shrine. So they were able to get double shrine. So you go 2 for 2. You lose your carry and a support for the offlaner and a support. You get both shrines. Pipsqueak doesn't get any. Honestly, I don't hate that. I think that works out fairly well for them. I mean, yeah, you don't want to lose this Gyrocopter, and Gyrocopter's not having this game, but Beastmaster is, and now Yayo thinking about moving on top of BPEX, but this is an Underlord with their Vanguard. This is not a go that exists in this game. He is incredibly tanky. So the tier 1 tower will fall bottom. And now a 1,000 net worth lead for Liga team. Yes, Violent has died a couple times. He's not having I mean, 0, 4, and 5. But he's got the triangle ready to go. He's starting to farm that one up. He's not even looking at the Ags, which I like. I think in this game, the higher tempo Manta Dragonlance that we saw, you know, Toro get started, I think it makes a lot of sense. So he's not that far away from his Yasha as well. And this, he's gonna be running around Rojo at like 500 movement speed pretty soon.
Yeah, Mirage also lifted his arms there to almost get a roar onto one of these supports, which he'll kill anybody in a roar right now, level 13 on this beast. In this type of game, getting towards potentially a blink before BKB, that is a really good sign for them. They have this full Crimson finish as well.
Oh, I'm dying. Just about getting poked out by the Gyrocopter and nothing else. So now on tier 1 mid falls, we saw tier 1 bottom die a second ago. It really does ask the question at this point, how do you take a fight as Pipsqueak? You have this Sniper, he can get jumped on. Shadow Fiend, no BKB just yet. He's not there yet. And they're going to drop a pit. Ake is just, he dies. Percentage damage off the Firestorm is really good into this Undying now.
They're gonna look at Roche too.
Yeah.
Oh God.
This was
They
a
have the eyes in
lineup
the
that was supposed to be able to
forest.
take Roche really quickly on Pipsqueak. But also, I mean, you have a Beastmaster that has his ag. You take this Roche very quickly indeed. And now the game, Rojo, I can't this game's falling apart for Pipsqueak. Oh God, indeed.
Yeah, this is really, really, really bad. Dark Lord has been kind of relinquished to the jungle. Copy can't really do very much on the sniper. It does have the, I mean, the Mjolnir feels quite nice. I'll say for the damage output, but yeah, this is a very, very tough sign of the times. Full Crimson for BPEX means that you're basically never winning any coordinated fight against Liga. Eyes of the Forest makes those coordinated fights very easy to play. Lamyao even has an early 4-staff. Feels very, very nice to pick up. He's quite rich on the Shakiro. Mirage is, of course, eyeing that blink again. In this kind of game, being able to get a blink before the BKB is really, really, really luxury. Not a lot of Beastmaster games like this that you would necessarily expect to pick that up, and especially to pick that up so early. As you mentioned, they don't have any saves. I mean,
Well,
for Ike, it's okay. He did buy it. Okay, I was gonna say he has to, I think, buy a very early shard. which-
on top of
he
this
does
sniper.
have.
Bigayo's baiting this out. Tombstone save means the sniper
Oh,
is gonna
God.
be okay for now, but he's got Ice Path Macropyre on top of him. It just doesn't matter. You need a 4-staff. He needs some way to get out of here, and by going the Mjolnir first, he has none of those defensive items himself. Now they
didn't
will
even
be able to
pop the
go
Crimson.
get tree. Here comes the Shadow
Oh,
Fiend.
God.
Can you do any damage? That's the question. Not with BBEX sitting in front. It's a struggle. So Requiem goes out. Everyone's low, but no one's dead. And Dark Lord, he just can't punch through the auras. BPEX, Atrophy Aura, Crimson Guard. It's so hard for Shadow Fiend to do anything. And really, he needs a BKB.
Yeah, he needs a lot. Definitely needs a lot. Needs a couple more kills to come his way. Or 8 kills to come his way, really, since that laning phase. Needs some assists to stack up. Needs a very, very ideal fight where BPEX does not hold this Crimson like he did. And not only is it luxury for this Beastmaster goes early blink, but for BPEX, he gets to go for this luxury kind of ag secondary, which feels so good. This is my favorite Underlord build by far, as they barely missed the dust.
Oh, no.
Oh God.
Just treeing things, man. Oh no. A second.
Oh.
Are you? Oh, that's unfortunate.
That dust isn't even worth it. I mean, in theory, it could have hit the Treant if he was still there, but mentally, that dust is not worth it if it misses. Very big emotional toil tied to that one. As now, I mean, with that little bit of space that, or I mean, pretty sizable space that Respect demanded on this Treant, TP over. Some of the cores look to go through the gate eventually. They still have this top tier one, so it's really, really, really impossible to even fathom contesting this Tormentor. Some pretty good shards potentially on the line as well. It could be BPX's or it could be Slime Meows. You're very happy with either.
You know what this all goes back to?
Pick this one up.
Yeah, we're not contesting this by the way. Tormentor topside. You just can't, as you said. But you know what this all goes back to, Rojo?
What's that, Bea?
Pipsqueak in the first phase, they banned Mars.
Mm-hmm.
They did not ban Underlord.
Or Treant.
True, but I just look at Underlord, and I don't understand why you would ever not ban Underlord. I mean, he is so good with the
Yeah.
Crimson. This game, you picked, by the way, this was like, I think it's like an 8 or it's like a 13-14 pick of this Underlord. I'm going to say it was like first pick in the second phase. And he's got a Crimson. He's very good there. You pick Sniper into this. Shadow Fiend was first pick, so technically didn't go into it, but he's going Ag second item, which I love. Now the Sniper has 0 hope in this game. You need a BKB, maybe, and dude, I don't like this. He's going Silver Edge. Yes,
The
a blink
struggle
is
item in the
nice,
series.
but you need to get out of the pit. Nothing else matters. You got to get out of the pit. Sorry, pits now, very soon.
Oh,
And
God,
this is going to be a dead Shadow Shaman. But, well, we dropped the Tombstone. Maybe. Wait a minute here.
Violent.
That's a gyrocopter. That is.
No.
He's fine. He's fine. Overgrowth is a problem.
God.
3 dead. Copy
damage.
jumped on top of.
Oh, God.
And that's the Underlord problem. He shows up. He sees wherever the sniper is. He says, I hit R on the sniper. And now there's nothing he can do. Not only because it's a lot of damage, because you have Pit Firestorm, you start to click him, but also you have an atrophy aura right on top of the sniper. Sniper does a lot of damage by clicking really fast, Rojo. He only has 132 damage. Atrophy aura reduces that by 30%. That is.
And the Crimson is the other 70%. Yeah, it's very tough. And again, I think if Liga, I was kind of estimating if it was 25 to 30 and they were only down 5K, they'd probably still take away this one with the draft they had. But I'd say being up by 8,000 at 22 is pretty good as well. Could maybe put them in a good position, I would imagine. Because, yeah, these fights are very difficult to make out. At least, I mean, they did almost have, Kill the Violent. It was a nice try, relatively, but, man, Dark Lord has really felt pressured in his itemization and was just kind of, giving a little bit of a chew toy noise, I feel like, every time he landed that right click.
So, Rojo, you know how we talked about how Sniper does 132 damage? Plus magical whatever bouncing around? Plus headshot, but base damage. Do you know how much damage Crimson is blocking from the Underlord right now?
Dire's top tower is under
It
attack.
is, it's probably a lot, probably 100 something.
It's 2.2% of 3,100 or so, 3,200 plus 70. He's blocking 136, as this is going to be a dead Shadow Shaman. So he's blocking 136 plus 30% atrophy aura.
Oh, yeah.
Sniper is actively healing heroes as Yayo is going to burn down. There we go. Slimy gets the kill. Yeah, a sniper hits a hero and is actually healing them for the duration of Crimson Guard.
Yeah, there's a little bit of extra damage to throw in there, but yeah, it is really nothing. And we have very often sung the praises of this Underlord in this game doing pretty much exactly what we see it do most of the games, for most of the reasons that we do end up praising it. Again, also, I mean, this Treant doing a pretty good job as well of making life very difficult here. That extra living armor, of course, means that Sniper will literally deal no damage that is ever on top of a target, and they don't really have the luxury of going dispels either on these cores. Dark Lord is going straight for a Daedalus, which is probably necessary, but still feels and not the best. But it does mean straight away VKB and no Manta into this Treant, which can be really tough. I mean, no Manta as well into the Underlord. So it could be very tough for Dark Lord. Of course, Copy is nowhere near a dispel. In fact, is not even eyeing one. Just went straight away for the Shadow Blade. Maybe they can get Slime, in theory.
Not in
Although
practice.
No.
I'm not a believer because first of all, gyrocopter. Do we have the damage? Copy. Ice Path, that's a problem. Here comes BPEX as well. There's the solar. No, you're not going to kill this gyrocopter. He has all the auras behind him. He's fine, and now BKB try to run away. There's the overgrowth, and it is. You just call it. Underlord is in this game, and you don't have an answer. I just get this game on out of here. We're going to talk about the Shivas that he's getting after this. He's like, no. I don't need that. We're going to go Assault Cuirass. I'm going to hit faster with my 300. He's got 321 damage bonus right now.
Oh, God.
he is hitting harder than the sniper has any hope of hitting. It's just not. It's just not comparable.
Violent got a butterfly as well. Yeah, this one's completely over. They went for a very specific type of gambit on the side of Pipsqueak +4, and unfortunately just kind of fell apart for them into this Underlord, which, again, I think most of the time if you give an Underlord even an okay game, you of course will struggle pretty significantly into how strong this hero is. If you give BPEX on this Underlord an incredible game, then really there's just no hopes with a draft like this. And Copy, well, I'm honestly surprised that he didn't get another Fiend or a Fiend's Gate drop just on top of his head. Would have died, but I guess they might as well just wait for the Rosh. It's in that spawning window. a little bit of a slightly late spawn, so they know it's just about up. And oh, actually, I'll just use it straight away onto Eki, who has also notably really been having a tough time on the Shaman 276.
It's a really rough Shaman game. I understand. It's like, okay, it's control incarnate. You're going to get to level 50. It's funny. I feel like, Rojo, this is the second game where we've looked at a Shaman. We said, you know what? You're going to get to level 15. Hex Breaks is really good this game. And then Shaman just never gets to level 15 because the game just goes so wrong. But it's hard to blame him. You're into a Jakiro that messes with your foul play. You can't channel because there's Ice Path. As we're going to try to go. Do we have enough damage in the stun? We do. Mirage is godlike. So it's a hard Shadow Shaman game. There's just so much stuff to mess with your shackles. You're not a tanky hero. You died a gyrocopter. Yeah, this is a draft that was very much based around winning through lanes and winning hard. And now that that is no longer the case, we are dropping Tombstone to push the mid lane, the mid wave, and that is the only save you have for this sniper who doesn't have a BKB. So Ake is dead, by the way.
No?
Yep, he is goodbye.
Interesting little spot to end up in.
You know, that is a thing that does exist.
And we'll give the Tombstone gold away as well, as Violent doesn't even feel like he needs to be near the Roche, which is true. Has no real reason to. Don't need the damage. Probably won't be taking the Aegis either. Shivas will go into Mirage, as Pepex will pick up that Assault Cuirass plus the level 20 for himself. Extra to Atrophy Aura for himself. A little bit of extra give away.
44 armor. 3,200 HP. Crimson's blocking about 136 damage. And there's also a 30% damage reduction because you're just in their face with Atrophy Aura. Now we're going to go drop a pit top side. Trying to go, and it's
so miserable.
Why? At this point, is it even worth it? Actually, it is.
Yeah,
They can go take the portal back. Yeah, they can. Okay, so they can take the portal back to mid, deal with the split push, and start the push immediately. So, okay, you know what? That's fine. Taxi goes mid. So we're going to drop the Tombstone once again. I'm not sure it does anything. No, I know what it does, actually. It gives you 200 gold to the gyrocopter. So that's what it does.
Yeah, Violent attacking very fast. Great game for him. 118 damage on the Bupex, who's probably arguably doing about as much damage as Violent to these buildings, maybe more so far in this game. So yeah, this one is, I mean, it really is done and dusted. Yeo did pick up a Wisdom Shrine for himself and is actually quite close to that BKB. He wants to get another wave, maybe solve an item or two. But for the time being, they're still technically in the game.
They are heroes that, you know, look, okay, if there's one thing I've learned about Dota, you know, any comeback is possible, but Daedalus is not all that close, actually, from the Shadow Fiend. He bought himself a Shadow Blade as well, so second Shadow Blade this game, which means that when you get pitted on, when you get Fiends gated on, you're still going to be locked in a pit.
Or
and Dust is going to be coming through.
If you get overgrowth on any of these cores, you're stuck. Especially if you preemptively pop that BKB, which feels like you kind of have to. So yeah, this is a very tough one. Break on the Bupex, maybe
Sniper, high ground defense.
It's about 600 damage or so is best you could reasonably ask for.
All right, here's my question. You sit Bupex in front of the sniper, outside of Atrophy Aura range, and let sniper just hit him. Bupex doesn't do anything. No, there's no additional follow-on. How long does it take for? Why was that dying that far forward? I don't know. They're gonna go find copy. Yeah. Mirage on the backside runs him down. Yeah, this is over. It's been over for a while. If you sit Bupex at the sniper outside of Atrophy Aura range and just let him click the Underlord, how long does it take the sniper to kill him?
And with the Silver Edge, it's probably about maybe 10 seconds. I would bet maybe slightly longer. Eki had no foul play, so just dies in the fountain to Violent. They've got quite a bit of tenacity to stay in this one. I will say, this doesn't really feel like
All right.
There's too
Is
much
there
hope.
a
Dark
sentry?
Lord.
5-man Requiem. Nope, never mind. Pops the BK.
Yeah.
I had a dream. The dream was not there. I took it. I've been awake too long. There's no dreams. League of Team.
Yeah.
This game does not work for them. Does not work for Pipsqueak. League of Team, they dominate this game number 2, and that means we get to go to game 3. Rojo, maybe don't give Underlord away, especially not in the game where you're picking a sniper.
A sniper and a Shadow Fiend and a
Yeah.
Slardar, all of which intend on going that same kind of physical damage overload. Yeah, no, I definitely think the draft for Pipsqueak +4, again, it was very much a gambit of just winning extremely hard through lanes, and honestly, they just had some sloppy rotations where they kind of walked into mid, and then Yayo and Dark Lord stepped up too far, ended up dying. Just punished too significantly, I think, for a little bit of hubris on Pipsqueak. And when you pick this kind of draft, again, not really room for error on these kind of mistakes. Mirage in the first game, an incredibly tough game for his last rank. This time around, in arguably, again, a much worse matchup for him, 10-0-13. So that's 77% win rate, I think, across like the 20 or 25 something games it was picked up. So yeah, this hero is, when you do get a good Underlord game, it's, yeah, as we saw in the previous game of this series, pretty much just impossible to recover from. So for Liga team, in order to kind of cover that, there's a lot of boxes to tick. I think certainly the difficult thing is that Underlord can literally just itemize for any situation. You need lockdown, very easily can go the route of the first item. Ags, I think, is one of my favorite if you're enabled to do that. But in particular, you can go Atos as well into a quick pipe. You can go Greaves for a self dispel as your first item. You can go Lotus as a dispel for yourself and your team. You can go pipe, obviously, for magic damage, Crimson for that physical damage, as we saw. You can just do anything as his Underlord and pretty much cover all your weaknesses. Pipspeak +4 will pick up a Jakiro as well, which was a pretty integral part, honestly, I think, of enabling that Underlord. Slime Meow had a great job of helping push those towers, which Underlord is sometimes lackluster at doing, but was honestly pumping a ton of damage as well with those early macro pyres. So, and Pipspeak +4, you know, if you can't beat them, take their ideas directly. I think that's about how that goes. Just copy them.
Yeah, I will say, in fairness, we talked about this Underlord. The thing it doesn't do is a lot of damage. Like, yes, you have 300 damage, and yes, you do have this invading force, so you move fast when you come in, but after that, you get kited out. That can be an issue. This lane into a Razor, because likely this is going to be the safe lane Razor, not necessarily the best, but much like you like to talk about Puck, right? About how these matchups that can kind of go both ways, Rojo. It's the same thing with his Underlord. Yeah, you can get dog walked by the Razor. That's not great, but you have all the pits. You build a Crimson, you build pipe. Razor is going to have 9 seconds where he can play, and then he's just going to get pitted up. And there's Razor is as a hero's concept. It wants to be mobile around the fights and be able to get these links and get this damage. And Underlord severely caused that problem. And we talked about lack of damage. Jakiro's a damage support, so that does cover some of the Underlord issues. You got damage all of a sudden, you're fine.
Yeah, no, it's I definitely do like that. I mean, you know, Razor definitely a very solid hero, so no reason to be too upset by it. Also very good, of course, at building of course your basic dispels, Satanics, Mantos, KBs, which can be quite nice. Mixed damage, so it's not as easy for the Underlord again to itemize into you. But yeah, as you mentioned, it can be really annoying, the pits for Razor. I think we have quite literally seen this Razor Underlord matchup go kind of both ways in some of the games we've casted, where and sometimes the Razor struggles very significantly, and sometimes the Underlord has just too tough of a time coming out of that initial laning phase and breaking out into the game. Disruptor is an interesting one to bring out for sure. I mean, so far pretty good against these two heroes. It's nice to throw the Underlord away when he comes in. Pretty good at getting kind of that immobile Jakiro. And also okay against Puck. Definitely, I mean, Puck can be quite annoying for Disruptor in terms of jumping and dodging the glimpse and whatnot, but at least you do have that instant silence. Could be a support duo, though, that definitely struggles into the pit, into Dreamcoil as well, if you're ever caught by it. And definitely a support duo that can, and has a lot of playmaking potential, but it's kind of difficult sometimes to actually get damage out of these two, or kind of turn those into kills if you kind of miss the first couple ganks. So, you know, we've seen some Disruptor games ourselves across some of the qualifiers and whatnot that we've watched, and despite definitely the strong theory behind this hero, I think more often than not, if this hero isn't getting some really strong early rotations, we have seen it kind of feel pretty lackluster.
Yeah, my first question to you was going to be, where is the damage from Liga team? Because you have Demonic Purge can do some, Shadow Poison can do some. If Shadow Demon's allowed to hit for, you know, forever, you can get stacks going and have some fun. But not a lot of damage out of this support duo, which means that, I'm assuming this is just going to be positioned for Muerta, which is really good into the Razor. Is there a world where this is Dark Lord Muerta?
I I definitely think it could be. I think they're definitely keeping it open. It's a pretty good Muerta carry game so far. Once you get BKB, you're very strong. You don't care as much about the Razor sapping your damage. You get such a huge injection. You're pretty good against the Dragonite, of course, as a matchup overall. So I definitely think that they're going to keep this one open. So far, I like it. I also think, of course, you have a pretty good supporting cast for the Muerta. You have a hero that, in theory, should completely cover its lane. Have a hero that can bring it into fights. And, of course, just a ton of CC between these three. So I do like this. I think this Muerta pick is very versatile. Definitely the, Dragonite, in theory, could be quite nice for shutting down this type of puck, but not the best necessarily into the rest of the roster. I do really like what Pipsqueak +4 have cooked up so far. Finally picking up that puck for a copy that I've been preaching so much for.
Yeah, Ro, it's funny. When you pick an Underlord, the draft just kind of comes together.
Yeah. Yeah, it does just kind of look neat, doesn't it? I feel like probably they could have picked any combination of three heroes, and I would have been like, wow, this is a really well put together draft, really well thought out.
Yeah. It should point out, by the way, that whether this is core Muerta or support Muerta, if this is support Muerta, once you get the Ags, fearing multiple heroes out of the Dream Coil, breaking it on them, it's just disgusting. So we have the Venn diagrams, we have all the circles, we have Ice Path, the tons of control you were talking about. And now it does beg the question what this last pick offlaner is going to be. Yes, it could be offlane Razor, but I do think you want the Razor into the Underlord matchup. I think that is actually pretty important to get. You want to make sure to shut him down. You could offlane the Razor and pick like an Ursa. Ursa Disruptor is not the worst matchup. Ursa can get kited out a little bit. Having the glimpse to bring a hero back to Ursa can be pretty nice. Good lane versus the Underlord.
Yeah, it's definitely not an easy pick, as they'll just go for a Centaur, which is fine. I mean, definitely Centaur ulti is not very good against most of these heroes on Pipsqueak +4, but very nice game to have the Retaliate and the Blade Mail.
Oh, no.
And,
hey, pack it in. Okay, you got Underlord. Yeah. Maybe not the best lane into Razor Disruptor, but you got Eki. He can break the link. And now you got Kezenda Centaur.
Yeah.
That is I think we've seen 3 or 4 of these. That is not a real, to quote Quinn here, that is not a real lane. This is not Centaur, you good, my precious zero armor boy just gets annihilated by Kez.
Yeah, it can be pretty tough. I definitely think, yeah, this is one where if you can get to a decent start in the lane, actually, sometimes you can do okay against Kez just by means of retaliate, but pretty unlikely, I think, that you get to that point with a Jakiro in tow as well. Even just a Shadow Demon it has to be a very, very well played lane on Liga team to really get anything out of. And for Pipsqueak +4, we kind of just talked about it. You got really just very comfortable heroes for them, Jakiro, Underlord. I feel like this game, based on draft, should just kind of fall in their lap if everything goes according to plan. Of course, we did see them kind of overstay rotations in mid last time around, kind of fumble around that. So there's certainly some, places to make mistakes, but their draft is a lot less, heavy centered on that kind of very strong early game. Gives them a lot more capability to just play a normal game, have an Underlord, win based on what we've been seeing throughout all the times that we cast Underlord. Quick pause for Mike, because maybe taking in their draft, I think, just looks very, very simple to execute. It is really just the end all be all of it.
Yeah, and on top of that, we talked about maybe mid lane rotations, a bit of a problem for the last game. Underlord is totally fine to be left alone. Very difficult kill, even if supports rotate on him, especially if it's like Shadow Demon Disruptor. Who cares? Kez is super mobile, doesn't really mind if he gets ganked. He can just grapple and call out of there. Yeah, there's a glimpse, but especially once he hits level 6, the percentage damage into a heal versus the Centaur means that he's going to be fine. He's probably going to turn around and kill BPEX. So this is very much a game where not only are the supports from Liga team more problematic, they're going to struggle a little bit more, On top of that, this is a game where your side lane cores are much more willing to be left alone than they were last game.
Yeah, I think, you know, we've sung our woes for this draft. It looks very, very comfortable. Liga team, they're going to have to do a lot. Definitely. I mean, Mirage is going to have to do very well through mid, which he did do quite well last time around, despite, again, his horrible matchup. Now he has a good matchup for once in the series. But it's going to be a lot on Respect and Slime Meow. They have to make very, very clean rotations on the Shadow Demon, on this Disrupt. I want to see them overloading these lanes. I want to see them really get kind of violent ahead. I want BPEX to have a comfortable lane 1v1. Yeah, the smoke wrap is also interesting to me.
The battle
This is something you do in scrims and say, oh, this is going to work out here.
It's
Okay,
gonna work
Respect
out
gets
here.
the bounty rune, but he's dead. Say goodbye. As there we go. Yayo gets the kill. Benefits once again. So what was that? 2 bounty runes? Were they?
They
They just
only
ignored.
got one. Yeah, there's one just left on this
Okay.
top side. So we'll see if somebody wants to pick that up. Slime Meow might eventually get it, honestly. Looks like he'll spot it. So we'll get an extra bounty rune. Although I'll certainly take that to jumpstart Yayo here. Even they got that block under the tower. Feels nice. Aki takes a ton of damage walking the wrong route. Yeah, should be still nonetheless a decent start for them. So far, they are starting. Well, they were starting a couple heroes extra on that bot side, but first Slime Meow eventually makes it all the way up to here. Should be. I mean, they have in theory on this top side some playability. BPEX and Slime Meow. Definitely the Shadow Demon can do good damage to Kiro and Aki. It's scaring me a little.
I don't think Aki should be taking this amount of damage. It is yes, it is double range.
He's been
but
pathing. They got a double
Aki?
stomp in this top side.
please. What?
Yeah, Aki.
Yeah,
Dude,
Devil Stomp is nice, but Dark Lord's already level 2. Eki, what is this? What is happening? He's gonna
God,
die to the
he's
Thunderstrike. Eki is
what
dead.
is- oh my god, his spacing.
You have an Underlord to sit in. You should not be taking this damage, like at all.
No.
I can understand the desire to trade, but you have an Underlord to sit in front of you. This is you sit, you poke, you hit dead shots. Like there is no need to be eating max range plasma field plus Thunderstrike.
Yeah, they're fumbling this lane, I think, a little more than they should be. I mean, Eki, he quite literally took, I think, over 400 damage just walking under the tower at level 1. Didn't take any tower aggro or anything. He just took a ton of right clicks and pretty significant spell damage. Yeah, also pretty low on mana, actually, or was, for kind of spamming those firestorms early. Not quite the exact start that you'd want for this First Blood Underlord. BPEX is actually off to a pretty okay start for himself. Mirage is doing quite well through mid. Though Liga team, first couple minutes are going about as good as they could hope for.
The problem is, I think all of the two of these three lanes they get better. If not, they get better for a pipsqueak. Like Puck's gonna hit level 5, 3 points illusory orb. Not gonna really struggle with CS in the way that you do early because you just kind of nuke the range creep. You're fine. Once you start to get like multiple points here in Kazurai Katana, in Shoto Sai, you just start to click down this centaur in a pretty significant way. And Yayo versus Static Link's not the best. You pick this Muerta in part because you can just always break the Static Link. So, that's why I think it's so crazy that Eki's playing as aggressive as he is. His job literally just has to be there, soak XP, and when this Liga safe lane tries to go on his Yayo Underlord, you break the link and you're fine. Like there's a very little effort that you got to put in on this Muerta to make sure the lane's going to be totally fine. So again, a little bit awkward. Now all three lanes somehow they're winning for Liga team, and I don't think that's supposed to happen.
Not ideally. Definitely not ideally. Again, it will even out in some regards, but yeah, Eki just...
I mean, BPEX is 9 denies. 10 denies.
Yeah.
Oh.
He's doing quite well, and Slime Meow is actually just mid as well, so a little bit illegal that he's kind of getting away with this. This will, I think, actually get worse for the Centaur. Well, at least has not put any points in Retaliate. Once you get, I think, 3 points in Retaliate, can be quite good. Eki just kind of struggling with his spacing on this Muerto, which is, you know, pretty plainly, I would say, I would typically view in a normal game as kind of a bad omen. Definitely don't want your Muerto to be any kind of off. This is one of those heroes that we have seen probably some of the best performances, I think, in all of Dota on. Honestly, we have seen some really incredible Muerto performances, and when you're on, you're on. Feels like this hero does everything, and well, when you're off on Muerto, you are certainly off. His Apex will TP out here.
Yep. Only
That's about the damage you expect.
yeah. Only level 3 on this Shakiro, so like earliest you're gonna get Ice Path at level 4. So he didn't know he pretty much had a guaranteed TP, but now, I mean, he TP back to tower, which is acceptable. It's fine, but he is 450. He's like 40% HP. He doesn't have a TP, and they're going to try to go on top of the Shakiro. There's the disruption into eventually the stomp. A Dark Lord runs through. Double Echo Slash on top of 2. Ink will fall.
Well done.
And now Dark Lord has to be a little bit careful. It's 2 heroes still here. The 7-8 was very impactful in making sure that there's the kill. And now TPing back in. Dark Lord gets glimpsed back. And this was supposed to be a winning lane for this Kez.
Oh no.
This was supposed to be a dominating lane for this Kez, but respect now, he rotates over. And I think they're going to get another one. Jakiro trying to TP back into this. Eki falls. BPEX under tower. It's not a kill to anyone, just group. And Slimey TP's back into his... Well, never mind. Slimey's dead. That's TP's back. Will at least get the kill. But yeah, this is... When we see a good Kez player do this, when we see a Kez player locked in, he's up 20 CS on the Centaur at this stage in the game. This is not supposed to be a matchup that is anywhere close to being even.
Yeah, this is definitely going very, very well for Liga team. They at least get a, I mean, you know, 1 or 2 back. This is ultimately what I mean, for them, what I would certainly be hoping for. Free up respect a little bit. This early game, Slimey. This is a bit unfortunate if he goes down, but he's kind of limping away right now. Ooh,
Yeah, Dark
salves.
Lord.
Oh god, he did waste the salve on Slimey, which actually hurts pretty bad. I will say this Kalzurai Katana, I really want them to stop it from canceling consumables. It is just, if you've ever played mid, if you're a mid player and you play against the mid Kez, it's so annoying. You're just stuck there for 7 seconds while you can't bottle. God, what a, oh my, getting all worked up thinking about it. The bird's fun to play, okay, Bayo, but it is not fun to play against. I think that is pretty common sentiment.
Isn't that just Dota's design philosophy? We're gonna find these heroes that are like really fun to play, and you just
every
okay.
MOBA.
Yeah, that's fair. Battle hunger. It feels great.
Yeah.
Awful to play. You're just like, I'm slowly dying. What is this?
Dragonite. I honestly think Dragonite's kind of fun. Puck is, at least I think, has some more reasonable counterplay, but yeah, definitely.
Tinker.
Feel that way. Yeah, Tinker is probably one of the most egregious, but you know, Tinker honestly, Tinker does honestly less than Kez does in terms of the hero's kit, which is something I never thought I'd maybe say. Mid lane, Mirage has been doing pretty well for himself. Does get the early level 6. Eki is really has nothing to do.
At 5 hero rotation in mid lane. Yeah, I don't even blame Eki on that one. I 5 heroes showing up on this timing. Yes, you want to take the tower down because Elder Dragon for him, but I don't blame Eki for not expecting the plasma field rotation.
Yeah.
You know, I think that's fair.
He's taken a lot of damage to plasma field throughout this game. Probably Violent getting similar in damage numbers to Mirage's Leshrac game 1 by now. No, this is definitely a very, very, very tough situation. Right. They will get on the top side.
Yeah, but well, they're going to get that shot into. Okay, Deadshot's there, looking for calling as well. Raven or Raptor dance, a lot of damage. But Dark Lord, okay, we'll be able to go get BPEX down. They get the Shadow Demon as well, but unfortunately, as this happens, they kill mid. Respect, not even level 6, and they still get the puck.
And Copy must have just overextended. I didn't see that kill onto him.
Dire's
Well, it
middle
all
tower
happened
is
offside, so it
under
does give
attack.
away a little bit.
Radiant's top tower is under
For Pip
attack.
Squeak in that rotation. Ultimately, though, of course, this is when the matchup definitely gets a lot harder for the Centaur, is when this Raptor dance comes up. That percentage damage plus the heal. So good for the Kaz in this early portion of the game. I'm also honestly surprised. Sometimes or at least fairly typically, I see the Kazs actually go for
Radiant's
some more
middle
significant
tower
points
is
in the
under attack.
Kazurai Katana. Especially if you are going to be rocking that Raptor dance on such high health heroes, but first BPEX, he'll go straight away for a Blade Mail. Maybe Dark Lord just anticipating some comfortable farming, which also very interestingly, I've not seen this from the Kaz. It kind of makes sense, but he's gone for early Blightstone and actually going to finish up at Vlad's is what he's currently eyeing. It's kind of like a Morphling-esque build on the Kaz.
Yeah, so
Definitely Vlad's makes sense on the hero, but it is interesting.
This is actually what I've been seeing more of Kez in like the last week. When we saw like in Blast, this was the build when we saw Kez's, where you go Vlad's, you go Dezo, you farm pretty well because you still have max Echo Slash, right? And that, especially with the Vlad's, it amps it up really nicely. And you're able to take fights early, you still farm relatively well, and the burst damage you do with Dezo Vlad's, it's just disgusting.
Yeah.
It pairs out well with Kazurai Katana. It burns the Kaz online a lot earlier than the Battle Fury build does. You still have good farming potential, and it seems pretty good. This is what we're seeing when we're seeing Liquid play it. When we saw Skitter was playing it. As now Dream Coil into the mid lane with this Underlord as well, but Static Storm causing a little bit of problem. This is an answer to the Underlord. Just don't let him join the fights properly. But yeah, we're gonna go straight
We'll
back
pay the
through
price.
once again, and it's still gonna be a dead disruptor. So it was something. Nice idea, but you can just
Oh,
click
they got
the
him?
portal again. And
Okay.
Dark Lord, ugh.
Yeah, he lives. Just barely. Yeah, I mean, the concept of this Lads I definitely like a lot. I'm just definitely could see wanting the Battle Fury in this kind of game. Not really a ton of fast farming, so I guess maybe just trying to pair up nicely with some of the timings you can line up with Yeo in theory, as Eki will unfortunately be a victim again. Definitely not, again, the cleanest Muerta game from him, but
All right.
that is something that we'll just have to accept, live and learn.
BPEX has had his Blade Mail pretty much done, if not done, for a while, and he keeps sending his courier back and forth. So he's had 2 parts in this Blade Mail, Chainmail Broadsword as well, that thought mid lane, not gonna get anything. He said Chainmail Broadsword in his inventory for quite a while now, and this courier keeps going back and forth, not delivering the recipe until right now. So it's a 12-minute Blade Mail, and I think it was actually done at like 10 minutes. And he was like, I want another item. Let's go courier back and forth. Oh, I'm dead. Oh, no, I don't get it. Very unfortunate there. But he has it now, and that is actually really nice into this Kez. Yes, it's not a big aura. Yes, it's not a Helm Dom to help you farm, but it does. Kez has 1,000 HP. This additional damage reflection is a nice way to make sure you don't get bullied out of the lane really all that much.
Yeah, it should be quite nice at kind of preventing the Kaz maybe from getting those typical harass windows. Give you a little bit more space. It's still not the Dom though, so not going to actually speed up the farm too much of BPEX. He's struggling pretty significantly. 4k net worth for the Centaur. Thankfully, we'll just eye the pipe, which is really, really strong in this game. So should feel okay about itemization in that sense, but definitely not having the easiest game. Quick pause as they definitely are looking onto Ike. A little bit of a stare down from the Centaur here.
Hey, Rojo, do you know why BPEX is not having the best game this game?
Why is that? Oh.
It's because he didn't pick Underlord. And he had an option.
That is.
They first picked Shadow
that is
Demon. They
true.
could have picked Underlord. I don't make the rules. Look at this. Underlord, top net worth in the game. Into a bad matchup. Just kind of happens. You good?
Yeah. Yeah, it does seem rather simple. As well, they're gonna stare at Ike for a second and
Glimpse him back into the hoof stomp. And we do have a Static Storm as
pretty
well,
awkward.
but that's very awkward. Yale?
It's really awkward. What is going on? The Dark Lord is jumping, and well, what is happening?
More TPs in. Ice Path will hold the
What
Shadow Demon back
is
for
going on?
now. I don't know. Everyone's here. No one's hitting spells. We now run away. That is the story.
Okay.
Although that's gonna be a glimpse onto Yayo. I'm not okay. They can kill him with Eye of the Storm. They can eventually take him down. The
Going, or
Dream
they
Coil
not?
dropped. No one's still dying. Copy on the edge. Here comes Dark
The-
Lord. He's gonna get stunned up here from the calling, trying to do what he can. He's dead. This is why in the world is Eki there? I don't know. It's another kill. Eki falls, and the puck's the only one that survives. 5 heroes live for Liga team in just about the most awkward fight that I have ever seen. Rojo, I'm not sure what was happening, but spells were cast.
I think that they paused the game to disconnect all the players' brains. I think. I really can't think of much else. That was when I saw Mirage blink forward, look at the Jakiro and not stun him. I felt like I went crazy. Okay, I have to mentally reset after that team play. That was
No, see, the blink was for the glimpse vision.
yeah.
But he didn't need to glimpse the Jakiro, but he blinked forward for glimpse vision on the understanding that the glimpse was, I don't need to waste Dragon Tail stun. It's gonna get glimpsed.
Yeah, surely.
Sure, you know.
Yeah. Well, either way, they're and Eki has just been in the crazy. It's all wonky. Pipsky +4 have definitely given themselves not the easiest set of circumstances. As Respect was really fishing. I do like that he's being so aggressive on this Disruptor again. This is definitely one of the better games we've actually seen from a Disruptor for a lot of the games that we've been casting. Usually this hero just kind of feels lackluster, but Respect has been setting up very nicely for kills himself, helping out his cores when he can, overloading side lanes, which I really like. They should be able to push likely onto this top side. Violent is quite close to that BKB, about 1,000 gold. Very good BKB game, I will say, for Violent. It's a little bit unfortunate that he'll likely get it so low in duration so early in the game, but yeah, he is pretty much untouchable during that BKB. Yeah,
So
we
my
did finish the
question-
pipe though.
Okay, my question for you here, Ro, is this pipe is done. Not a bad timing. Is pipe versus Crimson? We see Underlords get both.
Yeah.
Kind of makes damage here. Going pipe first in this game for this Underlord, is that the right move?
I don't know. I think I do
Copy.
like it. But yeah, it's definitely, I think mostly because Mirage is having such a good game is what makes it a little bit more questionable. Eki, not react in time.
Nope, he's dead. There's gonna be Static Storm as well, but Puck does get a Dream Coil, so Copy will be able to get respect. That's pretty nice. Diego now drops the pit on top of Mirage, but no secondary stun, so he doesn't get to stay in place. And now Mirage just blinks forward. Copy's dead. There's the Stampede, so he gets out. Unfortunately, Raptor Dance, very little damage into this Mirage hero, even as you
Another
do
stun?
have the parry, the stun. Not gonna last long enough, and this Dark Lord, he's only level 11,
he wants to
doesn't
go.
have the Dezo. He's not at the point where he can just turn and evaporate Mirage. So Copy dies again. They lose some supports. Yep, awkward fights. Really
Yeah,
awkward
and-
fights here.
This is part of what as well. I mean, definitely, again, I think this, I do really like this Vlad's variant of the Kez, but this is kind of some of the awkwardness I think you can find is not hitting really the timing that he wanted, and not like the rest of his team really utilizes his Vlads. He's kind of relinquished to farming right now, which is still decent, but not nearly as good as if he had that Battle Fury. Just kind of sitting low on that net worth, not really going to have a good matchup into Razor by any means without that kind of net worth. Not going to be able to play very well into this kind of Dragonite plus this Disruptor with that lack of net worth. Struggling a little bit on this Kaz to find their place in the game. Eki also struggling on the Muerta. Just finished up that drums. Ike not really having that same impact that we saw maybe Slime Meow have in these previous games. And now with the DD on Mirage, I feel pretty confident to actually start this Roche. I really like this from them, as not necessarily usually in the past would you have thought of Shadow Demon as a Roshan doing hero, but Of course, nowadays with the innate abilities, Menace stacks up very quickly. It's actually just really fast with this DD. So a little bit of rune luck, and they take it all the way.
Taking 82% more damage from the Shadow Demon.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really, really cool, actually, to see the Shadow Demons adjust that new innate.
Wait, is Menace? I always thought, for some reason, I was thinking Menace is just the damage the Shadow Demon does.
No.
It's to everyone.
Yeah, and it's a huge amount, too. I mean, 2.5% per debuff. It's very, very good. Definitely the disrupting yourself is a fun little tech, I think, for the Shadow Demons. Of course, this Emanate also is quite good at amping that damage. The Liga team only 2k ahead, but I do think, you know, positionally and in terms of the game state, definitely ahead by a pretty good margin. BPEX is most of the net worth lead, honestly, that they don't have built up, as he's been a little bit poor on the center, but I think he'll take that. Still has the pipe, still has the blade mail. I think it's a much better pipe for BPEX than Yayo's is. He works towards that Crimson Guard. They do still have a very consistent draft on Pipsqueak. Definitely not in dire straits by any means. But yeah, they are on the back foot for this time being. Violent is full Mjolnir, full BKB on the timing of this Tormentor. They'll get this for free. Kind of the benefit of that 18-19 minute Roche.
And there's a really good shard and there's a really bad shard. Well, not really bad, but not nearly as good. And unfortunately, Respect, he's gonna get the shard. No demonic cleanse for Slime Meow.
He bought it already. So it would have gone to Dark Lord, interestingly, as Respect. Newfound shard, a little bit of extra network for him to feed over to copy.
There we go. And now Mirage just continues to run forward. They know that they cannot kill him. Dream Coil is on cooldown. Is this Underlord? Yeah. He should just die here. Can't find his way through the gate in time. Yeah, that's a full channel. And now into the mid side, this Kez, they're going to find him as well. Tries to go Grappling Claw away, but the Stampede is causing problems. Even as he is in the Raven Dance, he is so slow, but he's actually going to find the trees. Okay.
Yeah. They just kind of went the wrong way. A little bit unfortunate to miss out on that kill, but overall, I do like the adjustments that Liga team has made. I mean, Violent is having an incredible game again on this Razor. But this is this Demonic Cleanse doing very, very good this game. Lots of things to purge, especially into that Underlord, Jakiro. Getting this so early for Slime Meow, having such a comfortable game on him. Get these kind of early items, get he's level 11 already. Get that cleanse. Yeah, playing just very cleanly for Liga team. Definitely a difference from their game one. Playing to the strengths of their drafts, countering what Pipsqueak has. Take most of the map from here. Maybe look for next tier 2 whenever you can get it. Copy's gotten quite farmed on this puck. Maybe one thing to be a little bit alarmed for, but fortunately for this puck, this is just a game that is very precarious. Any Dragonite stun, any kind of catch from Respect on that Static Storm, instantly death.
All right, so
full pipe finish as well.
What are we looking for Pipsqueak right now? It's only a 2,000 net worth lead. Aegis is going to be done in just about 90 seconds. But despite that, this game has felt pretty rough for Pipsqueak for the last little bit of time. There's just, the map play has not been there. What are we looking for Pipsqueak to start to make some moves and like get the momentum back in their favor?
I definitely think you want Dark Lord's BKB just to kind of play the fights out. Probably you want a defensive item on Copy, which might also be a BKB. Definitely want this Crimson on Yayo, which is quite close to finishing, and definitely want this time to Aegis out. I think those are the conditions which you can start to eye for a fight. Of course, it is going to be tough as they bought another early gem on the side of Liga with the lead that they have. Really like this maneuver from them. Definitely seen a lot of early gems as of recent. Huge fan of them. You're confident you can keep them. Mirage certainly is, as he has a BKB as well.
Look at this smoke. They scan right side. They know Dark Lord's there. And this is a Kez that does not have his BKB. He just has to be very careful. And good news for him, He is. He's going back into the base right now. Shouldn't get caught out.
Where
No,
they're
T
looking.
to the
The
base.
glimpse.
My goodness. Here comes Mirage.
Does he
There we go.
have-
Glimpse into the static storm. The Kez, nothing he can do.
He could have
TP
dodged.
comes in. I don't blame him. He thought he was safe. He was
Yeah.
under his tier 3.
Violent.
And still they get him.
Yeah. No, it was a very good look.
Dire's
I think
bottom
they
tower
played
is
that
under
one quite
attack.
nicely. Although I believe with the Kez, he actually could have dodged the glimpse. He was really
Dire's bottom
well timed
tower
there, or
has fallen.
maybe even could have dodged the
Dire's
Dragonite Sun.
bottom
But
tower
definitely
is
a
under
very,
attack.
very difficult move to read. And now getting, I mean, those 2 sets of kills, Apex is very tanky with that Vanguard.
Dire's structures are
Mirage is very strong with his armlet
Dire's
BKB.
bottom tower is under attack.
So they will take most of this Rax. A couple of Dragon Illusions up there. Not as strong as they used to be by any means, so won't take too much damage. But definitely just playing the map very cleanly. Only still 4K for Liga, which I'm honestly a little bit surprised about. But again, big portion of that is just that Bpex does not have too much farm on the Centaur, and it's not really that big of an issue. His net worth is not really indicative, I think, of the impact he has on the game.
The entirety of this net worth lead. Actually, more, you're right. More than the net worth lead because BPEX is not having the best game. This Razor is 5,000 net worth ahead of whichever hero you choose to look at on Pipsqueak +4. They're all kind of the same net worth.
Tower is under
He
attack.
is just about. He's only 800 gold away from a Scotty 3rd item.
Yeah.
How do you feel about that? That's not what we generally see in the Razor playbook. How do you feel about it?
It's pretty interesting. I think not opting for a Satanic or Manta makes a little more sense with the Demonic Cleanse available from Meow. That being said, I really wouldn't have minded if this was some extra damage, a Butterfly Refresher as Eki. I mean, there's just no living that. He is, I mean, no doubt about it, Eki has had a pretty tough North game. Not really facilitated too many plays or been able to be a part of as many plays as I think he would have liked to. Greedy Enchantment is helping him barrel towards an Ags, so Eki will eventually have that to look forward to.
Under attack.
But yeah, this, I mean, the Scotty, definitely very interesting. Doesn't really help against the puck too much, but I do think Kez is gonna, struggle so significantly
Dire's bottom tower
into really any item that Violent could pick up. This matchup is not easy for the Kez, and especially not if you can't get towards the Lincolns, towards some extra mobility to play with. Mirage,
All right.
very
so
comfortable hitting away here.
BKB done. Parasma done as well. This is a big timing. They're going to try to go on top of Mirage. Being to run
Oh,
away now. There's going to
yeah.
be the suck on top of his Underlord. He's just dead. He's going to go down. Dream Coral on 2 backside, but they
fear,
don't have the
actually.
damage. Yayo will actually be able to get out of here with the Crimson Guard. He's going to be
Oh.
able to run, but Copy, he's taking a lot
This
of
is a
damage
good
as well, so
fight,
they got to be
I think.
careful. But now the dead shot into the Centaur is going to be
Just
safe
have to.
for now. Looking for an Ice Path maybe. He's just going to pop Stampede, run away, and Dark Lord kept in place. They're going to drop a pit backside, but Bpex not going to go click on it. Not going to get the pseudo stun. So that is now.
Unfortunate.
Yeah.
I think they probably could have gotten more, or really anything. If that's the kind of fight that they, I mean, if they can't get anything off of that kind of fight,
Radiant
then it is hard to imagine them getting much of anything. Especially now that Violent has finished this. Scotty finally now gonna eye for a refresher next, is what he has currently. The quick buy. I certainly don't mind it. Satanic would be very nice as well. They're gonna smoke up actually.
Smoke up for now. Dark Lord in that last fight, his BKB was done. He did hold it. Didn't pop it to get through the kinetic field and trying to get some follow-up kills. So he will have a 9-second BKB for this fight. Dream Coil, it's up in 2 seconds. So they have the big spells they need to try to make something happen here. Unfortunately, this smoke is just not finding anything. They go to the top side. They hope that maybe someone was going to push the wave, but not at all. In fact, Liga, they're the ones that are going to smoke up now behind the Centaur. And the puck is TP'd bottom. He's shoving this wave in, which means this is a very separate side of Pipsqueak right now. Eki might be the one they break the smoke up. Might be Ike. We'll see. But for now, well, there's going to be a courier going up the high ground, see what he can see. He's going to be able to run away. And actually, it looks like they're not going to be able to go and get any kills off this. And we should point this out. Both supports now, they have their Ags. Deadshot ready to go on this Muerta. You have this really empowered Macropyre on Ike. We had it in the last fight. we are hitting these timings. We had them last fight too, but as these BKB timings get shorter, Rojo, for Liga team, these support ags, this just area control becomes really, really useful. So now Yayo is going to get sucked up, drops the pick, continues to try to run. Not a great big static link. So we're just going to reset.
Not too impressive there. There is actually a DD bottom, which could very, very much swing any kind of fight that would come its way. Although Slime he will scout it out. It's Violent. He can pick up that amplified damage if he wants, but Slime recognizes he needs to deny that. It's in a pretty tough position because of it.
All right, Dream Coil onto the Shadow Demon.
Oh,
He's
good
going to
fear.
get silenced up as well into the stun. Oh, do we have enough damage? Yeah, there's going to be a static storm, but really to no avail. Trying to keep the Shadow Demon alive and failing. So now they're going to smoke up once again. They know there's a smoke here. They surely saw that, but this is just a chase. Trying to find the additional movement speeds that go straight on top of Gaz. Good static link. Dark Lord has to grab and claw away, but here comes Mirage and back straight into it. But Dark Lord, that lets him get the Raptor Dance off. Oh, he goes up to half HP, trying to turn on top of BPEX, but he's going to be able to get out for now. And now that's the BKB done. Dark Lord at 50% HP, lacking 65 damage. But now the static link, it's going to end. A secondary glimpse back on top of Ike. He's going to die. That glimpse actually kept this Kez alive. It dragged him away from where Mirage wanted to be.
And actually looking on copy, I mean, this Deadshot is doing so much on Eki, although Violent has the BKB and the Eye of the Storm. That I didn't have that Eye of the Storm when they went on Dark Lord. Otherwise, I think he might have committed. That is a lot of the damage coming out from this Razor. This later portion of the game is that Eye of the Storm, but they're starting to piece together some decent fights for themselves now with these items in tows. Particularly, I mean, these two supports did manage to get to Nags Bayo, which is pretty impressive. Greedy Enchantment, I think, on both of them. Not anymore on Eki, but did propel them, I think, towards this kind of these Ags, which have really been doing a lot. This Deadshot is now much easier to land for Eki, and of course can go on multiple heroes. And just having that damage potential from the Macropyre. Very significant.
Bit of an interesting buyback from this Jakiro, though. It wasn't... You could TP into the outpost, but really it wasn't going to be all that close to the fight. Certainly not as the chase happens. And I don't think anyone on Pipsqueak was like super vulnerable, super in danger of going down. So that is a resource that is not available. Now, of course, you do have Greedy, as you mentioned, on this Jakiro. He does have his Ags. So it's not that bad. But it does mean he's going to have to play a little bit safer in these fights. He's not going to be able to kind of open things and just run forward and break smokes the way he has kind of been doing up until this point. And now with Roshan on the table, everyone's clustered bottom side for Liga team. I'm going to assume, well, actually, there's a smoke going out. This might be, no, okay, they got one more. So the smoke is used, looking to go behind this Razor in the mid lane. He'll join that in just a second. And this is not something Pipsqueak are thinking about. Roche is up on the table. It is spawn. But Pipsqueak is very split on the map right now, which is not...
He really wants this wave, though. He's quite close to this refresher, and I think probably, honestly, the smoke was a slight mistake by Liga team. Maybe thinking that there would be a smoke coming out from the side of Pipsqueak, but not quite the proper read. So unfortunately, they kind of misuse the smoke themselves. That being said, still will finish that refresher on Violent, which means he is now incredibly strong. And I feel very, very good about that. Should have just enough mana, the likes of a magic wand, a little bit of tread switching, should be able to get off all those spells in the fight. And unfortunately for Dark Lord, I mean, again, not having the craziest Kaz game by any means, roughly equal net worth with most of the cores, but not too accelerated. Just going straight away for a Daedalus, I think it's probably appropriate, but man, it would feel really nice if you were able to get a Linken's this game. Fortunately, just not on the docket. No Lotuses or anything to reflect some of these very key static links, these stuns, anything else like that. The Roshan Roar. Copy finishes a BKB.
Radiant's top tower.
A BKB is going to do a lot for Copy.
And the problem is
completely differently.
He's not here in this fight. Dark Lord, he's going to break the smoke. Going on top of him. Good force staff. Gets onto the low ground. He's going to be fine for now. They go on top of Yayo, and he is just dead. Yayo's dead. Does have a buyback. as Copy now looks to TP in, does have the BKB.
No glimpse.
And yeah, Mirage goes in
straightforward.
once again on top of him to BKB. That's a dead ache. No buyback for him. So this, at the very least, it's not going to be Rax just yet because the creeps aren't there, but they're looking for more. Glimpse back on Eki. Eki will fall, and it's all on top of Copy and Dark Lord. Can they make things happen? Buyback from Huerta, and now Copy's going to get blinked on top of. Good stump, and a dead shot keeps him alive for now as he looks to find his way on out of here. Dark Lord really struggling to join in this fight into this Dragon Knight, into this Centaur. They're just so tanky. They've got so much control that anytime he goes in without this BKB, he just feels like he dies. Really not able to make things happen. This he has to get multiple kills in these 8 seconds, and that just feels really hard right now.
Yeah, this is definitely a tough position to be in as the Kaz. Not really able to. It's also, you can't really go in, so you have to save half your kit for the mobility. Means you're missing out on so much of the damage. Of course, net worth differential playing a huge part of this. As for now, they are stopping the Roche.
Oh, Copy blinks forward, backside. Good dream curl, just assassinates this disruptor. He's gonna have to buy back into this, and he does have static storm.
That might secure the Roche. That buyback there. This is definitely something I think you'll take on respect. Good try by Copy. I mean, did get the kill ultimately, and probably that might have been the best they were getting.
They're still playing around this. They're going to find Eki. He does have Pierce the Veil. Good ice path for now into the pit. Macropyre as well, but B-Bex is just so tanky that we don't even need a... Yeah, there we go. Aegis on top of Mirage. Doesn't have to be part of this fight. Now tries to go on top of Yayo. He spent his buyback in the last fight. He's going to go down. Oh, sorry. Did not spend the buyback. Still has that available as the Raven Dance is nice, but Dark Lord just dies. He's just not tanky enough. The mixed damage here out of this Razor with a 12,000 net worth lead, 7,000 for the Razor, is just more than enough. So now Eki's got to run. Does not have buyback available to himself. This is Copy versus the world, and I'm not sure that's a game. I'm not sure his shoulders are broad enough, Rojo.
No, this is yeah, you'd have to be Atlas carrying the world here for Copy. I mean, this is definitely also a kind of a tough portion of what they've been forced to do on the side of Pipsqueak +4 here, which is these Ags on these supports have felt very good for adding in this extra damage, but once those kind of fall off, and particularly now that you have no Force Staffs into this lineup, it's really becoming a struggle for them. They can't get Yayo out of this link, and I mean, even if you did have the Force Staffs, of course, and Yayo is pretty much constantly caught in this demonic purge. Itemizing for this Underlord is just so difficult here. Still going to commit to try and go for the Ags. I can't necessarily criticize it. Again, I think this Ags is a huge part of the reason of why the hero is so strong, but it really would be nice for Yayo to get a Lotus, a BKB, a Lincoln's even, anything to kind of keep him alive, or at least to not be gating into the middle of these fights. Just, you know, this Underlord, of course, is incredibly strong. We've been singing its praises so much, but this draft that Liga team has is pretty decent against the Underlord in terms of finding it. And, you know, having so much net worth and 2 BKBs on Violent is a particularly strong counter to the Underlord in this game.
Yes, this is a game where you do have answers to the Underlord. Razor's not bad. DK minus armors is not awful. But I think a lot of this goes down to some very awkward fights from Pipsqueak. That fight topside was just, you lose 4, you don't get it, maybe even 5, you don't get anyone. You just
Smoke is
spells being cast to no avail as Respect is getting hunted here. They'd love to get him. Can we get in range? Not gonna find him just yet. He's blinks. Oh,
TP out?
Come on, man.
Nicely done.
That's
Nicely done.
4 heroes, smoke on a disruptor, and he gets out.
Yeah. They've just not been finding much this game on Pipsqueak +4.
Oh.
Look at
well, through the portal, they're thinking about it. Violent and Slimy are just sitting here, but no, they're not going to go through. A little bit too spooky. So now B-Bex gets to shard, which means he's going to have approximately 7,000 HP. That sounds like I'm joking, but I'm not. This double edge is going to start to really skyrocket how tanky he is in these fights and how much damage he does. So Look, he's getting ice pathed. That's cool.
Yeah. Finish the Ags as well. It'll feel quite nice for him. Can actually be a decent save for the coils and whatnot. Mirage, he currently has an amplify damage, and he finished the Daedalus. But despite Violent being the main character of this game, Mirage, he's going to have his piece in the story here. Like, oh god. Okay, yeah. It's quick. It's surgical for Mirage here. Very good turnaround from this first game into these last couple here. Just not much to do. Have to buy back on Ike. Still have the fort. That's their last one.
At least the good news is that Ike felt no pain. He's just buying some time. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh,
so
okay. Here comes Violent. Backside, double refresher, double Eye of the Storm, and the AO just melts. It's a good Dream Coil. It is, but with no Ags, it just holds him back. It doesn't really increase the damage all that much.
Another
Dark
BKB.
Lord.
Oh, God.
Oh, this game's over. Call it. Copy getting dove in the fountain. Violent is, 15-0-8 on this Razor. Just absolutely dumpstering kids.
Oh, not
in
quite.
This game number 3. I thought this draft was really good, actually, for Pipsqueak.
Yeah.
But if you make these fights so awkward, if you go topside, lose all 5, don't get anyone, just miss all your spells, net worth counts for a lot, Rojo. It overcomes quite a bit.
Yeah, it certainly does. I mean, Liga team played, I think, quite cleanly. Again, finding very good value out of the draft they made for themselves, and I think particularly respect had just about the performance I'd really want from a disruptor to get that value. And yeah, unfortunately, I think Pipsqueak +4. Just, I want to see them have, as they move forward in CCT, just a little, I think, better communication and map play with the supports. I just feel there's definitely just feels like there's a disconnect, I think, between the whole team and what Ike and Eki want to accomplish. And in some of these games, it has been very punishing for them. I think this Eki Martha, Eki definitely a player I'm a big fan of, but his Martha this game just wasn't really at Bayo. We've definitely seen, I think, more impressive games from the Martha. And unfortunately, I mean, again, those awkward fights and kind of having that lack of net worth, losing through the lanes, it really did snowball very, very, very heavily. And that's one situation in which the Underlord might actually kind of feel balanced, if I could, bear saying that.
Yeah. If you don't have damage and your team's getting snowballed, you're an aura. You just kind of sit there. Not a lot that you can do. But that now means that Liga team, they're going to move on into the upper bracket finals, where they're going to face the winner of our next series, which I think should actually be coming up pretty quickly. It's going to be Power Rangers. It's going to be AVULUS right after the break.
Dire's top tower is falling. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I don't think I've really run into him in any of my pubs or whatnot. So I mean, yeah, up to AVULUS if they think that his hero pool is worth targeting at all. Interesting to see if he'll be more of kind of a standard carry. Definitely Nezsphere is a carry that would go for some more interesting things. These Lycans, was very fond of the Nature's Prophet when those were strong. So we'll see how he meshes with them.
If it helps, Bashka is currently rank 106 on the European leaderboard, so relatively up there. Not bad. I do, by the way, I do enjoy taking a look at this. For the longest time, there was an Eastern European stack called the Power Rangers that was kind of an incubator, much like Yellow Submarine is. You had Bignum on there for a while. This Power Rangers is not that Power Rangers. So this Power Rangers is actually _ Power Rangers in the game because, I'm not a different organization. I'm not sure how that works. Regardless, they are the _ Power Rangers moving forward. For now, though, bans, not crazy. Largo gone, Viper gone, Beastmaster, Tree, Shadow Demon. Probably Razor going to be removed in these next two. Just very, very stock standard bans in this first game.
Yeah, no reason I think to go too crazy. Definitely, I think in game one is also a good time to get those standard bans out of the way. That way you can be really certain once you get past this first game, the things that you might want to adjust. So get rid of Underlord, get rid of Tusk. I think definitely two very, very solid bans. Does leave kind of some of it leaves a Razor, I suppose, is probably the most prominent one for this first pick candidate here. Sometimes these players will go for the early rotation mids. Just depends on the player. I think for dual race, he likes to keep his a little bit more. Bat Rider is open. That's definitely a very heavy consideration. Jakiro as well. Honestly, I would probably have gone Bat Rider myself, although I do very much think the Razor is pretty equally worthy.
Yeah, the four heroes I had in my head: Razor, Shadow Fiend, Bat Rider, and there was a fourth. But regardless, they're gonna pick the Razor. That's fine. We've seen both sides. If you watch the grand finals on Sunday, Liquid versus Na'Vi, both sides, we saw both teams pick this Razor into Bat Rider. It did seem decently Bat Rider favored, all things considered. If this is something that Alberca plays, which is I don't think too surprising, and they do have the option to just counter with the Bat Rider right now.
Yeah, I think Alberca played the Bat Rider even before it was kind of blowing up in the way it has been recently, so I really wouldn't mind him to pick that up for himself. Of course, still very reasonable, I think, to pick up something like the Jakiro on this phase. Even something like a Slardar, I think, tiny, it could be reasonable to try and disrupt the Razor. But yeah, Shadow Fiend, I guess, to be a carry matchup into it. But overall, I like Bat Rider a lot. I think that hero just provides a lot of flexibility in the draft. Very, very strong as an offlaner, as we've been talking about. Flexible item build. Actually, did pick up Chen, so they're going towards that position 5 for themselves. We kind of talked about this one as well. Chen is, if you have a player who's really good at it, if you've streamed with it a lot, then definitely a hero that's worth picking up. Otherwise, might ignore it a little bit more, as we kind of saw in that previous series.
We actually did see it banned a couple times. I don't know if it was banned all 3 games, but I definitely saw some bans, which it makes sense. And Shannon to Razor, it doesn't help you get away from the Razor. Yes, you can body block and maybe, but it doesn't give you any tools for kind of space creation. But Divine Favor into just keeping a hero alive versus this Razor hero that is so based around Eye of the Storm Strikes, minus armoring, static link, tons of physical damage. That's really nice. Plus, Razor, until he's like multiple points in Plasma Field, multiple points in Storm Surge, he doesn't really deal with your creeps all that well.
Yeah, definitely. I think if you can get to the the Mjolnir kind of status for the Razor carry, definitely feels quite nice against Chen. Of course, this Razor is also going to be kept as a pretty relative flex for the time being. Could go into any number of roles with any number of builds. Not the best into Chen in the lane. Probably not likely to be that offlaner. Does leave, there are a number of offlaners left in the pool that could be kind of on the docket to be lined up here. Yeah, the Mars is definitely a big one that I was looking towards. Definitely can be quite annoying for the Razor, so I think it's smart for AVULUS to get rid of that.
Yep, no Underlord, which of course doesn't necessarily have the best lane versus Razor, but in the game it's pretty good. No Underlord, no Mars, no Largo, no Beastmaster. So offlane pool starting to get pinched a little bit as we wait to see what this last ban is for the Power Rangers. Of course, when you for this one, you're looking to set up your 13 pick. It's going to be an Ember. Are you? I don't think you're pick. You might be. I don't know necessarily that you're picking mid this early. But what does this Ember ban enable for Power Rangers?
I suppose it is quite annoying for the Razor, so or put annoying for the Chen being on top of them. So I don't hate it. I mean, it's definitely something that they're pretty comfortable going back towards for dual raise. Probably leads him towards another spirit. I'm not entirely sure if there's a mid lane that they would be eyeing. Maybe something like a Quap later down the road for Nikki Cool. Maybe they could still keep the promise of that Caudal kind of open. But for now, they do just go for a comfortable offlaner and a pretty good one into the Razor, all things considered. Maybe not the best in lane, but overall, very comfortable across the game. I don't mind that. I think that's comfortable for that pick order there.
And to be honest, there are very few good offlaners into a Razor, at least ones that aren't already banned out. You got Mars, you can spear him away. Largo can disrupt a little bit. That's kind of it. Underlord can drop a pit maybe, but really not the best. You're kind of a slow hero. So yeah, having Stampede versus the Razor is really nice. Jakiro can give some answers to that because you can go drop an Ice Pass down. And this is kind of cool. Spirit Breaker versus the Chen. It gives you just amping XP for the entire team. The question is, what do you pair with it? Because this is not a hero that you ever want to be laning straight up against whatever Power Ranger safe lane ends up being.
Yeah, I mean, that's maybe slightly the nice part, is that you can go for maybe a slightly greedier or maybe just a normal offlaner. Something that'll buy the auras for you. Go for something like a Tidehunter, a Slardar. Maybe you won't build auras. Maybe an Axe, a Bristle. Something that can cope a little bit in the lane, I think is fine. Could certainly be reasonable. Could also, and if you really wanted to, you could try to go for this kind of Razor ranged idea with the Spirit Breaker and actually play the lane out. Of course, that'll depend a lot on what Power Rangers are looking at for their carry. For Boschka, this will reveal some of what he plays and what he wants to go for. I honestly could see something like a PA being pretty interesting in this game. Like the concept of it. Could be a little bit difficult early, but would pair nicely with the Chen.
Yeah, I really only like PA if it's with the Warlock. I think anything else is, yes, Chen is a good laner that just, it feels you need the damage early with the Shadow Word. So we're gonna go Kez. It's okay versus the Razor. You do have grappling call out to get out. I think in the balance of things though, on these carries to deal with the Razor, I'm looking at like a Wind Ranger or a Weaver a little bit more. But look, you have ways you can get out of the Razor. You do decent damage to Spirit Breaker. It's a good hero right now. I'm not upset about it.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, the Kaz is, I think, never too harmful. They are taking a lot of time, though, for this next pick here, as the Dark Willow is honestly a pretty nice pickup here. Definitely till the end also, or Immersion and till the end both play a lot of Dark Willow. Should be Immersion's hero for sure. Definitely loves this hero. Quite good into the Spirit Breaker just to be obnoxious. Trades better into the Jakiro than a lot of other position 4s might be able to. Can disrupt the Razor. Overall, a pretty solid Dark Willow pickup here. Even good with the Centaur. Can't complain too much about that one. For AVULUS, I could see something like a very just mobile mid laner, maybe kind of taking the cake for them here. Depends on what Dual Raise wants, but his puck has looked very clean. I think it's a particularly good Quap game as well if you want to go towards something like that. Maybe they'll try to keep it open with the Razor, pick themselves an offlaner. But he just goes towards his classic Void Spirit. It doesn't scream to me as a Void Spirit game. But that being said, Dual Race has had a lot of games where he particularly likes to go on the Void Spirit, regardless of the circumstance. And of course, having a Vessel is also really nice to have into Chen. Centaur with the high HP. Dark Willow even has a pretty significant amount of HP regen. But I don't mind having a Vessel carrier, all things considered.
Yeah, plus this, Kez is this assassin archetype, this very mobile hero in fights that wants to be in, be out, cast all his spells again. And just getting the double silence, because eventually, right, this Void Spirit we can assume is going to get an Ags, helps out quite a bit as well. Makes you feel a lot nicer. It also kind of covers the puck pick. If this is something where Power Rangers do want to last pick a puck, you can play into it, but it is kind of a soft lane counter. So now, well, we're going to ban Slardar. I guess we're just worried about a mid Slardar. It wouldn't be a bad mid Slardar game, to be totally honest. It has a good lane matchup into the Void Spirit. I don't know. For some reason, still feels a little surprising to me.
Yeah, I think it is quite good into the Void, so I don't necessarily hate it. Good with the Kez as well, but yeah, it could have some form of awkwardness. Particularly, I am really interested in this mid pick here for Nikki Cool again. We know he plays some interesting stuff. I think if he wants to go a little more stock standard, he could play something maybe like a Dragonite just to have some form of initiation. Would be fine in lane, but I'm particularly looking at I think Invoker looks really nice here. Absolutely is something. This is a pretty comfortable game that I would give myself for the Invoker. Should have a fine lane. Very good at disrupting the rest of these heroes, setting up for your heroes. Probably what I would look towards, although of course Nikki Cool and has a pretty interesting depth of hero pool. Could even see something. I mean, if he really wanted to bring out a Huskar this game, that's not necessarily good by any means against like the Razor or whatnot, but would be very, very dominant through that mid lane. Would pair as well with the Chen. Definitely something to keep in mind. They banned out the Bat Rider for that potential cheese. Power Rangers getting rid of some typical offlaners, as that pool is pretty limited. I will say, with the banning of that Bat Rider, not able to go towards that themselves. Maybe not something they would have wanted anyway. Could still pick up a carry, though I'm not entirely sure that I would. This Razor carry looks quite strong already.
So 15 seconds. Thinking of the offlaners, there really are not a lot.
No, Bristle, Axe.
I neither feel great.
Timber is okay. Interesting.
It's a hero. Is this? I gotta assume this is Carry of Ad, and you put the Eraser to off lane, which, I mean, it's okay.
Definitely don't love. I mean, could be quite nice into Dark Willow. Definitely a lot of decent things to purge. I'm somewhat worried of a Huskar coming out for Nikki Cool if you wanted it. Of course, Abaddon has a little bit of healing reduction, but is not really able to meaningfully contribute in the early game. Would be my big concern. Nikki Cool, though. I also still think that the Invoker looks definitely great here. That's something he wants to eye. Very interested as he actually goes for a Timber himself. Interestingly, it is something that he plays pretty frequently.
Yeah, but it doesn't strike me as a great Timber game. You have a Baden innate, right? So that's if you go down below half HP. What is it? I think half HP, 40% HP. You have significantly less healing, health restoration. Dual Rays is a vessel builder, so eventually you're going to be able to itemize against it. But you know, for the first part of the game, it's going to be awkward. There's a lot of magic damage in this lineup. I guess it's nice because you can get out a static link, but even still, Razor does a crap ton of magic damage. You know, there's
it's actually it's Nikki Cool Centaur based on the heroes that they've locked in actually, from what we can see. So
yeah,
very interesting switch up. I mean, yeah, he plays some interesting mid heroes for sure on Nikki Cool, and that should be a pretty tough matchup for the Void Spirit. Absolutely. Maybe Dual Rays can kind of turn a little bit of water into wine in that matchup. I could definitely see him maybe doing better than you'd expect, but it should still be pretty tough in terms of just trading into this hero.
And there's going to be a pretty significant damage advantage for Nikki Cool early on. He's just a great big tanky boy. Still a good Centaur game. That means Alberca is laning into TA2000. Timbersaw into the Abaddon.
Also into the Jakiro, notably. Which is what makes me a little more.
I don't know that this is better. I think there's actually just you might be trying to dodge that matchup as the Centaur because it is just awful. But I don't know that putting a Timbersaw, you can go like 1-3-1 and max Timber chains and be a little happier. They're like, you know, 0-3-2 or something and at least get out of the nonsense. But I don't know this is going to be that nice of a time for this Timbersaw, regardless of where he goes.
Yeah, it's a very strange draft that Power Rangers have built up for themselves. Absolutely. Although, of course, there is definitely some awkwardness, I would say, with this AVULUS lineup, all things considered. So really, I mean, this is coming down to pretty limited playmakers across the board. I mean, Nikki Cool definitely can make some stuff happen on the Centaur, but other than that, it's really reliant on Immersion landing kind of a blind bramble maze. Not always the easiest task. Part of also, I would say, that disadvantage of putting a Timbersaw with the Willow. Don't have that natural kind of easy setup. For dual rays, and well, for AVULUS, just dual rays and Ryota have to have a very, very good time, I think, in order to facilitate some of these map moves. It's a strange game. Very, very strange game in terms of the way these drafts are shaped up. Probably we'll see maybe a couple auras. Maybe Felberka has a really good game or a really tough game. He'll switch into something like a pipe. Could be quite nice for him. If Till the End has a really good game, maybe he'll switch up into one of those. Same can be said for Corrupted. Some very interesting late game kind of switch ups or late draft switch ups here that I'm not sure I entirely agree with.
Yeah, talking about the Centaur mid, is this just going to be one of these scenarios where Centaur still builds the aura items? And I know you're talking about lack of playmakers. There is one interesting idea that we've seen pro players, I think, or pro teams start to experiment with a little bit more is, let's go for the trade. By picking these two tanky heroes and these two aura buyers in the off lane, what you do is you have, say, Timbersaw by Pipe and Centaur by Vanguard, or vice versa, whichever you want to do. And then you have this like 16-minute double aura timing that traditionally would not be a thing because the offlaner's buying both. And that can be very powerful if you have a safe laner that can take it, if you have a carrier that takes advantage of it properly. I'm not convinced. You know what? Look, if Kez goes Vlad's Dezo, he might be able to match that timing.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, this is definitely one of the harder drafts I've had to read in quite some time. I do think the spot lane probably won't be the best for Ryota and Corrupted by any means. Till the End should have a very nice time on the Chen. Maybe they'll drag some waves and feel comfortable. But I expect Bashka to do quite well on the Kaz. I do expect these Power Ranger lanes to be decent, but could be really tough for Alberca. Maybe if Immersion gets a particularly good amount of wave drags, they can even things out. It's just, yeah, it's very strange, these drafts. Lots of kind of I guess no better way to put it than kind of an ego draft. Just expecting that you will play better than the other team, hit your timings better than the other team. Not a lot of one-to-one to play off of.
Against a team with the pedigree of AVULUS, right? Tia 2000 has played in a bunch of lands. He is even if his performance as of late is not necessarily the best, it's been kind of very up and down. He is a very good carry player. You have across AVULUS. I think if we just looked at the nameplates, we say, yeah, you know, AVULUS favored a little bit. They have a pretty solid core to them. So to ego draft them and say, we're just going to be much better than you is kind of a wild decision. Don't know if we're going to have to see if it's going to work out for him. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just some interesting gambits across the board, really. See how it does play out for them. Looks like Nikki Cool so far has the Helm of the Iron Will queued up, so could go towards a very early Crimson, which maybe wouldn't be the best this game, but probably could never be bad, to be honest. Or just towards the Helm Dom. Read up his own farm. Very, very quick pause.
You're talking about Nikki Cool. He is certainly having a great time in this mid lane. 15 for 4 versus the 7 for 0. We expected this, though. He's got 76 base damage. That's 7 more than the Void Spirit does. He's very tanky. He has spam. Kind of interesting, by the way. 1-0-2 on this Centaur early on. I kind of expect to see at least like 1 point double edge for range creep secure, but he doesn't look. Dilray's fine. You hit me, you do more damage to yourself.
Yeah, it's definitely a little more of a passive kind of style on the Centaur. I've definitely seen kind of in the past some of the Centaur mids as well. Certainly don't mind going for maybe the Counter-Strike and playing off that a little bit in the lane. Can be very, very strong. He cool, however, pretty comfortable, I think, to just farm. Probably going to dominate the lane this early bit, and then take himself into the jungle, take himself past the tower. A very significant amount of space. Corrupted will take out to the blood grenade. So till the end, a little bit of damage on Penitence. That 50 pure damage, plus that blood grenade actually does manage to finish him off. But definitely this bot lane and should go well. I mean, both the off lanes I think will relatively struggle. Alberca doesn't have too much CS as expected. Corrupted does not have too much CS as expected. So sometimes the life of an offlaner.
I'm a little surprised we're seeing Corrupted and Immersion try to play this, or excuse me, Ryota try to play this straight up. I mean, Spirit Breaker is not a hero that lanes straight up into anyone. And Chen is notoriously a hero that doesn't really block pulls all that well. So now we're going to turn on TO2000 top side. Does have, that takes half his HP left, but he's going to be fine. Was able to pop the stick, Photic Shield ready to go. But yeah, very surprised we're not seeing Ryota just attempt to pull waves. Chen doesn't stop him. And again, what exactly is now we're going to go charge on top of Ashka. He'll be fine. Not, again, it's very surprising to see them lane straight up his let me finish this thought. Alberca will die top side because again, this is Abaddon and Jakiro and your life is miserable as a melee hero.
Yeah. Immersion barely gets off that Shadow Realm there. Definitely a very tough lane, and again, part of the kind of question mark we had towards this Timbersaw. Into Jakiro, definitely very, very tough. Into Abaddon, not always the best. Corrupted, getting gone on again. Maybe part of the reason Ryota has been a little bit questionable towards whether he wants to pull or not. Just taking so much damage every time. But I think till the end has been doing a very good job of kind of zoning Ryota out. But definitely not a lot of value coming out from this early Spirit Breaker. Corrupted. Ooh, got quickly hit by that Kazurai and does die. This is, I mean, both of the offlaners again having a very brutal time. At least Corrupted has managed to get a little bit of extra CS to his name. But in terms of levels, not too far off from Alberca. Yeah, both these offlaners just not drafted for a particularly good game. Picked, I mean, Alberca, I guess, was picked pretty late relatively in the draft, but I don't really think he expected to do too well on lane.
Corrupt has gotten, this was a first pick racer that they flexed to him.
Yeah.
Sure. This was a last pick Timbersaw. Maybe we're seeing, maybe he's just like, if I get out of the lane with something, the game is really good for me. Maybe that's the logic. I don't know. But for right now, it is a little bit awkward. Is now the haste rune from Nikki Cool, your good old haste rune centaur gang. TO2000 only level 5. A Photic Shield gets off once again, but even still, that's going to be a kill. And Nikki Cool looking for a little bit more. Pops the Stampede, goes through the trees. Nazdakor under tower. That is
he's so tanky.
He is surprisingly tanky, and he's got a 10 spot. But
if Ryota was there earlier, they would have killed Nikki Cool. Actually.
Yeah.
Well, sometimes you are playing Jakiro. That goes without saying.
It is wild to me that Jakiro doesn't give stick charges. That's my #1 complaint. Yeah, but also that this support hero is as tanky as he is.
You're like 900 HP.
I don't know. Maybe Spirit Breaker. Yeah, not Spirit Breaker. Asdakor has 10 more HP than the Spirit Breaker does at the same level. So
yeah, it's pretty gross.
Yeah, I don't understand why this Jakiro does as much damage as he does and is as tanky as he is.
With very few stat items as well, by the way. I mean, this level, does have the blood grenade for HP, but level 1 Jakiro is like 700 HP or something. So pretty just gross overall. Alberca will take most of his HP. Ryota is coming as well. Good brambles. Keeps him alive, but barely. As yeah, Alberca is, I'm gonna have to look towards eventually some stacks, which Immersion has made enough, looks like just a double stack. Gotta be careful that Nikki Cool doesn't take that. And on the rune timing, Ryota does get quite low. Walks away from the brambles. Nicely done.
Yep, just bait. That is the two sides of this Willow matchup. It's really nice to have a Willow into a Spirit Breaker. You just drop brambles wherever he's going, and he's pretty much guaranteed to get caught up and not complete the charge. But you know, you do have to. It does move fast, and the brambles do have like a build time. So if you can bait it out, Ryota is going to be just fine, especially once he starts to get bulldoze going. I mean, right now he's 202. You kind of want to max out Charge of Darkness, max out Greater Bash. But once you start to get bulldoze going, these brambles, they don't hold you back for more than like half a second. So he's thinking about setting up on Alberca, but Alberca is... I'm actually so surprised that this is 3-1-1 for Alberca. I feel like I see... in much better matchups, we see Timbersaws go like 1-3-1 or something. And this is just an awful matchup for him. And he's like, yeah, I'm going to go for the greed. I'm going to do the damage. It's going to be fine.
Yeah, it's a bit interesting. I don't hate it for the damage, but yeah, and not that Alberca's getting much damage off in general. They're very adamant on defending their Wisdom Shrine here, but they're actually just getting their stack stolen. Dual Raise popped an Arcane Rune. I do like Dual Raise's skill build quite a bit into the Centaur, recognizing that Nikki Cool, of course, will be heavily prioritizing his farm. He has decided to max the Assimilate first. This is something that I like to go towards on Void Spirit pretty frequently, actually. This max to Assimilate scales very nicely in terms of damage. Extra cooldown allows you to actually farm on this hero, especially with that added cooldown. Arcane Rune, so steals a little bit of the farm. Pretty much most of Alberca's insurance, as he's level. I mean, he's 5 1/4. Immersion's 4.5, basically. These levels are really, really struggling for the support. It's kind of across the board, but especially for
can we kill Nikki?
Rangers?
That's a very important question. Retaliate
Trying.
hurts, but he's getting pretty low. Divine Favor means that he
Plus 100.
Run corrupted. Oh
And
no,
he-
you're penitent. You're stampeded.
good.
You're just
Well
dead,
played.
as is Ryota. Yeah, this is a level 8 Centaur. It's a mid Centaur. He's got a Helm Dom. He's got 4 points to retaliate.
And ice armor.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Probably, honestly, the most significant thing there is that he did take the ice armor for himself. Unfortunately, for the side of the Power Rangers here, they are just going to go ahead and lose this top tower.
Has fallen.
The A2000 with Azdecor. I feel like we've seen them play this too before, actually. The Jakiro Abaddon takes towers extremely quickly, regardless. They will take that top tower for themselves. Honestly, Alberca might be giving a bit of a sigh of relief so he can actually farm his lane. Immersion should get level 6 soon off of holding this
Radiant's middle tower
mid-wave
is under
here.
attack.
Alberca, he has to play it. I mean, he's very fearful, I think, of losing these stacks. And they do actually have vision of him as well whenever he's eyeing these. He says he walks onto that high ground there. They're going to hover around them, make it very hard for him to want to take them.
I guess you're waiting for level 7. I'm very surprised that we haven't seen this just, okay, I'm going to smoke. I have Chakram. I have Twisted Chakram. I got 3 points in Whirling Death. Because that's generally how you take these stacks, right? You pop a smoke, you just you spend all your mana, you make it happen. But there we go. All right.
Yeah.
Smoke into the Chakram. And the nice thing about this, of course, is for whatever reason, despite taking damage, they don't run away. A lot of damage you take is a dual raise. You're going to get the Illusion Rune. A lot of these stacks, you cast spells from afar, and you know the ancients, they're going to run. They're going to go to different spots. But with the smoke, it's actually going to be fine.
Yeah, nice little gold injection for Alberca. Definitely needed it. Only brings him up to 3.8k. Still,
Do you know what that is, by the way? Like,
Very
if you
cool.
go, if you're,
it's the same with Bat Rider. Next item here. He's been pretty as is pretty typical. Now he's just finishing the Deso straight up, and he does have it on Courier. So he's been quietly having a very, very good game down here till the end, definitely facilitating a big part of that.
I mean, this Kez is such a wild hero. Like, sometimes you just get blown up, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes heroes just, even in this early game, He just won't even till the end. Even his creeps get out. Well, I guess not one. Okay. This
Dire's
Batten was able to get one of them. And look, with the Radiance done, this is your first real actual peak. TA 2000 does have the Radiance done. He can start to join some fights a little bit. Although, even as I say that, spend the TP bottom, immediately go hit the portal, go top side, do something else.
And TA 2000 still just wants to bring his farm up as much as possible, be able to eventually contend with this Kez. Nicky Cool did finish his pipe, by the way, so I was very curious to see if he would go a more aggressive route, finish up the blink, but I think he's recognized the slow pace of the game. So he's opted to finish this full pipe off, which I think is probably correct. It's a very, very, very good pipe game. Will enable his team pretty wholly, give himself some good space, especially if he has extra ice armor from till the end. Take this mid tower. Not much to do for the time being. Ryota will charge mid. They do have vessel charges as well for dual raids. They're actually
Corrupted?
looking forward.
Are you sure about this one, man?
Oh
He's
my
just
God,
gonna get
Boschka.
exploded by this Kez. And now Ice Path not going to be particularly good.
Pipe.
Nicky Cool with the pipe is very tanky, but if you get TA 2000 opportunity starting to hit into him, as I say that, TA 2000,
Kez. Oh my God.
the damage there. This Kez is really starting to put the work in. Stuns him up a little bit. TA 2000 is going to be able to run away, but with no borrowed time, he does not want to be here. And here Alberca finally gets a chance to get his revenge. Boschka with the double kill. And TA 2000 slowed up, stunned down, dead. Nicky Cool will die eventually, but dual raise. Now he's feared. That is
All right.
all started because the plasma field. This Razor, he just felt so empowered to hit a creep that he really shouldn't have hit.
Yeah, I mean, I know the feeling on Razor that your finger gets a little bit itchy on that Q key. Really want to get that plasma field out. Be a little bit efficient. Fortunately, I mean, honestly, I can't even really blame Corrupted, kind of greed aside, just in terms of, I mean, getting ran down like that. It's pretty difficult to predict. Nicky Cool, understanding how strong he is with his early pipe, with till the end behind him, and particularly with Boschka. I mean, the damage that he was outputting, unbelievable on this Kaz. He's going to get to a very early Manta style as well. 10.7k net worth. Without the Battle Fury, without much of a farming aid, just the Deso, which, Kaz certainly does not need too much of a farming aid. That Echo Slash. Having a very good time. Alberca gets a little bit of comeuppance there. Still relatively low net worth, but gets some decent levels. Finishes the Kaya Sange. All turns up very Power Rangers there. A huge fight for them, and not really finding much out of these kind of the Razor, Void Spirit, Abaddon. These heroes would like to have probably a slight bit more of early game presence. Certainly not finding that yet by any means.
Yeah, so for now, Abaddon sitting here. Yasha done. Looking at the Manta, but that's still about 2,000-ish gold away. Next breakpoint, Tormentor. 30 seconds. Of course, AVULUS, they're setting up for it right now, but even before that, we're taking a look at this Roshan. This Kez takes it with a Dezo.
They will
Takes
get vision
so
of it.
fast, but it's a good ice path for now. But here comes Alberca. He's not a target this
Good
stage of the
damage.
game. That's going to be a dead Jakiro to start. And well, TN2000 just shows up, doesn't have borrowed time. Oh, they're just kiting it out.
That's the
here.
worst timing for it. Oh,
Comes
no.
up right as he's almost dead. He dies. Double kill. Alberca had such a bad time early, but he is very happy with this now. He's got Kaya Sange done. Look at the Ags behind this.
Ugh.
I'm not sure that this Timbersod dies for the rest of the game. At least not for a long time.
Yeah, that fight was so awkward. No Corrupted there. Does have the BKB. Not really able to actually get anything started. Don't look on Alberca, but just not quite enough damage, as you mentioned. Doesn't even
trying.
have... well, has a Vessel Charge. Doesn't want to even spend it on dual raise. Recognizes this is kind of just a poke for the time being.
There's the
Uses
vessel,
it.
but yeah,
Right?
level 4 timber change is level 14. He's out of there. So now, well, okay, no, there is one vessel charge. He didn't spend the last one. The door raise, at least gonna have that pick off for the time being. But yeah, just across the map, this mid lane Centaur, they can't look at him. They cannot look at this Timbersaw. They're gonna go and take the Tormentor till the end. Now can go find himself some Ancient Creeps if he wants to, which is massive. And they're pinging the Centaur. They're like, look, we're going to smoke into the top side of the map. Let's kill this Centaur. He's at 2,500 HP. He's got a pipe. He's got 14 armor. They're going to try. I remain on. He's just going to TP out of here. No, okay. They're going to have a charge. They're actually going to be able to take Nikki Cool down. So Nikki Cool will fall. They're actually going to get the Chen as well. I was not a believer, Rojo, but turns out they had the right call here. This Centaur, he can die.
It takes quite a bit, but a very important move for them to make. I think bringing every hero is absolutely the correct call. Very often these teams do split once they get that Aegis. Try and kind of collect the map that they lost a little bit. A really nice set of pickoffs, but again, not necessarily enough to propel them completely back into the game. T2000 will finish his Manta very soon, but Alberca already finished the Ags. 22 minutes is a very good timing. Walk forward with absolutely no fear. Boschka.
Just looking at the body block. That's nice ice path. Breaks out the timber chain, but he's got the axe. So Alberca is a very difficult kill. Even if all the damage he's taking, he's keeping the shield pretty low. Ryota will fall. Alberca on the pop, and now dual raise. Dodges things for now. Good ice path. Can we take this timber saw down?
They got him.
Yes, we can.
Boschka.
But now dual raise very low on Boschka with the Aegis, absolutely unafraid. Wants to dive deeper. Looks like dual raise gets out of there for now, and now the Razor goes on top of the Kez. First life down. But Nikki Cool with his pipe, that's enough to buy some time. But they take the Aegis, they take down this Timbersaw, and they really only lose the Spirit Breaker in response, Rojo.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. They kited that fight really, really well. Dual raise in particular. And understanding the limits of his hero very well. It's how you have to play these fights. I mean, Abaddon, a Void Spirit, a Spirit Breaker. Very rarely are you actually full committing. Unless, of course, you can find that Chen kind of away from the target for healing. If you can find Nikki Cool away with the pipe. So manage to split things up a little bit, be a bit annoying. Corrupted has pretty good damage with his early BKB as he's not gone towards that Greaves, Razor, any kind of auras. Actually is just going a secondary carry. Drums into BKB into Manta now. Which is interesting, but game is actually pretty good. I mean, especially after these kills that he's gotten. He's now about 1,000 gold from that Manta. And they definitely could need this damage moving forward. Absolutely.
Yeah, Abaddon can carry, but it's not a hard carry. Right? This is very much a hero that you do want to have kind of a tri-core plan with. It's very tanky, of course, hard to kill. It's really nice into these healing heroes, these kind of sustain heroes. But now we're going to go on top of him. He does have borrowed time available. Is he trapped in the brambles for now? Borrowed time goes off very quickly. But I don't know how much. Yeah, his team's not really rotating. They're going to try to ice path. CA2000 will fall. There really isn't a lot they can find in response. It's actually going a little bit deeper. That is a very deep dive, but he's a Jakiro. He certainly dies. And if you look at where the rest of AVULUS are, Rojo, mid lane tier 1 still up. They're not pressuring that. Not really putting pressure topside. They're getting a lane shoved in, but a little surprised we didn't at least see dual raise. I mean, the mid lane tier 1 it's got 73 HP. Void Spirit goes in, hits it twice. It's a gold injection for pretty much free.
Yeah, it'd be definitely nice to pick up, especially after losing the 2000 like that. He really wants to get to this blink. Most of the times that we cast Abaddon, I stress very importantly and very heavily getting towards this blink on the Abaddon, because it completely transforms your game. As they actually do jump onto Corrupted. He's quite tanky.
Yeah, he is tanky. Pops the BKB. Looks to turn on top of Nikki Cool. Now Nikki Cool, no stampede, no mana. So this is a little bit scary. He's going to get charged, but the Terrorize not quite going to land. Secondary spells, and now Corrupted started to try to click down Boschka. Boschka pretty low. Good Nether Strike on top of him as well, but unfortunately Ether Ended not going to land. T2000 now into the fight. Corrupted. He's got to run here. Backside, he's very, very low, but the Ice Path makes sure that Immersion won't be able to get the kill, and now T2000 looks to go on top of him. Alberca, he does have the shield up now, ready to go as they dive in once again, take down Immersion. Corrupted very low here, but feels empowered to rejoin the fight. Borrow time still available. And Alberca, he's locked up. Chain down, will get the kill on this Razor, but will die in response. Very nice kiting from AVULUS. That was a long, drawn-out fight that worked out for them. Very nice. Wait, can we kill Ashka here? They're going to try to go get no Nether Strike available. Has to pop the BKB. Get on out of here. And that should be enough. Tia 2000, he feels empowered. Still hasn't had to spend this borrowed time. They do force the BKB. They kill this Timbersaw off again. And honestly, I think Corrupted could survive, but I understand why he decided to trade his life there.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely giving away a little bit on AVULUS to get these kind of good fights, but very, very happy to do so. As partially his Power Rangers didn't really feel like a go to me. Nicky Cool. Maybe if he had that Stampede up, then that would have been a really well executed bait. It's a little bit too deep. Feel to go in there. They are giving away quite a bit to AVULUS for them to scale here. Dual Rays has finished a Kayayasha, something that he typically goes for. Is looking towards an E-Blade next, and they're actually going to find Nicky Cool, not even smokes.
And we're going to find Immersion as well. He's the first target. Get rid of the Bramble Maze so you can try to find Nicky Cool later, but actually Immersion hasn't died just yet. There he is. Okay. But they do buy time. Nicky Cool, he gets to Stampede on out of there, and that's kind of important. He had a gem on the way. Unfortunately, they weren't able to find him and the gem, but this net worth lead that I think at one point was north of about 7K, starting to come down. Only 5 now. Dual Rays. You talked about the Kayayasha done. He's got a Ghost Scepter going into an E-Blade next. They're starting to find the ramp here, but this counter smoke, 3 heroes from Power Rangers. They'd love to find someone. Razor North side, Void Spirit East. Can they find? They don't have Stampede. But
forward.
Okay, that's a little bit dicey. Silence on top of him. Void Spirit, can you get out of here? He's rooted. He's stunned. He's dead. That was not the right timing. Talon Toss with the silence. You have, I'm assuming, an Atos there on Alberca. Yeah, you got an Atos. Void Spirit doesn't really have, he's got a Ghost Scepter. And now Nicky Cool deep behind the tower here. Corrupted turns on top of him. Eye of the Storm as well. Can he make this happen? Just pops the BKB, continues to dive on top. Divine Favor, Godstray, or doesn't matter whatsoever till the end. He's going to fall here as well. Now Boschka, Nether Strike tries to get out of here. Not going to happen. He runs. He's dead. Corrupted gets a double kill as this was way too deep for Power Rangers.
Continually, they just go way too deep. Without Immersion, without Alberca, actually are looking. I kind of like this by them. I mean, Corrupted, yeah, should almost definitely go down.
No BKB. He's geared up. Yeah, he's dead. Okay.
But I mean, these two are so strong. Alberca, despite the early game that he had, showing partially why he did pick up this Timber, doing very well for himself now. So taking a fight without him in tow definitely feels extremely difficult. And yeah, I know that Boschka has the Daedalus queued up, and Daedalus is absolutely ridiculous timing for this Kez, but I would not mind finishing this Lincoln's he has queued up beforehand, or going something like a Satanic straight away just to have some lifesteal, maybe even just buying a Vlad's until the end. I would really like this Kez to have some lifesteal, not get it through his neutral item, or at least did not choose it. Yeah, nice to have a little bit of sustain. That Lincoln's would be really strong in this game against Razor and against Ryota, of course. They do also have a Yules finally finished for Ryota, able to get rid of that shield from Alberca. So they managed to kind of claw it back to a 3K lead after all these significant fights. TA 2000 as well has not actually been a part of many of them, so he's been very comfortably hitting away at the creeps. He's finished a full Nullifier and an Orchid as well. His items look incredibly strong. Despite not, I mean, he's pretty high net worth, just about up there with the top 2. But his inventory looks very, very good. Amplify damage as well for him if they wanted to smoke on this timer. The opportunity.
Kind of interesting. We're not seeing him try to finish the Bloodthorn though. He says, you know what, a Silver Edge, a break for Alberca in this game feels really, really good. Even just the 200 max movement speed lockdown for this Kez feels fantastic. So
pretty good against Stampede too.
Yeah. So for now, smoke into smoke. 5 on 5. Alberca, he's leading the charge. Doesn't mind if he breaks it. He is so tanky. They continue to run, wrap
Just
around,
as
around
before.
the rosier backside. Denjikiro immediately. TN2000 half HP as
2000,
well.
oh
He
my
does
God.
have the amp damage. Borrowed time going to get popped very early into this fight as the Centaur. He's TPing away, but that's not going to work. Ryota gets the stun on top of him as they look for a little bit more. Backside, Razor kiting
Good
away,
damage.
trying to fight into Boschka. He's dead. Corrupted still alive, but Alberto, he's on top of him, and that is a dead Razor in response. But they got Boschka. And this TN2000 hero continues to have to run, slow down, more stuns on Nicky Cool. Can they take him down? Yes, they can. TN2000 will fall, but Nicky Cool dies in response. And now it's Alberca versus Dual Rays. Do you have the damage to take down this Timber Saw? They're going to try. They're certainly going to try, but Alberca, he's untouchable here. Ryota now, he's got to run.
Duels in
Kind of a
one.
wild fight, 3 versus 1, but they just don't. I mean, well, hey, the Remnant, a little bit more damage, pumping it in, but yeah, got to get
Gotta
out.
get out.
This is not someone you kill.
It is certainly not. I'm very curious to see what Alberca's next item is. Oh, wait, he might actually just kill Torres. Oh, or
Well,
Torres
you
will
say
kill
that he's
him.
got no.
Okay.
Okay.
He's really slow on the button pressing there for going so deep. Alberca, however, played very well that fight, and somehow it ends up just being roughly even. Bale, 32 minutes, complete team fight, smoke on smoke, absolute chaos. Just barely 500 gold lead for AVULUS coming out of that. I think that was even maybe slightly towards their favor once Alberca died, a little bit more. Just about 10,000 net worth for both, or 10,000 XP for both teams. These fights are really down to the wire, but Bashka is not getting the opportunity to play these fights particularly much. Getting continually bashed up by Ryota, who's been able to find some really good angles. Particularly just staying static linked to almost these whole durations of these fights.
This
Losing
is
such a significant portion of damage.
This is one of these reasons I'm not sure that I'm convinced about this Kez versus Razor matchup. Yes, you do have grappling claw, but it doesn't.
They're
It
committing
doesn't
to
seem
this
consistently as Nicky Cool's going to show up here with his creep.
On vision.
Yeah, Terrorize is going to go down, but okay, Ryota moves forward, moves backward. Corrupted is fine. Roche is very low right now.
Very
So if you
low.
spent Terrorize, spent Breadways, here comes the Stampede. Nicky Cool wants to move in. Nice Yules
There's
into the
no
ice path,
Alberca.
into the Macropire. Nicky Cool, he's all on an island, all alone. Wants
Oh,
to go
no.
maybe take this Roshan down. No, TN2000 gets the kill, takes Aegis. Now you gotta
Alberca
run.
made so much space. That was just the Razor. I mean, kiting out those 3 separate heroes. No BKB by Boschka. Nothing really utilized by him. Alberca was not alive, so that was a little bit of a dream contest by Nicky Cool. This mid Centaur is starting to struggle. Absolutely feels like every time that he goes in, he just gets caught by a whole bunch of random bullshit. I would be upset as Nicky Cool. All these
No,
things on the
that's,
ground, catching him up.
We did take that fast. We took Bull Rush on the Spirit Breaker. We did not take Bull's hit.
Well, it's still causing a problem for him either way. a bull's hit ice path, if you will. They'll take this Tormentor for themselves. But yeah, Nicky Cool just, I mean, he really not been able to enter these fights in the way he wanted to. Alberca, glad that he shifted away from the Shivas since they already have one. Now looking at his Lotus. But just less than a 1k lead at 35 minutes, which means there's no difference in net worth between these two teams realistically. Yeah, Corrupted just doing very well on this Razor. And I, you know, by this point, you're definitely paying off in terms of going for this carry style Razor. And now has a full Satanic for himself as well. It can be a lot greedier by using that BKB.
Nicky Cool silenced up here, and now he's not gonna die. He should be fine. He's still relatively tanky. It does take this Razor showing up, I think, for the Centaur to die. But yeah, this Razor, he's full carry. He's in a very good spot. He's only 3,500. I mean, 3,500 gold is still a decent ways, but he's not. He's looking at a refresher next, right? Although it's only 1,200 mana and a Satanic, right? And Manta, BKB. It was pretty easy with the Scotty last game to get your refresher double Razor stuff off. Not quite as true without it. We got a wrap coming in on the high ground. Dual Rays is showing they're going to go on top of him. He is the gem carrier. You'd love to kill him. and he evaporates. First, just lock him down to 2000. Now also very low. It does have an Aegis. The borrowed time has been spent. He goes straight into a second Bramble, but he's going to be able to blink out,
cancel?
try to TP away. He's going to be fine.
Switch.
No bashes. But that is the gem now. On over to Power Rangers.
I think they recovered it on TA2000 actually.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, TA2000 did pick it up. So really nice presence of mind by him in the middle of that fight, heading it over to Aztecor. So nicely recovered. Dual Raise is extremely integral to their team fights, as we have seen. So absolutely. As soon as he dies, you need to get out. I think that was the correct call by all means. Power Rangers back into a little bit of their lead, and not anything that you can consider very significant.
This Spirit Breaker is
A lot of
very
damage.
slow.
Goodness.
Good Yules with, yeah, he's gonna be, should be fine.
Moving
Yeah, certainly with the
forward.
silence. Nice Lotus though to reflect the nullifier. Okay,
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
taking a beat here for a second. 5,000 net worth lead for Power Rangers. Spirit Breaker is 350 gold away from Ashivas, which I don't mind. It gives you a lot of vision in fights, amps the damage quite a bit. Armor into the Kez is fantastic.
Dire's middle tower has
But
fallen.
you look at this Void Spirit who is trying to rebuild the Kaya Sanj or the Kaya Yasha after disassembling for the Manta. Kind of awkward because he wants to build Ashivas too. He's got that one queued up.
It's I mean, it's also particularly tough in the sense of if he ever gets caught by any stun that is not the Gleipnir, is definitely in danger there. But playing a little bit cocky on Dual Raise as he typically does, especially on this Void Spirit. But if you're gonna kind of eke mileage out of this hero, especially in terms of the damage department, it's pretty much necessary to build this kind of way. As long as he doesn't get caught by those kind of engages again, at these late points in the game, pretty much all about engaging who gets that initial jump. Although Alberca, he finished an Octarine core. He's almost level 25, but he is so strong on the smoke. And AVULUS is not much reading it at all. T2000's frontlining. They know that something could be happening. They will walk backwards. With that
13
10 seconds
seconds.
on Aegis.
Yeah. This is amp damage on Bashka as well. So it is so good for AVULUS. They're not going to go eat this. This is a really nicely timed smoke out of Power Rangers, but just going to miss. Going right side, trying to go catch someone farming in the kind of the deep creeps right next to the base. And now with Aegis done, AVULUS didn't really find anywhere close to the value they were looking at. In fact, they lost no worth. Went down about 5,000 gold since Roshan was claimed. What's your next timing as a... Okay, that's just going to be the home dump creep. What's your next timing that you're looking for as AVULUS?
I mean, probably this refresher is particularly big for Corrupted. Probably the biggest one they're looking at right now. Bloodthorn would be quite nice to finish on TA2000. He's currently not eyeing it. I'm a little bit surprised though, but there are multiple Lotuses. Lincoln's will be coming up for Boschka as well. I think probably this refresher is the biggest thing coming up for AVULUS. Ryota actually finished as Shivas, by the way, which is quite rare. He will get caught here.
Centaur.
Probably wishes this was a BKB.
Yeah. And that is a dead Spirit Breaker who, look, in my defense, called him a Centaur. He does have a bull's head. And,
That's true.
there is that. Centaur are, in
What
fact,
about stun
people and
people?
horses, so there's nothing there, but it's fine. We're Centaurs,
Yeah,
Minotaurs.
They're fun. They're big. It can't be too different.
Centaur Warrunner's got some
Cows
horns, and now he's going to pop the
Oh.
Stampede. Saw the Plasma Field. Really wants to get Corrupted, but the Gleipnir's not going to land. Neither is anything else.
It's damage.
T2000 forced to pop the
Alberca goes
BKB
in.
as he goes so deep on the Timbersaw. Can they take him down? Can they punish him for this?
Yeah.
Nope, there's a cart. He's running away, gets on out of here. And now that is a lot of BKBs forced. Alberca gets out once again, level 25 with good Timber Chain. Corrupted getting solo Boschka on top of him. Tries to pop the Satanic. He just dies. He's dead, and now TA2000, he is going to have to run away as well. Does have borrowed time. Really doesn't want to spend it into this fight. Dual Raise trying to buy some space, but everyone else is dead. There's no buyback. Not on this Razor,
Yeah, it might
not on
just
this
be over.
Shakiro dual raise now feared into the fountain. They're trying to kill him before he gets there.
Oh no.
This game's just
No
over.
buyback either. It is.
Where are the buybacks?
Just not holding them. I mean, not expecting to take a fight like that and lose a fight like that, but you kind of have to a little bit. Into Alberca, he is so strong. This level 25 completely changes the way he can play these fights. Absolutely a different ball game once this Timber has that extra range on the projectiles. Although their push is quite slow, and Bashka wasn't quite there straight away. But they're not going to end the game, it seems. Probably thinking that there's no reason AVULUS would not have buybacks, similar to you and I. Of course, Corrupted, you probably know that he doesn't. Fortunately, also, when he comes back, he does not have level 25 or the refresher. Probably well threatened Megas here. Probably can't get it. I mean, the Chen is actually outputting a very significant bit of extra damage as well.
And it may not have been what it used to be, but even still, Bashka on this Kez. Yeah, you know what? It's not Falcon rushing the buildings like it was a patch ago, which was insanely broken. But Kez still takes racks pretty quickly.
They're just
especially with this death, though. So,
giving it up. They're
well, they
charging
spent
now.
the fort. Razor's up now, 14 seconds until the Void Spirit T2000. He's going to move in.
It's
Does
no
have
damage.
2 lives. Let's see what he can do. Stun there for now. Good charge from the backside. Ryota gets really nice stuns on top of everyone. Is corrupted. He's getting kited. He does not have the damage here.
Oh,
He's BKB
it's
speared
alright.
up. He's going to go down once again as the core will fall. And, well, we said it once. This time it's true. This game is over. 3 heroes dead. You do have buyback on the Abaddon if you need it, but there's no one for him to play with. It is just the Spirit Breaker. It was a nice angle. That was a 5-man charge dash. But they hit their death ball. They hit their timing. And it was, all of a sudden, the damage just disappeared. AVULUS had nothing into Power Rangers.
Yeah, no damage coming from AVULUS. Power Rangers built up, I mean, really beautifully across their items. No saved up buybacks. attempted to do the best he possibly could in that previous game as the Razor, but this time around will be no Razor for either team. Crepit, I think, definitely makes AVULUS take pretty well there. And I mean, partially from that first game, I do think that in T2000, his Abaddon just really was never able, I feel like, to contribute super meaningfully to the game. So maybe, I mean, really, I do think it was a very close game, evidently. So definitely important here, as always, for AVULUS that they get themselves maybe a slightly nicer draft. Maybe do put some emphasis on Corrupted's hero early, but definitely Power Rangers are. They do not want him to get any form of hero that he's extremely comfortable on. Definitely think that Underlord ban is very warranted from what we've seen from him.
Interesting. So we're going to ban the Shadow Demon, which is not crazy to me. It's a very good save. It cuts out about a third of the draft pool. But now what we're doing here, just by only one ban being available and AVULUS having second pick, is of the tools, right? Jakira's still in the pool if you want to go for that one. But Viper and Batrider, both of those are available. Only one of them can get banned. And I get... It feels awkward. If this was Liquid, if this was Falcons or something like, yeah, whatever you don't get picked, whatever you don't ban is going to get picked, right? It's going to be Batrider, it's going to be Viper. But instead we're going to ban the Chen, give Power Ranger the option to pick one and answer with the other. Or maybe we just don't care about this Viper, don't care about this Batrider as much as this series, as we're seeing in Largo. Okay.
Yeah. Largo, Jakira was open. Curious to see here how AVULUS respond to this. Definitely very telling how a team responds to the Largo. Some teams do like to just go straight away for the AA. I think that is something that Aztecor would be willing to play. Instead, they'll just go for a little bit more of a typical Shadow Fiend. Does have, I mean, towards the kind of mid to late portion of the game, can definitely output some really significant damage into the Largo. So I do like that matchup in that terms. Even in lane, you can definitely use some relative bullying to the Largo if the lane goes well, but that hero does have a pretty significant kind of damage potential on an all-in. So I do get a little bit scared if this is a Largo offlane that, I mean, I guess, or even technically just a position for that the Shadow Fiend could end up dying in some kind of inopportune times. It's my biggest worry, but of course, I mean, we're used to seeing the Shadow Fiend, seeing it do particularly well for itself. Not too offensive.
And if this is a core Largo, you got to remember, Largo hits level 18, probably buys an aura item after the Kaya Sange, hits level 20, excuse me, not level 18, but all of a sudden, you're making everyone move faster, so Shadow Fiend has to get kited. Shadow Fiend wants to be this turret, stands here and does damage, and you're giving your entire lineup 20 armor.
Yeah.
Actually,
it is.
It counteracts a lot of... It minimizes the damage Shadow Fiend has quite a bit, especially if you're hot feed hustling and you're healing your team as well. I know you say it can do good damage into the Largo, but I feel like that Largo actually does pretty well into the SF once you get your items, if this is core Largo.
Yeah, it's a bit down the line, absolutely, but certainly can mitigate a lot of that damage. Still think that Shadow Fiend has so much, a lot of the times, that you'll be okay. Could also go for some form of the magic kind of Shadow Fiend hybrid we've seen, because that depends on how they're feeling and how the rest of their draft plays out. Could, go for it. Well, Slardor is banned. Definitely was something that they could have looked at. Not my favorite into Largo, but certainly reasonable. Now they have probably just a nice little support pick underway here. Ringmaster, definitely perfectly fine one. Can't dispel the box, of course, because it would be targeted. Perfectly fine.
That's nice. Anything you can do to keep the Shadow Fiend alive off the go is really important. Although you can't purge off the box as this Largo, you can frog stomp on top of it, and that does. It's not going to do a lot of damage, but it does. If Shadow Fiend wants to just get boxed, reset, get out of it, start to get his damage doing, get going once again, can be a little awkward. The mini stuns may be annoying. But even still, Ringmaster, again, good save. It's really nice percentage damage into this Largo that is a lot of HP very quickly. So yeah, I like it. Now the question is, where are we going in response for Power Rangers? I think these next two picks, they're going to tell us a lot about whether this is core Largo, whether this is support Largo.
Yeah, I definitely. I mean, I
then-
wouldn't mind just going straight away. Kind of a Jakiro to pair with this, I think would be perfectly reasonable. Of course, I don't think you can ever really go wrong with a strong support like that. Question is, after that, I do like flexing this Largo in theory. So I suppose, I mean, if Viper's left open, you might as well take it.
This hero
Makes
is
sense to me.
this hero is so dumb, man. Like,
This also, in theory, should already. In theory, this should already be kind of a bad Viper game. I mean, just by account of a lot of things that can be disruptive to you. Ultimately, the SF late game can be a really, really nasty matchup. That extra range that he has, but Viper is, just really breaks the game open. Very annoying to play against in lane. Pick up a Hoodwink. Still not technically revealing the Largo, although definitely eyeing towards it to probably be that position 3. Keeping it open is annoying though, because if this was to be something, if they do have the capability, if Boschka is willing to, if you do something like a Largo Viper in the bot lane, I mean, the all-in potential of those two heroes is disgusting. Really nothing to be done about it. I don't even know what hero you would pick into it other than something like an Abaddon or a Primal and just try to kind of cope across the lane. Even that would...
yeah, but a bad just dies there.
Yeah.
Even if you get a fodder
it's
shield.
really bad in the Largo. It's... I'm not sure. I guess Primal is their pickup here. I think it's reasonable. Again, late game has a break potentially for Viper, which is really nice, but also we've just seen Corrupted do very well on this hero. Has the potential to disrupt the Hoodwink, find the Hoodwink, which is really nice. And of course, the lane shenanigans, probably one of the bigger effects here.
Yeah, so this is a hero that I think whenever I've seen Corrupted play it, he looks really good.
Mm-hmm.
Is the what do you think? Corrupted Primal Beast? Are we still flexing this?
I'd be pretty surprised if this went towards dual raise. I don't definitely don't see him as the Primal Beast player in this team. That being said, I mean, there's not too much harm in just picking up another support here. Ironically, not. I mean, you could go really greedy and, maybe put this Ringmaster 5 or something and kind of get a Spirit Breaker. Just try to continue to play that hunt game, but yeah, Clockwork is probably a safer, more flexible option of that Spirit Breaker. So I like that a little bit more. We've seen some, I mean, when we were watching this kind of slew of NA qualifiers, those SA qualifiers, lots and lots of Clockwork. Definitely seen the amount reduce a little bit in Europe in particular, but still very good. I think still pretty consistently high win rate. Very happy with having this hero on my team. Stops them as well, I guess, from picking the Clockwork if this was to be a Largo 3.
Yeah, plus it's a great lane. Shadow Fiend Clockwork is not
Yeah.
quite Shadow Fiend Tusk because you don't have tag team, or you don't have that bonus damage there, but you got
Very
the
close to
cogs, you lock people in, Shadow Fiend hits triple raise. And now we're gonna this TA, man. This is, you got Viper mid, maybe could be offlane. You have Largo maybe as a support, maybe as a core. This TA is gonna have a great time into the primal. This is kind of scary from Power Rangers.
Yeah, they're definitely putting a huge amount of emphasis on these lanes, on just kind of these core-to-core matchups, which I really definitely don't mind. As I've mentioned before, definitely a great matchup into that carry Shadow Fiend. Again, maybe you can think about doing some kind of magic hybrid, but not really with this lineup. It would be that physical damage. This should struggle against TA for most of the game. Not very good damage instances across the board. Maybe Primal occasionally. So they'll look to pick that up, very likely for their last pick, on to dual raise. They out Sniper, funny enough. So maybe potentially this could be the mid Viper. That's what they're eyeing. And out Invoker as well. Dual raise has had some very good Invoker performances. Although I wouldn't mind if he just, I guess it is quite hard. He's going to be here on... He does have at least 24 pick, I guess. So that's quite nice for him. But I would typically be looking towards something like an Ember would be really, really nice to have against Hoodwink TA. But, of course, can't play that matchup into the Viper and lane by any means. And very difficult into Largo with the Purge. So they're covering a lot of bases with their draft here on Power Rangers. I'm not sure exactly what dual rays will go for, but they do have pretty limited lockdown is probably the one thing that they're looking at. So I'm sure the dual rays could very reasonably still just go to his Storm Spirit, his Void Spirit, of course his Puck as well.
Yeah, the other thing I'm looking at, and I don't know that Dual Rays is really worried about this, the type of mid that he is, but we don't really have auras on AVULUS, right? Primal Beast is a killer. He's a stunner. He's a go in there and cause chaos. He's not a pipe builder, right? He's not a Crimson builder in particular. So the back of the left in the pool, I don't think there's a hero. Razor's gone, of course. I don't think there's a aura bot mid that's available. I don't know if that's going to do all that much. We've got 10 seconds here on Power Rangers. They're going to go lock their pick in. Tiny. I like this a lot, not because of the pick, but because this still does not make it clear who's who. Yeah. This Tiny could be 4. It could be a Largo off lane. This could be Tiny mid.
Yeah, I do like that. I do like that option to kind of put the pressure on AVULUS, as they also only have 18 seconds here. That being said, I don't think it'll change probably too much of what they end up picking. My best guess is probably this Puck or the Storm. Really got to account for that Viper on the mid lane. But yeah, I mean, for Power Rangers, pick a litter, whatever they want to do. Wind Ranger's a fun one, actually, for for TA2000. So Dual Rays is going to take the Shadow Fiend mid. Very interesting switch up from them. I don't entirely hate it. Although, makes their tempo around the map could definitely be a little bit weird, but I think the Clockwork does at least do a pretty good job of mitigating that.
Okay. So this is a mid lane Tiny opting to play a melee mid into this Shadow Fiend. Kind of interesting. Off lane Viper, carry TA, that wasn't much of a question. And it will be this position 5 Largo. I kind of feel like, I don't know, maybe Largo into Wind Rangers a little. It's actually not all that problematic. You can just lick off Wind Run. It's not that big of a deal. I feel like core Largo having immersion. I mean, maybe the support duo is weird. It's like, is it 5 Tiny? Is it 5 Hoodwink?
Yeah, I imagine there's just some mind games yet, because neither team, of course, knows what they're playing yet. So maybe this is a preemptive thing by AVULUS here, where they pick the Wind Ranger seemingly for dual rays, take it into that mid matchup, and then they're like, okay, well, then we won't play Viper. It's a whole mind game, of course. We won't play Viper mid because now it's a TA mid. We wouldn't really want, or a Wind Ranger mid, so we wouldn't really want that. They preemptively switched up into the Shadow Fiend. Now it's Shadow Fiend into the Tiny. Should be a pretty good matchup for him. It's hard to read. I guess maybe they make or try to make some lane adjustments once they see what the assignments actually are. Because I do agree that I think the Largo being into TA would be particularly problematic. Not just because, of course, Wind Run getting dispelled is really, really difficult for TA2000, but particularly the Shackle Shot damage also gets purged. So that is really, really annoying for TA2000 throughout really the whole game if he doesn't manage to kind of stay out of range of this Largo.
So I wouldn't be surprised then if we saw till the end just decide to lane with the Viper, even if he is the 5 and Immersion is the 4.
Yeah.
Even then, like with how much focus we have on lane duos these days and how unwilling teams are to flex, maybe we don't even see that. Maybe it's like, you know what? This is fine. The most we're going to do, we might try to swap like full on lane assignments, but I don't think you want to send the TA into the off lane. Right? I don't know that is that important. So it's going to be interesting. I think that is the story. These are a lot of mind games, certainly from Power Rangers into this game number 2, and they can afford to do so. They're setting up one game in this series. They have a draft that I think can absolutely work. And this deep wrap, not sure they're going to find much, but was it Power Rangers that we saw do this, or was this the first series that we saw this kind of deep, crazy wrap around the tier 2?
I don't remember. It might have been them in this last game. Although, yeah, definitely some interesting kind of ways that people are adjusting the level 1 strats.
Bashka tries to go, gets the bounty rune. So despite everything, it's going to be 2 for 2. The more things change, Rojo, the more they just stay the same.
Yeah, it's the way things go. Very curious, yeah, definitely to see where they do end up kind of putting their lane assignments here. I definitely agree that, I mean, till the end, I think would be very, very happy to lane into this Wind Ranger. Would be pretty happy to lane with Alberca as well. The C2000, I mean, if they have a blood grenade.
Yeah, this is Brown Boots blood grenade, Largo. So, yeah, T8000 should burn down here. There we go.
Got it.
Is that a second blood grenade? So Immersion gets the kill. And now you move top, or you move bottom as this frog. But I'm with you. I think just keeping till the end of this lane feels really good. Not only because you're into the Wind Ranger, you can purge Power Shot, or you can purge the Shackle damage, you can purge Wind Run. You can also get rid of this really obnoxious Impalement Arts. So, just everything in this lane, but instead, till the end, it's just going to get run at. Frog stomped. Generally, you're the one that's supposed to be stomping, but Frog stomped. Courier dead as well. I think it to deliver its items.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think this. Now, I was gonna say I think this maybe could be a little bit nicer if you swap the supports, but all the trees get killed. So Hoodwink into Primal is just kind of miserable in that way.
Yeah, maybe this ultimately is the best for them, but till the end, dying like that is very, very tough. You do not want to give Corrupted a good start on this hero. And we have seen him take away pretty significantly on the Primal. Good bushwhack onto Aztekor up top. A significant amount of damage.
And talking about that bottom side, especially because till the end, he was right next to the portal. He opted not to take the portal, instead just TPing under tower, which means that he had to walk back to base. So sure, on the one hand is, that is a juicy courier, salve, wards, and a stick. That's that the early game. That is a juicy courier, but till the end, because he spent that TP and immediately died, a decent amount of time where Pashka was not there. His top side, Alberca getting pretty low.
Good cogs.
Yeah, really good cogs, but Nicky Cool gets the toss and dual raise. Well, he's getting battery assaulted. It's not the easiest thing for him to run away from. And dual raise, of course, does have Shadowmire, so he is very slow. And this game going a whole lot faster for AVULUS in game number 2. They game 1 a little bit dicey. Game 2, they seem to have woken up just a little bit.
Still pretty good CS across the board for Power Rangers, so they at least have that going for them. Nicky Cool managed to get a decent bit for himself early on, but really just nice rotation from Ryota, recognizing that he's not needed in that bot side. One of the nice things about kind of picking this clockwork with the Primal Beast is, especially if Corrupted gets a kill, is allowed to have a little bit more of a chill time in the spot side, then kind of unleashes Ryota to go across the map, do some shenanigans. If you can ever get him on top of this Viper, you actually do have some kind of kill threat. Viper definitely hates playing into that clockwork. If it's just walking randomly into your lane, it's got boots and windlace. So definitely keep an eye out for Ryota. He's going to be a menace across the board. Probably get some early stacks up as well. Or Corrupted. Dual Rays can take them as well very consistently. Corrupted.
Corrupted here. That all-in damage is impactful. It's Corrupted, again, left on his lonesome. His clock rotated to mid. And even though this Viper was kind of bullied back just a little bit, he's 16 for 7 versus the 8 for 4. He's a full 2 waves ahead of this Wind Ranger at this stage in the game. So even though you do have that, yeah, this Viper's having a great time, which I think we kind of expected, although this Wind Ranger is supposed to be a lane. I don't know that there's such a thing as a lane counter into a Viper, but with your win run, you're supposed to have a somewhat decent time into the hero.
Yeah, it'll get better for T2000 absolutely, but Yeah, these early levels can be pretty brutal. The downtime on Wind is just very significant early levels. Corrupted. Doing a little bit of shenanigans, gets pulled back. Very annoyed by the Largo, but ultimately till the end,
Dire's middle tower is
cannot
under
do
attack.
very much about it. Ryota will stay towards this mid side. Make sure the dual raise gets both of the water runes. Nice little hover from him. Topside 3000 again. It's also quite annoying this matchup into Viper. I'm honestly surprised he put 2 points in Shackle Shot, all things considered. Because, you know, sometimes, most of the time from the Viper harass, you'll take maybe 1 to 2 hits from the Q there, and it's not really not really something that you want to win run. It's just a couple of those hits. Nice bushwhack.
But not quite gonna land as Aztekor shows up, as
Ooh.
does Ryota. That's a good shackle shot on top of two. Aztekor feared into the cogs. That is a kill. The overload, they punish this one significantly. So that does a lot. Getting to 2000, he doesn't actually get any of the kills, unfortunately, but he's 0, 1, and 2. And more importantly, it means he's not going to get pressured in this wave in the next. He's actually allowed to get some uncontested CS, which, again, given the power of this Viper in lane, is not always going to be the most obvious. Now, of course, Power Rangers, they realize that, yeah, this clockwork is elsewhere. They're going to shove Corrupted under tower. They're going to try to go take him down, but with the power of this trample, you know, it just totally removes refraction immediately. So Nicky Cool, the mid lane until the end, TP's in. Now Ryota looking for the turn. They're going to get him. Thinks about the Requiem, but doesn't really need it. Till the end will fall. Dual Raise gets himself a kill, but this is not lasting presence, Shadow Fiend. Those kills do not snowball him in the same way. Wait a minute. Immersion. Off
Not much
angle.
mana on
Nicky
Nicky
Cool
Cool.
does have Avalanche, looking for the toss back, maybe. Where do we go? There's the
have
Requiem,
it.
not going to land. Now he's pretty low. And okay, we'll get the Requiem off. And with the Death Requiem, Immersion will fall as well. No raindrops into this lane. A little bit dicey.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it is tough. Dual Raise, very nice to pick those up. Unfortunately, after his death is not the most ideal for his XP, but he's very happy to get the treads. And T2000, a really nice shackle on the top side.
Yeah. Shackle into the Tame of the Beast, and Alberca, even with Caustic Bath, it takes a second for it to tick up, and he's only got 1 point in Corrosive Skin, so not gonna keep him alive. And these lanes, even if you said that, like, the CS early was going pretty nicely, these lanes are not going quite as smoothly as I think Power Rangers would have liked.
Radiant
No, not at all. I mean, especially for this Viper. Viper
Radiant's top
talk
tower
very
is
often about
under
how
attack.
Shadow Fiend really requires having very few deaths. TA is honestly quite similar as well. Very, very much do not want to die on this hero. But Viper can certainly be that way as well. At least it's Caustic
Dire's
Bath.
top tower is under
Alberca did not full commit to winning the lane by any means. Will have some potential for farming. But you really, really don't want to die on this Viper. To be able to leverage the
Looking
power.
on
Good
top
bushwhack.
of the Wind Ranger, Frog Stomp into, okay, well, there we go. Nether Toxin just enough. So 3 heroes, they show top side, they kill off this TA2000 Wind Ranger. And despite getting involved in a couple kills early, killing Viper pretty a couple times earlier on, he's like actually even net worth with the Viper now. And this is a hero that
Radiant's courier has been
you don't farm until you get a Maelstrom.
Dire's top
You're
tower
looking for
is
some
under
rotations
attack.
maybe, but as low net worth as he is, it's not all that not all that easy. And now with a couple heroes mid, looking for the 8-minute power move. It's going to be top side. Nicky Cool gets it.
The
The
damage.
causing problems. Immersion will dodge the dagger. Okay. Arcane Rune Tiny. What you going to do with it?
Probably not a whole lot, at least for the time being. Maybe we'll look with a little bit of support help if they can find it. With Dual Raise, he's going to start accelerating as much as he possibly can. Really wants to start hitting those key timings. See, he's going to go for that Yasha first, so really going heavy into the farming for the SF. I generally prefer going for this Yasha early. It gives you a bit more flexibility as well. Yeah, will farm very fast from Dual Raise. Won't be contributing that much to the game, at least in that sense. So the supports will have to make a lot happen here. Ryota's only level 3. kind of interestingly, despite his impact around the map, despite having done a lot and having pretty good net worth for support, he is only level 3 on Ryota.
All right.
So would like to soak up some waves eventually.
Why do these cores keep taking weighted dice? It is literally like a 3 damage average increase and like 5 GPM.
Yeah, I think it's like a very probably during the whole duration that you have it, it generates about maybe 100 gold, which mind you is not very good. I guess that the level one neutrals are just weak enough that they feel 100 gold is better than anything else. I do see some people hold it to till tier 2, which is, I mean, pretty greedy. Definitely not probably optimal, but yeah, I guess, I mean, level 1 neutrals are kind of weak if you don't get something like Duelist Club.
I mean, even still, it's like
greed knows no bounds.
Yeah, but it's great. I'm gonna greed out for half a donut. Okay, dude, like, fine, sure, I don't care. Nick Cool's gonna get found out here. Good toss back for now, but the first set of raises will land. Now he's stunned up a little bit more, zoned out by the Wheel of Wonder. This is a dead Tiny. Nice collapse right around the 10-minute timer, and we're gonna get a rune. Yes, it's an illusion rune. SF not too upset about that. Presents the Dark Lord, spread it out a little bit, you know, whatever, helps him farm. But importantly, this Tiny, anything you can do, slow him down for the Blink Dagger, keep him off the map. Very important as he tries to make that happen. And look at this, triple stack, Corrupted, very happy to go clean that up.
Get a little bit of XP as well to Ryota as he walks away. Work him slowly towards that 6. Be quite nice. And yeah, AVULUS feel very comfortable with this game. A little bit of a slow game, of course. He is farming very happily away on Boschka. So he's going to have a pretty good time. Just about finished his Deso 800 gold or so. So definitely, I mean, TA definitely going to be a pretty significant problem. But now they have a carry matchup that's a lot more manageable. Whereas the Shadow Fiend isn't going to be particularly as countered by the TA. You have a ton of damage instances coming out from that Requiem. And yeah, I do think overall for AVULUS, you either want an extremely fast early game or I would say a relatively steady one like this is quite good. Especially with Dual Race having the obscene amount of net worth he does. Corrupted, of course, does not mind this kind of chill pace. He's going to get towards his Blink. Eventually, that's when he'll start to turn things up. Nicky Cool, notably, he did get his Blink. So he's going to be happy to tag along with the rest of the team. Could be able, if they find somebody to get a kill, particularly with Immersion. Till the end, though, not level 6 yet. So some of these supports having a little bit of a slower time. I feel like they saw that smoke.
Okay, they certainly saw the haste disappear, but a little bit too late. There's going to be the Avalanche toss back into a dead Ringmaster, but now that's a good hook shot, and this smoke reveal gets the Tiny killed. That is not what you need. This smoke is supposed to get a kill or two and get the Tiny into a scaling position. And he just never had the chance.
Very unfortunate Blink reveal. Get a kill onto the support and then immediately die. Nicky Cool definitely not having an impact that he would typically want to. Tiny, not one of his kind of atypical heroes where he can do things that you don't expect or don't know. Not something like that Centaur. Tiny a lot more predictable. AVULUS very much reading that move. It's really nice hook shot from Ryota.
This is a Viper. Which, in fairness, this first item bots build is something that we were seeing for a while, specifically from the mid lane Viper. But yeah, first item bots is this going to be a dead clockwork.
Got one.
Nice toss back there from Nicky, getting a little bit of revenge and should be the tier 1 tower as well. But are you at all surprised that this is this game? First item bots Viper instead of some sort of aura?
I mean, it would be quite nice to have a pipe, absolutely. So probably I would say that's slightly more optimal for the Viper, but just going for a little bit more scaling this game, I suppose. I don't hate it particularly. I guess if Nicky Cool is having a tougher game, this does allow him to connect more kind of easily to the moves that Nicky Cool wants to make. Maybe they can look around traps. They are very overloaded on this right bot side of the map. Really love to get this Wisdom Shrine. I think a read by AVULUS though was got one though. Should secure them the Wisdom Shrine on the side of AVULUS. So they do lose the Ringmaster as Decor, having some unfortunate deaths. But ultimately just a sign of the times. Not much he can do. Take that jungle on Boschka. He's
Radiant's top tower
very
is
happy
under
with his
attack.
farm level, but again, not the same kind of core matchup that he did pick TA for. And Ranger definitely much more comfortable against the TA for a very significant portion of the game.
I love, by the way, that they, I think it was just at the tail end of the smoke, but they smoked the Shadow Fiend from the right side, from the triangle where he was over to the left side where you could farm a little bit more. It's like, hey, have a little bit bonus movement speed. We'll give you some.
Alberca.
That is it, yeah. Alberca got to be careful, but that is a big stack for him to farm, and without an Ags, without anything like it, just you take a decent amount of damage. So yes, you're farming camps. You really have to make sure that you don't go down to this one disease. Yeah, you don't have a lot of armor. This is Alberca.
Got hit by the Prowler.
Oh
no.
They're gonna see this Viper. This
Oh,
is
it's
such a dead
taking
Viper.
forever.
Oh no. Under the tower, one
God.
pull. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute here. He's got
Corrupted.
the Ash Legion Shield dodging around. Good frog stomp. Corrupted still not able to go
Stunned him.
take this Viper down. Kites him away. TA
Lost him?
over the cogs, still alive, running, looking to make sure we'll get shackle shotted. He's gonna go down. No, he's not. He's, okay, no, he's gonna go down. Finally. But even still, that is as the core will fall. TA, unfortunately, you really don't want to go down here, but he did get himself at least a stack of the Desolator. And somehow they keep this Viper alive, who started the fight with like sub 200
Yeah.
HP.
I do think Corrupted that was kind of chopped. I not to use the Zoomer lingo on you, but and he just jumped in and grabbed him at 50 HP. I really feel like he could have charged through him.
Is under attack.
Would have probably been a more cohesive,
Middle tower is
unexpected
under
jump. And they actually didn't even kill off the stack either, despite having seen it early. I'm a little bit surprised Dual Rays didn't want to try and kind of catch most of it. That was probably worth more than the Viper, to be honest. It's killing off this stack. I think Alberca's smoked. They'll probably look to make a move immersion and Nikki cool, but for Alberca, it's just a farm.
Yeah, he could. I love
Eventually.
this.
Eventually,
just
he'll
can-
get this.
He just this is his quest, man. This is his windmill. He's tilting at it. Eventually, it's gonna take 2 smokes. Oh, maybe. But okay, we're gonna find the ring.
As the core again.
While Alberca, hookshot's not gonna land. Nikki Cool though is gonna get found out here once again. Way too slow. Yeah, he's dead.
What is still the end?
He could have licked him. He
just
could
stood
have reached
still.
out and licked him.
Radiant's
You also
top
could have
tower
healed
is under
or
attack.
movement speed. Okay.
Radiant's top tower
You know-
He could have unslowable him.
Yeah, he could have Ash Legion Shield. Oh. No less. Nikki Cool unfortunately suffers another death.
is under attack.
I'd be moderately tilted if I saw my Largo standing still in front of me. Frog staring at me with those big wide eyes.
Yeah, yes,
Okay,
but
that Nikki
Roho-
Cool. Oh, Dual Rays. Actually, that was a really nice combo from him. Get straight onto immersion. He's having a banger of a mid Shadow Fiend game.
but Roho,
His blink
consider
timing. Go ahead.
the windmill has been tilted.
Mm.
The ancient stack has been cleared. Alberca was able to make that happen. He's actually not all
He's
that far away.
triumphant.
That was, there's going to be the lick, but it's a little early, so it's not going to drag him over the cogs. Trying to go cut everything down. Requiem will
Good grab.
land into the pulverize.
The shackle.
And that is... Frog has been stomped again. That is the story. I was going to talk about how this Viper's not all that far away from Pipe. Only 650 gold away, and unfortunately, this is not a good time. This is not a good mid lane tiny game. 266, 120
And
CS.
Really don't think Nikki Cool should have bought this phylactery. That is not favorable to me. I mean, obviously the extra damage, of course, is nice, but probably I would just buy a 4-staff, honestly, as this tiny. You are in far too miserable of a position. Maybe a Yule's you could possibly convince me of. But yeah,
Well,
I mean,
consider here, Rojo. You have 3 points Croak of Genius on the phylactery damage with Bull Belly Blitz. And unironically, that phylactery damage does absolutely slap. When you talk about Crooked Genius on top of it, the phylactery toss is a crazy amount of damage. So I guess that's the theory, as they're going to look at this Wind Ranger in the mid lane. T2000 seems to be aware of this, though. Pop's Wind Run runs away. Like, unironically, Avalanche Toss Phylactery combo with a Crooked Genius is nutty damage.
It is nice, and the BKB next will feel good, but you know, the damage is pretty good even without the phylactery. Did you see this happening?
Smoke breaks on
right
Ryota. Nicky Cool on the edge. It doesn't really have so much smoke as well.
It's a crazy position from Ryota.
Yeah, I mean, there's a rocket flare into this as well. Everyone's here. This is just so dicey. Hook shot in. Boschka going to be pulled back out of the cogs. That's a very nice. Nicky Cole looking for the top. A lot of damage on the back line. Look at a stun as well. Good bushwhack. They're holding everyone back here. Corrupted. He will not go down. Not just yet. Good shackle shot as well on top of the spiker. They're trying to heal him up. Alberca runs. He's okay. And now TA2000, a secondary fantastic bushwhack. No. TA2000 will fall. Unfortunately, Orochi goes south. All this fight, they lose 2 cores. And the Roshan's not even going to be there anymore. They can't clean it up. They're going to have to go top. Tower's there for the taking. 282 HP. And it's going to be Tormentor. But they're not quite going to get the Roche just yet.
I mean, they get the Tormentor. I mean, for AVULUS, it would have been really nice if they had some potential of looking at that Roche. Of course, they can't. Ryota will walk in just to scout. Boschka, till the end, have no problem. It's the shard even for that Largo, which does feel quite nice. Probably not better than Immersions, although Immersion sure will buy it. As Decor, he has been on the struggle bus this game. Toss there. Little alley-oop. Alberca looks at the Ancient Prowlers. This time he doesn't want to conquer
no, not
them.
again. I don't want this.
And Nicky Gold. Oh, he just seals it under their nose. Corrupted didn't have Blink. That was a really nice pickup. Very clean couple of minutes here for Power Rangers. Now they have to look at the Roche. Boschka, this early Hurricane Pike really paid off for him. And TA2000, without a BKB, it's not really able to actually meaningfully enter these fights. There's so much miscellaneous things on the ground.
Though looks for the rock throw on top of 2. Very nice. Oh, he's just running away. Okay. We're not going to go for that one. I thought he might try, especially with BKB blink done on dual rays, but not worth it. And now the clockwork is... There was a clockwork there. I can see his corpse on the ground.
Yeah, no more by any means. Really just, I mean, AVULUS really just not finding their footing here, not able to find much of anything. Yeah, just a little toss onto the Centaur there.
Hey, little friend, you want to help me? You want to help me farm this a little bit? There we go.
You know, flying squirrels are natural. They exist
I
out
once
in the
found
world,
one in
and
my
they're
house.
very cute. I think they're very cute. I think squirrels are very underrated as a cute animal. Not hoodwink, mind you. But definitely as just a normal squirrel, especially Pacific Northwest here in the U.S. They're very cute.
Oh, yeah, you got little
very bushy tails.
Oh, we're gonna go find this squirrel.
This is therapeutic, though. I will say.
Yeah. You know, Rojo, canonically, hoodwink has committed war crimes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely in all my games. Hoodwink commits war crimes. Usually against their own team, if I'm on it.
I do love, by the way, talk about Dota lore. Like, the cuter a hero is, the smaller, the cuter, whatever, the more likely they are just like the most evil thing to exist. Like, Pugn is a small child that wants to commit genocide. Hoodwink is, in fairness, Hoodwink's committed war crimes because war crimes were committed against her and her family and her entire forest. So, you know, it balances out maybe. But
Timbersaw is pretty small. If you think like Rizrak himself,
yeah,
very tiny. Just has
Hobble's just a man on a horse.
Yeah,
and yeah, he's evil. He's just pure evil. Io is, you know, one of the fundamental forces of the universe. He's just a little glowy ball guy, or a cube if you want to. He spins out hearts.
I do love the companion cube.
Radiant's bottom
I know a
tower
lot of people
is
who
under
are
attack.
quite upset they never got access to that one.
Dire's top
Another
tower
smoke up.
is under
Feels
attack.
like Power Rangers just have infinite smokes. They have been. I think it's mostly just that their timing is very good. And Nicky Cool, he does not feel bad at all about this phylactery. Now that he finished the BKB, that BKB gonna feel very, very good, especially against dual rays. Very farmed as well on Boschka, so doesn't have to worry too much about that.
Oh, dual
Burst
rays.
coming
Oh,
from-
no. Toss. Avalanche does have a BKB into the Requiem.
Oh,
and he's
didn't get it
not
off in
going to get a
time.
chance to get the
but
BKB
he's still
off, but he's got a shield rune, so Nicky Cool is totally fine here. Immersion. He's trapped into a corner, and he will be the victim.
Deforestation.
That is a dead squirrel once again, but the rest of the team's starting to arrive. The slow licked off, so Nicky Cool covered in frog spit, but very fast. And they're going to look at this tier 2, even without the
MKB
squirrel.
on Boschka, by the way.
Yeah.
Finished that a minute ago. I mean, already for T2000, this game was very tough into particularly the lick. Had that BKB just to try and be able to play these fights. Has not found any farm, and now, I mean, this is the point where that TA matchup definitely switches. Of course, you can shackle and focus fire through the refraction in theory, but Boschka just has so much damage. Very rare that you also get the initial jump on the TA. They're always holding this Hurricane Pike. Usually they have a blink. Boschka actually skipped it this game. But you do have a ton of vision from these traps as well. Of course, till the end, and everyone else playing dually around you. So AVULUS are, they really have not made a move in quite some time.
This
Would love to
Viper,
utilize anything.
he's going to show. Corrupt is going to... Corrupted?
Jumps away.
Not worth it. Viper too scary. If the Viper's there, surely the Frog is there. And if the Frog is there and the Snake is there, surely the Squirrel is there. And then it's the whole menagerie. So we're going to find Ryota. Burka TP's into this, tries to see if he can take Ryota down. The cogs are annoying, but hey, you gotta rock. So rock, Squirrel, Snake, dead Clockwork is going to get taken down. Look,
Word
the natural world
association.
is fighting. Nature's healing, Rojo. Nature's fighting back.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, Clockwork is kind of industrialization. We'll learn all about that later. Of course, so this, I mean, I guess if you're the Wind Ranger, that part of nature is not particularly healing.
No.
Maybe T2000's attacks might be healing at this point in the game. This has been a very tough one. T2000 just so hard to connect to anything.
You know what? His attacks aren't healing quite as much as the sniper a couple games ago. So
Yeah, no Crimson yet. Of course, there's always time for he slowly builds up. Oh, until the
you know
end.
what? Requiem. Yeah, that is a
Might as
can't
well.
confirm. You pop a Requiem and a Pulverize, and the Frog will die. But now that is dual rays, no Requiem for 91 seconds.
Yeah, one of the big issues with the Magic Shadow Fiend, Dual Race has taken up so much of the map, and he's played very, very well. I mean, Dual Race has absolutely made pretty much no mistakes this game. Not even dying with the streak that he's built up. But you're really just on a pretty huge cooldown between that cooldown of the Requiem.
And he's
100
going
or so seconds.
he's going Silver Edge, Rojo.
Ooh, that is interesting. Suppose trying to kind of get the ability to kill the Viper is an interesting concept. Breaking Viper does ruin a huge amount of that tank ability, but I am a little bit surprised that it's not a refresher or even something like a Shiva's and Ags
You
keep Rays alive, but gotta trust it a little bit. The Shadow Blade can be quite nice as well for finding those kind of random pickoffs. Of course, no Requiem right now.
Oh.
So Ryota is
Not going to land. Pulverize on top of a lot of
in.
heroes here. Importantly, the Shadow Fiend's going to, or TA is trying to get it targeted down. No Aegis. That ended. Hookshot will somehow not land here. So Corrupted, he's not going to get bailed out. He will fall, but
Unfortunate.
TA2000 moves forward, looks for the shackle, doesn't quite land it here until the end, plays around the edge, looking to keep his Viper safe as long as possible. But there's the break.
There's the break.
Fear, this Viper will die. 4 dead on the side of Power Rangers. And this TA, even though we got the BKB off, he was just full pulverized the entire time. No chance to make the space that he requires in these fights. And till the end, I guess he's going to get out. Maybe. Though Racing does have the Silver Edge and is actively hunting him down.
Yeah, I might find him. Oh, no, goes the wrong way. till the end. A little too smooth of moves. Too sick of beats. But that is, I mean, that is a really unfortunate fight for them, but it's just an incredible initiation. We have seen this from Corrupted. Again, he has played some of these games just so cleanly on the Primal Beast. This one has been tough for him, absolutely. Sometimes all you need is that one BKB jump initiation onto the perfect target. They also, I mean, they did kind of butcher their spells onto Ryota there. They missed out on a huge amount of their potential counter engage, trying to kill off Ryota there. So really, really nice entry into the fight there. Dual Raise, that was also without his Requiem, mind you. That fight would have been over pretty much instantly if he did have that on top of everyone. But Dual Raise, he eventually finds the frog. Took him a little while. Not sure if till the end showed or not. The Silver Edge, I mean, it's a pretty interesting idea, honestly, as a very snowballing hero, and having the ability to break is quite nice. But just being able to kind of set up onto heroes, get a little bit of extra right-click damage.
He's going Daedalus after that.
Full hybrid, so he's 100% going to go the Shadow Raise applies attack damage, which I'm actually a really big fan of. The Shadow Raise applies attack. I think that one is quite underrated. I'm still maybe a little bit surprised that's not the refresher kind of style. But this one is, I mean, this one is quite interesting. It can deal a lot of damage. When you crit on those raises, that damage is absolutely disgusting. And he's so far ahead that I do think that this is probably honestly correct overall. He does need to input a pretty significant amount of damage. Hopefully not in burst as well, or just in those kind of short bursts with the Requiem. That way, it's not nearly as countered by BKBs, can still deal good damage through it. I suppose the Largo armor is still annoying, but yeah, I really like this adaptation by him. Of course, he has that level 25 first. He's well on his way, but still quite far.
And remember, yeah, this even talk about this Largo armor. This is not core Largo. He's level 14. And the most he gets right now is 1.5 times 5 is not a lot of armor. Sorry, 3 times. It's 15 armor, which is nice, but it's not 30 armor that you get at level 20. He's gonna be able to TP out of here. No damage being done as they circle now. Hey, there's actually, I'm not sure who circled that. Circling the ward. Now Hoodwink moves forward. Corrupt is gonna find him, but he doesn't want just okay. He's gonna go. That's gonna be a dead Hoodwink, but you do have Avalanche buying some space here. Nice lick out. Okay. Ooh. Immersion gets out of there. Good job till the end. Makes the space. And that move, that smoke, really doesn't accomplish all that much.
Yeah, didn't want to commit the BKB, which I can understand from Corrupted. Probably thought that it was just gonna be a quick pick off onto Immersion. Barely missed the wheel. Just a little bit of awkwardness. But definitely caught this game back by a very significant margin here.
Good point out. 2 Lotuses now available. Till the end also is going to have a Lotus on himself at any given time because he does have the shard ready to go. He's got a Lotus. Viper has a Lotus. These primal engages are no longer nearly as simple as now. We're going to go Yules him up, look for the lockdown. Do we have the damage to take him down? Has to pop the BKB, pops Pulverize. He's not doing anything to this Tiny. Is now TN2000 moves in. He's trying to do a little bit more. Nicky Cool, he's fine.
Just can't.
Yeah, no damage.
Need a little bit more oomph on A2000, and it is quite unfortunate that Dual Raise, again, going for this build. I mean, even just Magic Shadow Fiend in general, or the hybrid, really want to hit that level 25 regardless. Not having that limits.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at this. They find the Shadow Fiend on the Sentry. This is a probably trying to run. Get on out of here. Look, Bot Requiem on the high ground. BKB's already ready to go. And this is a dead Shadow Fiend. Botchka has to be careful. TN2000 wants to go on top of him, but that's not going to work. He buys back into this. Will kill off the TA. Now he's got to be so careful. BKB on cooldown, trying to fight. He dies a second time. And they will find Nicky Cool in the cogs, but it is not enough damage right now as Viper shows up. T2000, good shackle shot on top of him, but they don't have the damage to take him down. Not even close. That's a dieback on the Shadow Fiend at this point, and yeah, it holds back Roche without the TA. But that is not worth it.
No, Dual Raise, again, I love myself as a Magic Shadow Fiend. I used to play a lot of this build. And again, before 25, it really does feel like you are missing a significant portion of your output. Either talent that you take, you need a lot of money and you need a lot of levels, but particularly with this hybrid one, just not able to output these kind of right clicks if he's not in the BKB, which of course Dual Rays used on that first life. Does feel like he has that really heavy weight on his shoulder. So TA2000 is just not outputting any form of meaningful damage and has to be extremely careful as well, as these kind of 3 Lotuses that can potentially be up at a time that you're talking about are pretty annoying for this Wind Ranger as well. Trying to fish for those shackles, have to be careful never to catch yourself or your teammates. Limits your damage potential.
Look at this ward coverage on the right side of the pit as well.
Yeah.
I can understand there are 2 sentries and 2 obs. One of the low, 2 sentries on the low ground, 1 obs on the low ground, 1 on the high ground. I can understand why this Shadow Fiend thought he had a chance to go and make something happen. As at least Asdecor will go and get his shard, which is in this game not the most relevant thing. I can understand why he's like, I can go from an off angle. I can go channel Requiem into the pit from the side and make something happen. Do the cool Requiem channel, blink in, have the souls come back to me, although it doesn't have the axe for that. I can have some fun with this, but just really not expecting this ward coverage.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, definitely a little bit of a mistake for him to be that over-eager without knowing. But ultimately, again, pretty much the only time that he's messed up in this game, as he's just not been allotted any amount of mistakes with how poorly the rest of the game has been going. Nikki Cool as well. Finished the Shivas. It's got 4,000 gold in the bank and a gem. Really like this pickup from them. Part of probably why they had such dominant vision coverage here. No gem came out really, I think, at any point either for AVULUS. So these TA traps have stayed up on the map for a very significant portion of the time.
Oh, go on top of Nikki Cool. Hook shot for now, but he's going to get dragged backwards. Unfortunately, not going to be able to toss. So this Clockwork, despite taking a crap ton of damage from this sharpshooter, he will survive. Although, you know, look, get Hoodwink up to level 25. Okay? Then he does like 2,000 damage on the sharpshooter, and then the Clockwork dies.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, on their way pretty well for immersion. Interesting build, by the way, as well from Bashka. I mentioned it earlier, but has entirely skipped the blink for, yeah, just this whole portion of the game. Really thought that the Hurricane Pike was the only thing necessary. It's played out pretty well overall for Bashka, but I can't particularly imagine playing TA without blink. Just a hard thing to conceptualize.
Well, here's the Dual Rays, high ground, great Requiem. Are we going to be able to burn the Aegis? Yes, we will. But here comes Nikki Cool looking for the toss. Uncorrupted gets the BKB off. He's going to be fine for now. Pulverize. Yeah, he's going to be able to onslaught his way out of here. So they just burn the Aegis. High ground Requiem. That's nice. But again, you talked about these cooldowns. We're not at level 25 yet. Not that it really helps your cooldowns all that much, but Requiem of Souls, 75 seconds, only halfway to 25. Pashka, really nothing stopping him from hitting high ground right now.
Apparently the Ringmaster is enough for a second. But yeah, not going to be able to be a long-term solution. It was really nice to burn that Aegis, though. Again, Dual Rays doing pretty much as much as he could possibly be asked to. Place the flag down this top side. And only covers the range creeps. Plenty enough. Good shackle.
A little worried about this Link Pulverize, but again, with just the perma. By the way, not only is this Lotus applied to both Till the End and the TA, when Till the End applies it, it's a longer lasting Lotus. Like, it just, because of Encore, it's like 30% longer at this stage of the game. Level 19 on the Largo. Oh, and by the way, because he's level 19, because he's had some time to get his levels in these last couple fights, he's pretty close to this being a 30 armor aura once he starts strumming. That becomes TA2000 is already having a rough time. 30 armor on the entire team just makes this even worse.
Yeah, it's gonna be very, very strong as he is kind of barreling towards that. Any other item that he buys the buff up his team, again, he will be applying to himself. A very comfortable position. Bashka can buy his blink out whenever he wants. is being a little bit conservative to work towards that buyback, though. I mean, this could be a fight for AVULUS, but of course, if they do lose this, they have once again bought completely out. And
Yep, smoke breaks.
Actually,
Nikki
on
Cool
trap
goes
vision.
right side, doesn't find Corrupted for now, and actually this Clockwork gets out, so Nikki Cool has to pop the BKB.
Oh, jumps
Lotus
forward. Oh,
breaks the
no.
Pulverize. Corrupted is in just misery right now. And we will have a Wheel of Wonder, making sure that's hard to go through. Big
Oh, with the
Wheel of Wonder,
shackle.
actually. Great shackle shot as well as the Requiem TA is
They got him.
just dead. They work their way through everything, but now Alberca takes
Great.
down the Shadow Fiend. No buyback available for him. Nikki Cool's going to be able to kite his way out for the time being, but it's all on TA2000. Can you find the follow-up damage? Can you find a second set of shackles? It's Corrupted. Got to be careful. Boxed up for now. Gets out of here, and they're going to find TA2000.
Got him.
Avalanche into
No
toss.
buyback.
He falls. No buyback available.
it's over.
Corrupted. He's going to die to the Viper at the very end. Only the supports survive. And yeah, they got the TA, but this Viper, he is sitting pretty. Level 25. He's got the shard now. He
Yeah.
hits these towers just as well as the TA does.
I mean, probably anticipating again that there might be some buybacks for AVULUS, but that is not the case. Absolutely none across the board for them. They have played in both games, just very risky, playing without those buybacks. And unfortunately for Dual Race, he never hit that 25. He really, really needed to.
Well.
I guess at the very end he did.
When he
After
died,
the
he
kill.
did.
Yeah. When he died, he did.
Interestingly enough, by the way, look at Alberca. 99 times out of 100, this Caustic Bath Viper, he's going increased nether toxin radius at 25. This game, he's like, yeah, Viper Strike is so good. It is good enough that I'm just going to go for it. As we're going for tier 4s, 22
Yeah,
seconds
over.
remaining on this Primal Beast. 24 as Hookshot goes in, trying to buy some level of
Try.
space. Toss back. Goodbye. As Decor not going to go down just yet, but the Clockwork will. He doesn't have buyback. And they're going to spend Fort on this one. It does buy
They're
time for the
holding.
Primal to
Holding
get up,
on.
as Nikki Cool just bought bots too from the enemy fountain. As Alberca did not think Aztecor was going to die there. He was in the fountain, does die. They do have 2 cores up. The TA2000 up in 8 seconds. Requiem is ready to go. Level 25 on dual
Oh,
raise.
no.
Corrupted moves in again. He gets Lotus here. There's going to be the Avalanche into the toss, running through, looking for the Requiem. Do we have the damage? Nikki Cool taking a lot, but he's still alive. And now dual raise.
Quite.
He's just going to
Alberca.
go get taken down. Nothing to do. By himself. Doesn't have the support of his friends. And now this game, once again, all of a sudden, Power Rangers hit a timing that just AVULUS cannot deal with. And it's a 2-0 for Power Rangers over AVULUS.
I mean, they did pretty much all they needed to. Those Lotuses were
Yeah.
really good at minimizing the impact of Corrupted. They put so much focus on him in the draft overall. And ultimately, it was something that panned out pretty well for them. I mean, it's just an unfortunate game for AVULUS. They definitely had some moments, but in that mid game, they really slowed down on their timings. T2000 never really had the net worth that he wanted up until very late in the game when he was a little bit fragile. Of course, still raised. He played really, really excellently, but again, it's not really hitting that ideal timing that he wanted to while he was missing those kills. Just, very unfortunate for AVULUS, but Power Rangers did, I mean, they did have a very solid showing. Like, not too many glaring mistakes from them, and even Boschka, you know, stepping in just for the series, did have a very nice, consistent set of 2 games. First that Kez, and that TA.